Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Welcome in. It's Hoopsville time. It's the marathon. It's the 10th annual on a Friday. A little bit different. I'm your host, Dave McHugh. Welcome into Hoopsville and the Hoopsville Studios, coming to you from the greater Baltimore area. Thank you for tuning in. No, I'm not going to have this kind of energy the whole show. We've got plenty of coffee on board. We've got plenty of water on board, and we got plenty of guests on board. Welcome in to the 10th annual Hoopsville Marathon, a crazy idea I created actually 11 years ago. Because despite it, we're saying annual, we do make the exception that we didn't do one during the COVID year, though we certainly could have done one and talked about how we weren't going to have a season in 2020-21, or an official season, that is, with championships. Long story behind that one, if you ever want to know the expose behind the scenes of why we didn't do a show that year or money shows that year. Anyway, so this was a brainchild of mine a long time ago. I had seen a few shows do 24-hour crazy things as fundraising efforts of some like or another. And I thought to myself, well, we could do that. And I kid you not, the first idea was to do a 24-hour marathon. I am not kidding. I thought we could easily do this. We can figure it out. We can get in some, obviously, pre-recorded segments to take breaks. But 24 hours is not within or outside the realm of possible on this idea. And so let's do it. And then I got smart and we nailed that back down to 12 hours. The first couple of marathons, we did 12 hours. And in reality, we were on the air for 14 plus. It has shrunk due to other work over the years, but we tend to average between 8 and 10 hours planned and do about 10 to close to 12 hours. I think last year, we planned on 8, maybe 9. We did 10 plus hours because the happy hour at the end always goes crazy. This year, we're calling this a half marathon because we are scheduled to go 6, but I can already tell you from plotting out the show, we will go longer than 6. We may close the door at 7 by the time we're off the air because we are jam-packed with great guests around Division III talking D3 hoops. And I look forward to hearing from some of those guests, and we've already heard from some of those guests because we did have just like that. Watch this. It's going to be so fast. We're getting so good at swapping out cameras, it's gotten to the point of a little bit insane. And there we are. Hello, welcome back. So lots to talk about. We're still on the air. That's the good news on the old Facebook, because we found a setting to stop that from happening more often. A little crazy there. Anyway, you'll also see in the upper corner, this has been one of the reasons for Hoopsville. In the upper corner, you will see our fundraising total. We have used this show, and many have asked about it, as a fundraising tool for our efforts to stay on the air well past this season and into the future. I say this often, and I do mean it, even though I know many of you probably don't see it as of yet. We have some great ideas of how we want to expand our efforts in Division III, both in hoops and beyond. The problem is just putting this show on the air takes a lot of bills and effort, and you see the door open because our dog just entered. Hi, Tucker. I guess Tucker heard me down here and decided to join me. He'll be joining us in the beanbag for the rest of the show, and we'll get that door closed a little bit later. Welcome in, buddy. You're a little late. The show started 6 minutes ago. Thanks for joining us. He'll be quiet. I promise you that. He will literally sleep down here. Maybe we'll get a camera shot of him later in the program. So we're trying to not only set up a basis to continue, but then try and get sponsorships and advertisers and other support to grow, because we have grand ideas, and some of those ideas will come to fruition, I am very confident, in the very near future. Let's talk about today's show, shall we? Because we've got a really good one on tap. Here's the one thing I can promise you. We will hit every single region in D3 with at least one guest. On the larger marathons, we've dared, I kid you not, dared to have 2 guests from each region, a men's guest and a women's guest. That's why the shows are so large. It doesn't always come to fruition, but we certainly give our try. But here's who we're going to do it. We're going to talk about these in order. They're scheduled in order. So bear with me. This is how we're going to get things started in just a short time. Chris Martin from the 20th ranked Loris men's team will join us. Then Lucia Robinson Gibbs from the MIT women's program. Justin Olofsson from the Webster women's team. Then we'll talk to Gary Stevenson from Stevenson. He's also one of the lead guys with the NABC Coaches versus Cancer effort. Remember, he's also the former president of the NABC. That's the National Association of Basketball Coaches. We'll talk to him about all that. By the way, he's also on the national committee this year. But we'll talk to Gary primarily about the Coaches versus Cancer effort. He was up on what's the word? He was at Congress. He was up on Capitol Hill. That's what I was trying to say. Recently to talk about those efforts. Then we'll talk to Bill Broderick, from the 4th-ranked Christopher Newport women's team. Then we're going to do a double dip. We're going to head to Gettysburg, where they had a thrilling game on Wednesday. Games, I should say, on Wednesday. Men's and women's swept Johns Hopkins. We'll talk to both Nate Davis and B.J. Dunn, the head coaches of both of those programs, about the Bullets. Just for the record, we did schedule that before Wednesday. We were going to have them on, win or lose, and we'll talk about the thrilling Wednesday there was at Bream Gymnasium. Bill Saul will join us from the 12th-ranked Calvin men's program. James Cosgrove from the 4th-ranked Trinity, Connecticut men's program will join us. Don Friday from Penn State Harrisburg men's program will join us. Then we'll head out west, and Peg Swadener will join us from the Willamette women's basketball program, who are atop the Northwest Conference and certainly turning some heads. Then we'll take some time and tip our hats to the Cabrini Athletics and Men's Basketball Program primarily. John Zeke joins us. He's the former athletics director and men's basketball coach at Cabrini. Then we'll hear from Marcus Kahn, who was at Cabrini, obviously took them to a couple of Final Fours. And then Ryan Van Zelst takes some time to talk to us. He's the current head coach, got hired just weeks before the news broke that Cabrini was being taken over by Villanova, and this would be the last year. So we hear from those three gentlemen about Cabrini. And then we'll head into our double take squad. The men's squad will be up first. Bob Quillman, Ryan Scott, and Matt Snyder will try and squeeze in their dubious, debatable, and deep dive teams into 30 minutes. And Scott Peterson and Ryan Scott, surprise, surprise, will join us on the women's side as well. So Ryan doing a double dip there for us in an hour's time. Then we'll talk to one more basketball coach. Farmingdale State men's basketball coach Brendan Twomby will be joining us to talk about his really high-flying one-loss squad. And then we wrap up the show, or at least guest-wise, with our annual conversation with the National Basketball Committee chairs, Bethany Danley, the Washington and Lee Associate Athletics Director and Chair on the Women's Committee, and Luke Flakertzy, the Rochester men's basketball coach and Men's National Committee Chair. I will tell you now, we have already talked to them due to schedules. Obviously, Flakertzy's got a game tonight as head coach of Rochester. So we actually talked to them already and recorded that interview. There are many questions that have been sent in, and we either got them in time or your questions will be answered because we happen to hit it. Then we'll wrap up the show. So that's all ahead on an absolutely jam-packed Hoopsville Marathon. We are simulcasting on YouTube and on Facebook. Facebook appeared to hold out through that little glitch that we had there. With the camera, that's where it's normally froze. I found a setting that keeps that from happening, knock on wood. So hopefully Facebook will stay. Now, Facebook has like a certain amount of time you're allowed to stream for, I think, before it times out. I don't know if we're there or not on this show, if we're going to have issues with that timing. So we will we'll double check that. And if we have to, we'll restart. It's very easy to restart a new stream on that. Of course, YouTube, our simulcast there is very popular. There's a chat feature on the YouTube side of things. You're welcome to utilize that. You can also get a hold of us on social medias. We've changed our screen at the bottom there. You'll see a couple different versions during the show because we changed it after we were talked to a couple of guests. But primarily, look for at D3 Hoopsville on most of your streaming or your social media platforms. I just remembered now that we didn't mention the marathon on Threads, so we're going to probably have to do that mid-show. You can also use the hashtag Hoopsville. You can always email us, hoopsville at d3sports.com. Join us on Facebook, facebook.com/Hoopsville, and on YouTube at youtube.com/D3 Hoopsville. We have all the avenues open, and we'll certainly look forward to hearing from you throughout the show. If you're interested, it looks like I've got, I've got a misspelling there. Appreciate those out there to help us out. I'll fix that. if you have questions about the fundraising efforts, first off, you can just go to Venmo. We have information sitting on the top of your screen there. It's also on the show page. There's also Give Butter. This is this small kind of thing that I fell into, to be completely honest, a couple of years ago, and we've used it as kind of a backup for anybody who doesn't want to use Venmo. Those of you who asked us about PayPal, we're having issues with an account on PayPal, to be honest, and we can't get around those issues. So we haven't been able to use PayPal, unfortunately. Of course, Venmo and PayPal are the same company, ironically enough, but if you don't mind using Venmo. If none of those options are ideal, please contact me, and I'll let you know how you can donate to the cause. We mentioned Mount St. Joseph sent us a jersey and a couple of T-shirts on a previous show. I want to thank them. We did not have time to get them up on the wall. But if you are interested in sending us any memorabilia or something to put on the Hoopsville bookshelf or on the wall, contact us and we'll get a place for that somewhere along the lines. Also, lots to talk about in Division 3, obviously, as it's been just absolutely awesome over the last few days on what's been going on. Wednesday night was absolutely awesome in terms of Division III basketball. Of course, I was at Gettysburg, where I call the games for the Bullets. And those two games, which we'll talk about with their head coaches, were absolutely awesome. The women got out on Johns Hopkins in a battle for first place in the conference. Gettysburg came in a game back, having lost their only loss in conference play, being to Hopkins. Hopkins on a 17-game winning streak, their only loss of the season to NYU, which is the story for everybody at this point in time. They got out to a 15-point lead at one point, maybe larger, I don't remember. And then you kind of expected Hopkins to come storming back, and they most certainly did. Great full-court press from Rodney Rogan's squad. But the Bullets were able to hold on with a big three-pointer late to get up by 10 and keep Hopkins at bay. Now, Hopkins was not playing with two key players, though Gettysburg also not playing with their senior center in Priori, who has been dealing with an injury herself. So it was really the youth of those two programs that stood tall. It was really impressive to watch. Then the men's game got underway, and after some back and forth for the first quarter of the game, Hopkins men got up by double digits. Gettysburg struggled a little bit to try and get back into that or get closer, I should say. They were in it the whole time. In the late first half and beginning of the second half, I thought Hopkins was doing a really good job of keeping the Bullets at bay. And then something clicked with Gettysburg. They absolutely woke up, both defensively and offensively, though they were playing really good defensively the whole game, and used a 17-3 run at the end of the game to walk away from that game, essentially. Won by 8 with a slam at the last second. Two huge blocks on three-pointers in the closing minute of that game iced it for the Bullets. They're one of the best, both teams are one of the best defensive teams on the arc, and I can't wait to talk to both coaches about how that mentality comes to be. But that was just the tip of the iceberg of what was an absolutely outstanding Wednesday. In the ARC, there were good games. CCIW, of course, there were good games. The ODAC, etc. There isn't a night I turn on games in Division III where I am not just spellbound by how exciting it is. And if you are not tuned into these games, if you're not taking a time to go and log on to a game, I don't know what else to do to convince you, because it is absolutely one of those years where both men and women are just one-upping each other. Last year was great. The previous year was great. It just keeps getting better. And this final month of the season is going to be absolutely awesome. Couple of things to keep in mind. Next week, we'll see our first regional rankings on Tuesday for both. Remember, last year it was men on Tuesday, women on Wednesday. It will be both on Tuesday. The following week, we'll see our first regional rankings that include results versus regionally ranked opponents data, and we'll get our top 16 show. That will appear here on the 15th. Heck, I've even got a graphic ready to go for that. So coming up, got to take down the other graphic. Do you see that a little clearly? Hoopsville exclusive, once again, men's and women's top 16s announcement, live on February 15th, 7 o'clock. That's how we'll get that done, and we hope you'll join us for that. That's a big show. Looking forward to that. After that, we have a third regional ranking ahead of, or really kind of in the midst of conference tournaments, ahead of the final weekend. Then we'll have our Selection Sunday special on the 25th. On the 26th will be the bracket breakdown, because the 26th is when brackets will be released by the Division III committees. And then we're already in to March Madness, which will start, impressively enough, on March 1st. So lots ahead of us. That's why this marathon exists to some degree, to celebrate Division III basketball throughout the land going into the final month of the regular season. A little bit different doing this on a Friday due to my scheduling. My voice a little rough because there was a bonkers good game at Towson last night in men's basketball CAA play. Towson men came from behind against Northeastern in the second half, something like a 24-2 run at one point. And I'm the PA announcer there this season, and it was a lot of fun. So the voice has gotten worn out the last few nights of college basketball. With that in mind, we'll take a break, and we will get things started with our first guest of the show. We will talk Loras basketball and the American Rivers Conference. When we come back on the 10th annual 10th annual Hoopsville Marathon presented by D3Hoops.com, we'll take a break and be back shortly. The National Association of Basketball Coaches is the nation's premier professional development and advocacy organization for basketball coaches at every level. The NABC strives to serve as the voice for coaches on national issues while advancing the core value of leadership, service, advocacy, education, and inclusion. To learn more about the NABC and to become a member, visit NABC.com and follow the NABC on social media at NABC 1927. That's NABC.com or NABC 1927 on social media.
I used to never really talk. Ever. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. It helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
Football has taught me a lot throughout my life. It's definitely had a huge imprint on who I am as a person. Competing at a Division III level created that opportunity for me to go to college. Not only was I the first one in my family to graduate college, but I was really the first one to even go. Being the first one, I'm breaking that cycle, and now that I've graduated, I'm not sure what's the next step, but I know I have a lot of doors open. And a lot of those are open because I played football and ran track here at Otterbein.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's nearly 850 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over 2 decades. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're D3Hoops.com at www.D3Hoops.com.
It's on us to stop sexual assault.
In any way that we can.
To get a friend home safe.
To never blame the victim.
It's on us.
To stand up.
To make our community safe for all.
It's on us.
It's on us to look out for each other at parties.
It's on us.
To be more than just a bystander.
To step up and say something.
It's on us. All of us.
To stop sexual assault.
Learn how and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
If I lose, I'll respond with respect.
If I win, I'll back it up with humility.
If I fail, I'll rise up with honor. It's tough for us to put it all on the line.
Don't undo my hard work with poor sportsmanship.
Respect. It's the name of the game.
Coach of the Year, Administrator of the Year, All-America Team, Wade Trophy. The WBCA doesn't just honor coaches, but players, administrators, and much more. The WBCA strives to honor those who have contributed to the advancement of women's basketball. Celebrate the present, honor the past, look to the future.
Welcome back to Hoopsville. There we go. Get our audio working. The marathon underway here. We'll be going for 6+ hours here on the show. Hope you're enjoying it with us. For the record, door's shut now, and Tucker's asleep on the beanbag. He's about the only one who's going to be sleeping in this room today. Start our conversations with men's basketball. When it comes to the Loras men's basketball team, they are just one of many who are in the race at the top of the ARC. If you've not checked out the American Rivers standings, I will say things have separated a smidge. Central's now on top at 13. Nope, that's last year. Sorry, hold on. I knew I clicked on the wrong one. Co's on top at 10-2. They got a 2-game lead on Loras at 8-2. Central's a game back of Loras, and Nebraska Wesleyan's in there, but not everybody's played the same amount of games, so it gets a smidge complicated sometimes. Talk about it all, because this has been at sometimes a 4-team tie atop the conference, is the aforementioned Dewhawks of Loras. Joining us on the Hoopsville hotline, it is Chris Martin, their head coach. First and foremost, Coach, thanks for being the guinea pig on the 10th Annual Hoopsville Marathon and getting out of the gate early. That might be a smart move by you. Those later in the show may regret it later. But in the meantime, this is crazy. You guys and 3 other teams at the very least, arguably 4 other teams. It's basically a 5-horse race right now atop this conference. Any night, those standings could completely flip on their heads.
Yeah, you know what? It's pretty awesome to be a part of it. I think we've got 5 great teams, and on any given year, I think 2 years ago, you take Dubuque who's in 5th place right now and started the season, I think 13 or 12-0 and playing great before they had one of their best players get a little dinged up. I think in any given year that they're in first place within the league, maybe haven't lost a game yet. And it's just one of those perfect storms in our league where I think we've got a lot of not just good teams, but great teams. And it's kind of helped each other out a little bit. You know, I think the YX, CCIW, NESCACs of the world have all benefited from this. UAAs have benefited from this in the past, where you have some really good top-end team, not just 1 or 2, because I think the ARC in the past has had 1 or 2, maybe 3 really good teams. But when you get the 4 and 5 up there that are really special, it helps. It helps each other. You know, you start to root for each other in the non-cons. You start to root for different things. And so it's been cool to be a part of it. It's cool for our players to every single night and every gym. We're going to Central on Saturday, and everybody's playing for conference championships all the time. And as opposed to in other times, it's a 1 or 2 horse race. And, we still have 5 or 6 games left, some teams 4 games left in the conference season. And every single night, I think everybody's playing for something. So it's pretty cool to be a part of.
Yeah, you got to be a little careful, because you don't want to, the really weird term, you don't want to eat your young, because you don't want to kind of beat each other up so much that you end up handing too many losses. But at the same time, you want everybody to battle this out, and the craziness is the fun, right? So it's a catch-22. Yeah, you easily could have a couple of teams here, not all of them. There's a 6-loss Central team sitting in there. But you could have a lot of teams kind of in the mix at the end here of getting in the NCAA tournament, which could do all kinds of damage to brackets, to say the least. Was this what you all expected? Because I don't remember kind of, listening around the conference that anyone thought this would be this many teams on the top battling it out.
You know what? It was weird when the preseason rankings came out. It was kind of, I think everybody was all over the board a little bit on who was ranked where and who coaches thought were going to be good. Obviously, Central returned, amazing players and just about everybody but one of their guys, and so they were obviously a favorite. But past that, I think it was a mixed bag on where everybody thought they were going to fit. Co got hot at the right time last year and have 2 really awesome players, unbelievable players, and they won the conference tournament last year versus us. And then they go in the national tournament, and then they return, and Nebraska Wesleyan was young, and they're still young, for crying out loud, and they're awesome. And then UD, Robbie does just an amazing job year in and year out. They're just such a well-coached team, and they do Robbie does an amazing job fitting more pieces into the team, and every year they stink and win 17 to 22 games, for crying out loud. So he just does a great job. So no, I didn't know that we would be have 5 teams that were really, really, really good, but I did think it was going to be a mixed bag at the top there. And talking about beating up on each other and what to root for. I was talking to one of our players, and I think some programs are like, all right, block that stuff out and try and focus. And you got to do that, and you got to win games. But this is the fun time of the season, like it's enjoyable to have people talking about you and tweeting about you. And we tell guys, like, there's no secret what we're playing for. Everybody's playing to cut down nets. Everybody's playing to go to the national tournament and make a run. Let's not dance around that. Let's embrace it and enjoy that pressure. Pressure is a privilege. And we talk to our guys about that all the time. And so the guys, Declan Kurlick and Miles Berry, sitting in here yesterday talking about Pool C stuff. And I was like, we're kind of dissecting some stuff. I'm like, well, we're trying to win a conference championship, but we're also trying to get some teams in our league in the national tournament. And they might be, counter each other. You might be rooting to win a league. Yeah, let's have some upsets and let's win this conference championship and but then let's get a bunch of teams in this national tournament and have some great quality wins and that type of thing. And they might be going against each other a little bit. And so it was a really interesting conversation that none of us had really thought about before. But it's a cool experience to be in, and it's a situation, and it's cool for other teams in our league to be feeling the same thing. And with 2.5 weeks left in the season to go, it's cool for so many teams and so many players to be in this experience and to sit in it.
You guys were kind of on a roll there for a while. The only one that's been a fly in the ointment for your season at 17-2, 8-2 in conference play is Co. The Co-Hawks have said to the Do-Hawks, sit aside, please. Mm-hmm. You've lost to them twice by 2 at their place back in around Thanksgiving. And then at your place, they beat you by 11. Otherwise, you've gotten all the key victories. What's it have been about the Co-Hawks that you guys can't seem to figure out, or at least they're doing better?
Yeah, to give Brian my credit, they are playing really well. And their strength this year, I think, as opposed to other years, is they've got some guys that are seasoned vets that are all filled their roles really well. Like their puzzle pieces, he's really put them in the right spots. You're going to have starters that maybe, shoot 3 times and play 35 minutes and just defensive stoppers. And then you're going to have a guy come off the bench and doesn't shoot the 3, but he just drives it. And everybody knows he's going to drive it, but he's just physical and tough. And then you got guys that are defenders. And obviously you got Kale and TJ Schnurr their 2 key players that are just unbelievable players and first team all league guys. And so when you put a bunch of puzzle pieces and a really good players around those 2 guys and everybody buys into it, it's a really tough out for, I think, anybody. And so, matchup wise, that's been a struggle for us. We got them twice in the regular season last year, and then they got us in the conference tournament. And so we're hoping if we face them again, we're going to flip the tables a little bit. That's what we're counting on. That's what we're counting on a little bit, but they're just well coached, just like everybody else, I think, in our league. And they got us. So I think in those games, we were winning, I think, at their place for 35 minutes of the game, and we're winning our place for 25 to 27 minutes, and they just turn up some of that pressure and some of that physicality, and we got to respond better. And our guys know that, and I think we faced the challenge, and we came back, bounced back against Nebraska Wesleyan, same type of thing, and played one of our more physical, better games especially on the defensive side.
Talk to me about your team. You seem to have a makeup that I'm getting pretty commonly seeing, is what I should say, as I stumble through that. A handful of upperclassmen, seniors and juniors, who certainly have a lot of that experience, and then a wealth of sophomores and freshmen as kind of that recruiting after COVID has gotten back to its norm. As a result, you kind of have a variety here in terms of who's leading the way when anybody looks at the cumulative stats. Ali Sabet leading the way at 18.5 points a game. You've got, we should point out, basically 5 guys in double figures. Jackson Molstead at 13.5, Jack Haynes at nearly 13, Tyler Bass at 12, and Declan Kurlick 9.7. We round up here, so we'll call that 10. And they all pull down rebounds. I mean, what's impressive is that Haynes and Bass are pulling down 6.3 and 7-point boards per contest, and Molstead might be second on the team in scoring, but he hands out the most assists. You've got an interesting group there of 5 players that kind of mix both the experience and the youth a little bit on this team and really seem to coexist pretty nicely.
Yeah, you know what? We've been blessed that on any given night we've had different guys step up. Obviously, Ali and Jackson Molstead are they're point guard and shooting guard, and they score a bunch. And but last game against Wartburg, they didn't have their best game, and Declan Kurlick had 20 plus, and Tyler Bass had 20 plus. I think we've had 7 guys. I was talking to my wife last night. We've had 7 guys this season score 20 plus points in a game. And I think that's a good thing to have. And I think that's what good teams have. Sometimes if you only have 1 or 2 or maybe even 3 guys that are able to just do the scoring, sometimes scouting reports, and because there's no secrets these days, and you know what everybody's doing, and teams can game plan and do some stuff to try to shut those guys down, which in the past recent history, having Ali, who's averaging 20 a game over the past couple of years, I think teams really focused on him and say, hey, let's shut him down. Let's really focus on him and make some of these other guys beat us. I think this year it's kind of changed a little bit. Jack Haynes, last year playing minimal minutes, this year starting for us half the season, now in that role, and shooting a great percentage and being able to score, and then getting Jackson Molstead as a transfer point guard for us has really helped us as a whole. He just changed the culture a little bit. Not that we had a bad culture by any stretch of imagination, but you take a guy that could have stayed at his last institution and averaged 20 plus a game and done whatever. He transfers in for his last year just because he wants to be a part of what he thinks and what we think is a successful season. It just changed the mojo and the thought process from some of our guys. And so having Jack and those guys, then Miles Berry and Declan Curley, 2 of our best leaders. At the guard spot, we have all old dudes, and then maybe at the forward spot, we got some young guys. And I hate the tall guys are going to beat me up at practice today, but it's a guards game, and they're going to really dominate the ball a lot of times, or at least dictate where that ball ends up. And when you have a bunch of old dudes, and that's the thing, I was talking to some of the other coaches in our league, like Brian Martin at Co and like Joe at Central. When you get a bunch of old dudes out there, especially in that guard spot, it makes us as coaches look a lot smarter and a lot better than we probably are. You get guys that have been in these situations before, and guys that have handled the ball, and guys that have been in a pressure type of situation, and then you just trust them and lean on them. And I think that's been a blessing to have 4 guards that are 5th year seniors or 4th year seniors. It makes coaching a lot easier.
By the way, 2 of your guys were listed as redshirt on the roster I was looking at. It threw me. Molstead and Sabat are 5th years, and so you actually have more seniors there than I had alluded to. But yeah, and Molstead coming in from Wartburg, I mean that obviously has helped quite a bit of this team kind of take the next evolutionary step. But even looking back, you already had guys who felt like they had unfinished business. A 17-11 last season, 18-9 the year before, kind of in the middle of the ARC. On teams that I felt from the outside, you all thought you were better than maybe your record was kind of giving it off. What was the mentality going into this season and you maybe said, Molstead coming in maybe helped a little of this, but what was the mentality of understanding we got to get over this hump? We're there, but we're not getting it done where we need to get it done. Where was that change and how did it happen?
Yeah, it really felt like the shortcomings in the past couple of years were really just finishing closer games. And I feel like it was just one of those things where guys, we had a bunch of moving parts like a lot of teams do, and finding ways to make it easier for them and make their lives easier. Having Jack come in and just change the dynamics of where, moving Miles Berry off the point guard spot and being able to be our best guard defender and putting him in a different spot to be able to cater to his strengths, I think was a big part of it. But we just talked about it and we just owned it and we didn't dance around it. And we understand over the past couple of years, we felt like we underachieved a little bit based on our goals and who we are and how hard we work and that type of things. And so our guys really buckled down and accepted and not only accepted, but embraced and wanted to be coached hard. Sometimes we have seniors, we just let them play in games and we get out there and serve them and love them. But in practice, we push them. And they want that and they embrace that. And they're like, it's not been the taste in our mouths we wanted over the past couple seasons. And it's not been the taste in the mouth that we wanted either. It's just kind of left that thing. And so the guys have really said, hey, let's do it. We're all in. It's kind of our last go around for some of these older dudes. And so it's just changed the mojo at practice a little bit and just embracing doing everything we've asked them to do. Into game situations in the past, I think we've gone to past couple of years, Ali, because he's just able to score that thing. He put the orange thing in the orange thing. And this year, against Central, when we won the last couple seconds, we went to, a sophomore and Jack Haynes, and he hit the last second shot with 1 or 2 seconds left. We've gone to Declan Kurlick late in the game. We went to Jackson Molstead. And so being able to change that up on different teams and have other guys step up has been quite the blessing for us.
Quickly back to your schedule, you've got an interesting kind of run here. First, you've got a makeup game with Simpson in the mixed here. So you'll have Central first, then you'll have Simpson, then Buena Vista, then Simpson, Luther, then Dubuque. So obviously you've got a couple of games against one of the opponents you haven't seen yet. The other thing, too, is you'll start with Central, you'll end with Dubuque, but in the middle is the bottom half of the conference. On an outside looking in, I always kind of get a little nervous about those kinds of things because it's like, all right, big game against Central, big game against Dubuque, but you better not sleep on the ones at the bottom because they're going to be the ones that are going to ruin your plans because you're looking past them.
Yeah, and we talk about it. I mean, I will be honest with you. Wartburg's only got 3 or 4 wins, and we were losing at halftime the other night. And I think, sometime, and it was coming back after a big game against Nebraska Wesleyan, and I felt like we played really well. And luckily, I think we got slapped in the face a little bit the other night, and we didn't have to take the loss to learn that lesson. And I'm hoping as a senior group, we're able to face it. And we talk about every game being the biggest game of the season. It like I said earlier, pressure is a privilege, and the fact that these games are going to build on themselves, and the more you win, the more the more intense and more you're playing for, and all of that stuff. And so we just really face it head on and talk about it and let our guys hopefully understand it and feel it. But yeah, you better believe we talk about and we understand the difference between Central and heading into these games. And Simpson's an unbelievably talented offensive team. They can score it with the best of them. I think they're averaging a ton of points. Same thing, BV. Trevor does a great job scoring. I think our league as a whole offensively has been coming from the CCIW and watching division. We just score in this league, and I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's recruiting or coaches or the way it's official. I don't know what, but our league scores that on any given night you're going to get a couple teams in 100 points for sure. And so we understand that the challenges behind that, and I'm optimistic and excited. We got some old dudes facing that versus some young guys.
Well, Chris, appreciate the time. We could dive into so many other topics, including your time in Germany as a head coach after your Elmhurst experience, but we've only got so much on the marathon. We got to pace ourselves, so we'll get you back
next time.
Another time, absolutely. But congratulations on what you all have been able to do this season and what has been an absolutely fun conversation to have about the ARC. It's hard to go a Hoopsville without mentioning that conference and that race so far in the last few weeks. But in the meantime, we always give the guests the final word. You get to start this one off today. Any final thoughts you want to share with those tuned in?
I'm going to stay with, I've been on this show a couple times. I'm saying the same theme. And obviously you're amazing. We appreciate the hype and everything you create for D3 Hoops and your team behind you, which I know is awesome. But I want to thank all the spouses, significant others, families, kids, everything of behind the coaches and sports information directors and athletic directors and referees. We get the fun part of this thing. I get to hang out with my assistant coaches and our women's coaches, and I get to hang out with a bunch of college kids that are awesome, that love basketball. And a lot of times my wife and our kids are picking up the short end of the stick. They get to come to games, they enjoy that stuff, but during the season it's a lot. And I know that's the same thing for a lot of coaches and a lot of coaches' families and trainers' families. And so I just want to give a huge shout out to those people because they don't get the fun part. They don't get as much of the fun part as we get. And so we're blessed to have those families and the support, because if I didn't have that, my wife and my kids, if I didn't have that, I couldn't be doing the job that I love and that I'm blessed to have. So we appreciate the families of all those people.
Well said. I think we may just stop the question for the rest of the show. I don't think anything can beat that. That's perfect. I thank my family and my kids too. So I absolutely agree with you, wife especially. Hey, Chris, thanks so much. Good luck the rest of the season. Look forward to talking about the Dewhawks I have a feeling we'll be talking to you sometime in the near future.
I hope so. Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it.
Take care, Chris. Thank you. Chris Martin joining us on the Hoopsville Hotline, talking Loris men's basketball and the crazy ARC. Again, they got Central coming up on Saturday. And then they're, again, Simpson, Buena Vista, Simpson, Luther, Dubuque. The good thing is Central's on the road, Dubuque at home. So that'll work out for them. We'll take a break. When we come back, we will head to the Northeast, right? No, hold on. What am I doing? I can't even remember my own show. Hold on. We'll get there. Yeah, Northeast. I'm right. We're going to MIT, talking women's basketball with the Engineers in what is another crazy conference race. An absolutely loggerjam in the top of the NUMEC. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com. It's the Marathon Edition.
For the love of the game. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that. A lot more.
Sure, the game is important. But as we work so hard to build both mind and body, it's more about team.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics. And in giving the gift of sport to those for whom it seemed an impossible dream, we are working to make this a better world.
Help us keep that dream alive.
You can make a difference.
We are the coaches of women's basketball. We are leaders and teachers, dreamers and winners. We are professionals who conduct ourselves ethically and with integrity. We place the education, safety, and well-being of the athletes we coach above all else, and teach them the fundamental values they need to succeed in life. We are coaches united for the good of our game and those who play it. We are the WBCA.
Responsibility is being accountable for your words and actions, first and foremost. It also is an obligation to be a positive influence in the communities around you. Being in a D3 program, you're going to have lots of different opportunities. You're not just an athlete, you're also involved in student life. Your academics are extremely important. We give a lot of our student athletes responsibilities right from the start by giving them leadership opportunities, by having them engage in the community, be a positive influence. That's being a responsible person.
There are over 480,000 college athletes. Only 2% would go pro.
That means over 470,000 will not get a shoe contract. No autographs. No private jets. No fan clubs. No Hall of Fame inductions. Instead, they will walk away with something much more valuable.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's nearly 850 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over 2 decades. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships. Just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's a great experience for me.
The National Association of Basketball Coaches is the nation's premier professional development and advocacy organization for basketball coaches at every level. The NABC strives to serve as the voice for coaches on national issues while advancing the core value of leadership, service, advocacy, education, and inclusion. To learn more about the NABC and to become a member, visit NABC.com and follow the NABC on social media at NABC1927. That's NABC.com or NABC1927 on social media.
For the love of the game. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that. A lot more.
Sure, the game is important. But as we work so hard to build both mind and body, it's more about team.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics. And in giving the gift of sport to those for whom it seemed an impossible dream, we are working to make this a better world.
Help us keep that dream alive.
You can make a difference.
We are the coaches of women's basketball. We are leaders and teachers, dreamers and winners. We are professionals who conduct ourselves ethically and with integrity. We place the education, safety, and well-being of the athletes we coach above all else and teach them the fundamental values they need to succeed in life. We are coaches united for the good of our game and those who play it. We are the WBCA.
Responsibility is being accountable for your words and actions, first and foremost. It also is an obligation to be a positive influence in the communities around you. Being in a D3 program, you're going to have lots of different opportunities. You're not just an athlete, you're also involved in student life. Your academics are extremely important. We give a lot of our student athletes responsibilities right from the start by giving them leadership opportunities, by having them engage in the community, be a positive influence. That's being a responsible person.
There are over 480,000 college athletes. Only 2% would go pro.
That means over 470,000 will not get a shoe contract. No autographs. No private jets. No fan clubs. No Hall of Fame inductions. Instead, they will walk away with something much more valuable.
Yes, on the Hoopsville Hotline, it's Lou Robinson Gibbs who joins us to talk about her Engineers squad, who is 14-6 overall, but 5-1 in NUMAC play. Coach, we'll talk about the 6 on that side in a moment because I am intrigued a little bit about it. But in the meantime, listen, Smith goes to the Final Four last year. I'm pretty sure all of you went, all right, we know where the bar is. Did you think you'd all get there this year?
Not quite, but it's always fun to support, a fellow NUMAC team. And I think, what Coach Hersey has done with that program over, the last couple of years has been incredible to watch and be a part of. And it's always so fun to, always scheme and go against, teams like that. And it's, you talk about in the locker room, that's exactly what you're striving to, is to be on that stage. And so when someone from your conference does it, it always feels a little bit more attainable, especially I think sometimes there's the usual ones that you always hear of, like this team, this team, this team. And I think in recent years, there's been so much parity, and it's fun to see other names rise into the conversation.
Yeah, definitely different names in the conversation. At one point, I think this was a 5-way tie for first place within the last week with Smith, Springfield, yourself. I think Coast Guard and Babson. I've lost track because Coast Guard, yes. Clark and Babson are now all tied, not technically for second, for fourth at 4-2 in conference play, with Emerson and WPI at 2 and 4, Wheaton at 1 and 5, Wellesley at interestingly Wellesley at 0 and 6, Mount Holyoke at 0 and 6. The one trick with all this, of course, is that you all play each other essentially once,
right?
And you only get one
game is huge.
bite at the apple. Now in the GNAC they're doing that, but because they're just way too big and they went away from divisional play. What's this one time through the NUMAC's a nice idea, but this one shot at it can be risky.
It's definitely risky, and I think what we ultimately wanted to do was to give us more opportunities to have a higher strength of schedule and schedule, some really solid out of conference, out of region teams, within region teams. So that way we could have a chance at potentially more at-large bids. I think we looked at kind of what the NESCAC was doing and seeing, they're regularly sending 2, 3, sometimes 4 teams into the, NCAA tournament. And so I think that was part of the conversation of, we want that opportunity too. And the only way we're going to do that is by, getting on the road and playing some of these teams.
I'll hit my mic there. Lou, I'm fine. Lou Robinson Gibbs joining us here talking about the MIT Engineers. Coach, let's go back a little bit to how you all got My microphone keeps dropping out on me. I apologize to the fans, just seeing my lips move. Let's go back to the start of your season where you were 2-2 to get things started, but you had a really interesting start to this because you played Emmanuel and got a win by 18. Then you played NYU, and as I've said, everybody's lost to NYU. 88-55 was your loss, but then you beat Wash U 70-58 in an event that had a couple of really good teams at it. And it was basically the opening of everybody's season there, so you kind of take a lot from that. Then you played Colby at home and lost to them, but then you beat Tufts right out of that, and that seemed to give you a lot of momentum to carry on because you included a win over Trinity, Connecticut in there, and you really got rolling through the rest of December. So it seemed like, tough start to the season, but that Tufts game kind of opened things up and really showed how good you guys could be this season.
Yeah, that was, a really fun first semester out of the gate scheduling. I know the team and some other people were kind of like, is this really going to be our schedule? And I was like, yes, we talk about, we want to be on this stage. We want to make some noise. That's how we're going to do it. And, I felt really strongly about our team and, the talent and the preparation that we put in, that we could compete, with some of those teams. And I think it really gave our team a lot of confidence, to go out and just kind of see, with NYU and Wash U and, being able to compete and then stealing that, really being able to put that Tufts game down and win in a tight competition. I think gave our team some confidence to finish the first semester in a strong way and kind of put an exclamation point on different things and just sort of put ourselves in, a little bit of that conversation and show like when we prepare, when we execute, some of the things that we're capable of.
The only disadvantage was you rolled into 2024 probably with a lot of confidence, and 3 teams decided to pop you on the nose a little bit. 3 good teams, we should point out. Obviously, Smith, you played them tough. They got you, though, 82-54 on January 3rd. Then you went up to Maine Maritime, who looks like to be a sneaky good team, and lost to them 68-61. And then you lost at home to Springfield 79-72. So 3-game losing streak coming out of 2024. This is about that time where I'm like, when do I pick a new MAC team? Yeah. At what point? That's got to be a little concerning because you're playing so well in December. You start January on a 3-game slide. That can absolutely derail things. How did you guys, A, get back to understanding what you wanted to accomplish and get a win, which you did against Clark by 15 on the road? But B, how did you all not fall into that trap?
That skid was definitely tough. And, to go into some of those opponents, we, coming out of the break, had a little bit of the injury and illness bug. So, playing Smith, Maine Maritime, and Springfield with some of their excellent post play and us not being at full strength at the post position, I think hurt us a little bit. And I think we kind of knew, taking an asterisk out of that of, that's not how we typically play. And, our execution wasn't quite where it needed to be in that attention to detail. And I think in all 3 of those games, it came down to closing them, being competitive for the first, 3.5 quarters and not being able to, close the door. And so we talked a lot about, how do we close games and what are the things that we do well. And so we went on another little bit of a win streak before a setback against a very good Middlebury team this week. And I think we just, know how we need to execute, especially sitting here with 5 new MAC games left and going through some of the toughest part of the new MAC. We see Smith again, we see Coast Guard tomorrow. We've got Babson next week as well. So, seeing some of those teams that we're all in that logjam with is really difficult. And I think our team kind of knows, what's at stake here.
Yeah, the interesting twist to all this, as we talked about going through the conference once, is that Smith game wasn't a conference game. It was a non-conference game. So in some reality, you've got the benefit here, especially if you can take advantage of it, of already having that, seen them, understand what your weaknesses were, and go attack them again now. The advantage, too, is it's at home. So kind of a catbird seat here a little bit in terms of the conference race and what you can maybe do with it here all these weeks later.
Yeah, it's at home. It's senior day. We have a grad student. We've got 1 senior. And so being able to, a little bit extra excitement, a little extra energy in playing for them. It's a home game. And, I think, again, like you mentioned, it's kind of like we know where we went wrong. Smith is an excellent team, and I know they're going to always prepare well and have something up their sleeve for us. And, we've got to be ready and, to kind of weather those emotions and push through and execute.
There's no time I don't think Lynn Hersey's got a team that's ready. It's amazing what she's been able to do, but it's great to see the rest of the conference kind of rise up to that level as well. Hey, you talk about your team. Let's talk about them. Again, you got a couple of grad students, or a grad student, a senior, a handful of juniors, but a lot of youth on this team. First and foremost, we don't say this lightly. A lot of people talk about Caltech playing basketball and sports and all that and how they've improved. They're trying to emulate all you, because MIT and WPI and RIT and all these programs who are so successful while being such difficult engineering and other types of institutions is not something to take lightly. These students, especially a grad student, is absolutely tied up in everything else. That balance for these students has got to be amazing. I'd love to get a quick little insight on what your student athletes are doing when they're not with you.
We've got a lot of students right now. We're still in our winter session. Today is the last day of our winter session that we call IAP. So we're not fully in second semester classes yet. And a lot of them are doing research. We have a couple with internships. And so, that's what they're doing all day. They're, doing testing in labs and medical research. And then, they show up to practice and film in the afternoon. And it's really incredible, what they're able to balance. And, when you talk to them about their classes and they're rattling off, all of this, vocab and just the opportunities that they have outside of basketball is incredible. And I feel super fortunate that, they're still so dedicated that with all of these other opportunities around them, that they still, dedicate some time to hang out with me and play a little basketball.
Play a little basketball is exactly right. Just a couple majors to read off. Computer science, economics, and data science. I don't know if that's a single, a double, or a triple. Civil and environmental engineering, business analytics, computer science and business analytics, artificial intelligence and decision making, business analytics and computer science, economics, and data science. I know that's a multiple major, I can tell. Computation and cognition. Easy for me to say. Chemical, biological engineering, electrical engineering, computer science, chemical engineering, undecided. Come on, Sydney. Humanities and science, computation and cognition again. Another undecided from April. Brain and cognitive science and mechanical engineering. Yeah, I stood no chance. I love this team. And then to go on top of that, you've got 3 players in double figures for a team that averages 70.5 points a game. 16.5 from Christina. I'm not going to butcher her last name on air. That's just not fair. 16 points from Angie Choi. And Kamsi, I'm going to butcher these names. I'm just going to stop now. 12.5 from Kamsi. Obviously, it's that trio. I know it's not just that trio, but that trio is obviously very key for you.
Yeah, that trio has been incredible all season long. I think between, the 3 of them, they get a lot of attention from other teams. And it's kind of, pick your poison. Are you going to try to stop Angie and Christina? And then, what resources do you have down low with Campsy? And if you're going to put your resources down low, kind of who do you let go off? And, Angie is having an incredible run. She's in the top 5 or 6 in 3-point shooting in the country right now, even held on to the number 1 spot for a couple weeks. And, so she's shooting the ball well. She creates so well, which just really makes us so much better. And then in terms of whoever else is, going to contribute within that other 5, our center, Alice Hall, is coming back from an illness and is really starting to shine and come into her own these last couple of games. And so it's really exciting to kind of see who's going to step up into those supporting roles and really help us, to continue to drive and create and make things happen, and for our lead scorers, but also, for themselves.
A program that I think has been overlooked a little bit. 17-10, 8-2 in conference last year, 12-10 the year before, 7-3. Obviously, a former coach who's now in the NBA got a lot of attention, but since she left, it feels like you guys have flown a little under the radar. Has this been a team we've been sleeping on?
I think a little bit, but I also think there's some, and we talked a lot. I think Christina has been around for a while. She's seen a new MAC championship. She's tasted NCAA's, and I think part of what we've talked about is being able to really close some of those games. And I think sometimes it's oh, MIT, it's nice that they're here, and not really sort of really digging into what we have on the court. And I think it's kind of one of those, like, if you know, and some people have really started to support and see us grow. And I think you're just going to continue to see us grow over this time. We have a really great core of players that will be back next year. And I think we have, the capabilities. And as with most things, it just takes that opportunity. It just takes that, one game, that we close, and it's a different story, going back to, Tufts and Trinity. And I think that's sort of when people started to pay attention. And after Tufts, it was kind of, oh, maybe it's a one-off. And I think Trinity helped, put us a little bit more in that conversation. And, I do know the 3-game skid didn't help us, but, we hope to have a strong finish to the season.
Obviously, you're not from Division III as a Bentley grad, but there's something about this division and this school that you love, because you were an assistant and associated coach for about 8 odd years at MIT. You departed and went to Vassar to take over that program, and when this job opened, you returned. This must feel like home for you.
It does. I think, I'm so grateful to the opportunity that Coach Rahman gave me probably, 13 years ago now, 13, 14 years ago now. But it's just kind of, back to talking about the academic piece of it. I just think I've felt so supported here, and just our players. It really is amazing the things that they do outside of the sport, and that they still take so much time to dedicate. And our players are in the weight room, they're watching film, they're doing all of these things. Like, even this morning I'm getting texts from players about film, and they're watching stuff on their own. And they want to come in to meet. It's they want to be better, and they want to help grow this program. And I think that is something that is just such a joy to be a part of. And so I'm just grateful to be here. And I'm originally from the area, so it was also kind of a nice homecoming.
I get it. Just make sure Larry leaves you alone, okay? If you need to, I'll call him. I'll
So he's
tell him.
right next door.
See, I know. And if he's not banging down your door now, he will be shortly.
Yeah.
Hey, Lou, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, getting the insight of the MIT engineers. An interview I've had on my piece of paper since late November, and we should have gotten to it sooner, but I'm glad we got to you when we could. As always, we have a guest, or we allow the guest to have the final word. Any final thoughts you'd like to share with those tuned in?
Just thank you to you, Dave, for all you do. It's always fun following the coverage of, D3 hoops and Hoopsville. And I think just to all of, our entire village at MIT, and our players and everything that makes it go. And, my family that is at games and puts up with, the crazy schedule, and all of our families too. We have players from all around the country. And, the fact that we have, regular faces at games, on the road and at home is just amazing. And so just thank you. And I hope you're ready for a big push to end the season.
Oh, there's a big push. That's for sure. You got some big games yourself. So good luck the rest of the way. We'll look forward to hopefully talking about the engineers come the end of the month as well. Take care, and we'll talk soon.
Thanks. Talk to you soon. Bye.
Lou Robinson-Gibbs joining us here on the Hoopsville Hotline. Great to chat with her. Again, they're on the road against Coast Guard coming up next, then home against Babson and Smith, which are obviously 3 huge games. Wheaton on the road, and then Salve Regina on the road at the end there. Of course, remember, Salve Regina now part of that new MAC. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll keep talking women's basketball. We'll head out to Webster, talk about the SLIAC and an undefeated team who's not even getting a vote in the top 25s. I'm not saying there's a problem with that. I'm just curious what their take on it is. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com. Back with more after this.
I learned a lot of valuable lessons playing college football. I never thought about the health benefits of exercise until I actually started to talk to coaches in college. It's not only just for performance, it's for life. My coaches instilled the importance of well-being, not only building up strength, mental health, getting enough sleep, eating properly is all what it is to be healthy. I decided that I want to go on a personal trainer and share my knowledge that I obtained in college about physical and mental well-being.
Coach of the Year, Administrator of the Year, All-America Team, Wade Trophy. The WBCA doesn't just honor coaches, but players, administrators, and much more. The WBCA strives to honor those who have contributed to the advancement of women's basketball. Celebrate the present, honor the past, look to the future.
I used to never really talk. Ever. I was scared and shy. It was hard to look at people's faces. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. I made friends and won lots of gold medals. But I learned more than just playing golf. Special Olympics helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
Division III allows you to give yourself to other things.
Having that free time allows me to pursue the things that I want to pursue.
Division III athletics affords students the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport.
It allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
We are calling you, all of you. We are calling all Division III schools to join our cause.
It's on us to start the change. It's on us to be the change. It's on us. It's on Division III. It's on all of us to stop sexual assault.
Welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. Making sure my audio worked that time. Women's basketball continues to be the theme. There's an undefeated team who's not getting any top 25 attention. I don't know if that's right or wrong. We'll find out from our top 25 voters later on what their thoughts are on the Gorlocks of Webster, the SLIAC Conference. They are, as we mentioned, undefeated at 20-0, 13-0 in conference action. What does it all mean in the grand scheme of things? I don't know. That's why we talk to the experts, or at least their coaches. Joining us on the Hoopsville hotline on the second hour of this marathon, it's Jordan Olofsson, the head coach of the Gorlocks women's basketball team, who we should point out was 24-4 last season, 25-1 the year before. We were in this boat 2 years ago talking about Webster being undefeated. And actually, they had a pretty good run to the NCAA tournament and pretty good tight game in the first round there. Went wire to wire, and Mary Hardin Baylor lost by 3. Coach, it feels a little deja vu today.
Yeah, Dave, I feel like we just did this just the other day. So we appreciate the love and having us back.
Listen, I know you're undefeated, but I think you guys also know what probably everyone else thinks is there's only so much you can do with what you have on the conference or on the schedule slate, starting with the conference. I'm not trying to knock anyone, but does it get a little frustrating that you still aren't getting maybe the respect you all think you deserve?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little frustrating, but at the same time, I tell our players all the time, if you get ranked, you're not going to win the next game because of a ranking or whatnot. So, maybe it's the motivation, you get a little chip on your shoulder. I think our program is about earning everything. So, if you want it, earn it. And, obviously it'd be great to have it, but I tell our kids we're eyes up, heads down, move forward. So,
You do have a win over 16-4 Center. You beat them at the end of December, 86-74, along with everything else. So you do have at least a nice marquee win sitting on that slate. But conference play is obviously where it's the most important in all of this. You're walking away with this conference once again. Principia, Westminster are tied at 9-4, sitting, essentially 4 games back of you. And then there's Greenville 5 games back, 8-5. Spalding is back by 7 at 7-6. Then the rest of the conference. Does this get to a tough point in the season where you are playing so well, you're doing well, you're undefeated, you're in the midst of the conference race, and the one thing you don't want to afford is a loss or two to a conference foe you shouldn't be losing to? Is it hard to keep it going and stay focused knowing there's just that little gremlin sitting around the corner?
Yeah, I mean, we don't talk about most of that. I mean, we're so focused on the day-to-day, like getting better. Obviously we kind of tell them like we can't have a hiccup. And also at the same time, like you don't want to just get in, right? You don't want to just get to the national tournament. We got to like get better every day. We got to, our execution on the offensive side, defensive side has to be, keep going up. I always talk about how coaches say, well, teams are linear. It's always going up and down. And I ask our kids all the time, why does it have to be that? Why can't we just slowly get better every single day? So I think our players do a really good job of staying focused on what we need to do and understanding that we're hopefully we're playing for something bigger down the road. But I think our kids do a pretty good job. And this group that we've had, they were freshmen 2 years ago when we were 25-1. So I think they understand that it's hard and what we're doing now is awesome, but if there's a bigger goal and I think this group that experienced that Mary Hardin Baylor game, and even last year with Whitewater for 3 quarters, it was a game, and they're back and they're motivated and we talk about it all the time. So yeah, whoever's in front of us, obviously we have the much respect for our game tomorrow with Principia and next week, but I do think it's about us and our growth, just getting better.
Yeah, we should point out down by 5 going into the fourth quarter against Whitewater last year before they opened up a can, which they did to a lot of teams, to be fair. Again, the 3-point loss in the first round to Mary Hardin Baylor 2 years ago. You mentioned a lot of these players know that. Is it still motivation or is it more about understanding? Like, is it motivating, hey, we got to get better and we can do better or next time we're going to get a win? Or is it understanding that this is where we need to be and so we need to keep working?
Yeah, I think it's probably more understanding. We've been there's no moral victories, but I do think it's understanding what we need to do and what we can control and what we need to bring every day. So I think our kids have done a really good job with the maturity side of things, of understanding the practice side of we feel like we're close. We feel like we can kind of get over the hump, whatever that means, in terms of what we can do. But I feel like our program should be there, but we got to make sure we're doing it every day, no matter, there's no guarantees. And 3 weeks from now, I tell our kids this, you got 5 games. That's what you're guaranteed. That's it. So.
Yeah, that's a great point. Talk to me about this team. It's a little bit, unlike some of the guests we've had over the last few weeks, it's a little bit more upperclassmen heavy. You've got 5 seniors / graduate students. You've got, I've lost track of how many juniors, and then less sophomores and freshmen. It's more about your experience and a team that has, as you said, that experience from the Mary Hardin Baylor game 2 years ago. That's great to lean on, certainly, and you're doing so. How do you fit, though, the sophomores and freshmen in to start getting them that experience, too?
I feel like we've got a really good freshman that's really coming along. Megan has really, from day one to now, has really kind of locked her spot into a rotation, and her growth. We kind of call her quick 6. She's able to get out there and get a quick 6 buckets for us. And so I think her team supports her. And it's the older kids that are helping to bring her along and being her biggest supporter. So, I do feel like we've got some youth stepping in, some sophomores. Elaine is starting to do a little bit more in practice. But we are, our experience comes from our juniors and seniors and graduate kids. So, everything that one thing I think that's been really important for us is the maturity of Bethany Lancaster, where against Memphis, I believe she had 26 or at Rhodes against Bayard Bailey. She had 26.
Yeah, Coach, Memphis is a whole different team. Just for
I know. But I do think like her maturity just every day has really helped us. Obviously, she's a factor for us. Julie Bondistel decided to take her COVID year, which was massive for us. Kate Rolfus is shooting the heck out of the basketball. And that's a kid that we knew that transferred in that could really shoot it. Emily Wilson is really kind of coming to her own as a junior, staying healthy. Jordan Grimes has done a really good job from a point guard standpoint. But she's a heck of a defender. And I do think as a sophomore that I think's really pushing things for us is Claire Williams. She's playing well. She's getting comfortable. We play faster when she's out there. So I feel like we got so many different dynamics with our team. Even like Nisa Gilchrist, who to me is one of the best defenders in the country. So we've got depth, and I feel like we can kind of play different ways. We can play fast. If we need to play slow, we can play slow. So I feel like we're getting a lot of production from different people every night.
Now, one of the people you mentioned scores less than 5 points a game. You're led by Julie at 16 points a game. Kate Rolfs at 13.5, 12.5 for Bethany Lancaster, 12.5 for Emily Wilson, 7.5 for Jordan, 5.5 for Nisa, 5 for Claire. Not one of them shoots less than 42% from the floor. You're talking about Rolfs, 50% for her, but Lancaster's 54%, 56% for Wilson. Rolfs also shoots 37% from beyond the arc, and don't foul her. She's only missed one so far this season. That's a lot of different options for you all. So, and I mean this out of respect for the SLAC, where do you guys get your challenge now moving forward to prepare you for a potential NCAA tournament game? Or is it internal? Do you set up your own internal challenges to achieve that will get you ready?
Yesterday, I was kind of unhappy with how we played on Wednesday night. I thought we were kind of lacked focus and whatnot. I was so proud of our team yesterday. It was probably the most spirited and competitive practice that we've had. That was a good response to what happened the night before. I think it's internal. I think you got to push each other. Obviously we can draw X's and O's up, but at the end of the day, I always tell our kids, are you going to be coach driven or player driven? And this team is pretty driven. And I think it's an internal thing to want to be better, to want to improve, to want to polish up from everybody on our roster. But, every game is a challenge. The other night somebody lit us up and, I said, we might play someone and they got 5 or 6 players that can light you up. So, we got to sharpen up our tools as well. But, I think it's a everyday mindset, just get better every day.
Curiosity on the scheduling. I know there's a lot that goes into this, but what are you guys trying to do in your non-conference? Are you trying to play the WashUs or some CCIWs or a WIAC or whatever your budget allows, or are there other dynamics in play? I mean, I see in Augustana certainly, and we talked about center, so you're getting a couple of these, but have you tried to get a few more in there that kind of changes the equation a little bit, especially for your non-conference SOS and such?
Yeah, I mean, we try. Sometimes it's the timing. Sometimes it's like, hey, there are some teams that play the same schedule because they know what they're going to get out of it. And so I get that. I mean, we respect that. I mean, but at the same time, like, we want to play teams. And sometimes it's a date schedule we can't get right, or we have finals and they don't, or vice versa. So, we're open. We want to. It's just, and now we're down to 7 non-conference. We've added 2 teams that are in Mississippi and Arkansas, so that really doesn't help with the budget. But I think that's we're open to it. We want to just the timing and trying to get somebody that works out for both of us.
No, I get it. That's what I was curious about. Obviously, a lot more to go. You got 5 games of the regular season plus conference tournament before we could even talk about March. So there's a lot on the table still to be done. So I'll leave you to it. I know you got better things to do, but I appreciate the time and the insight on the Gorlocks, which I love, by the way. I was trying to spell out the Twitter account, and I kept adding a C for some reason, and you're saying there's no – Gorlocks don't get Cs?
Gorlaks don't get C's. That's why we don't spell Gorlaks with a C. So.
I like that. I'm going to keep that one in mind. That one's a good one. Hey, Coach, appreciate the time. As always, you give the guests, though, the final word. Any final thoughts you'd like to share with those tuned in?
Man, Dave, I same thing I said a couple years ago. I felt like, you bringing attention to our program. I feel like we're on the rise. I appreciate the love that we get. I think our Webster community is really tight, and they really support us. And we're here to try to just get better and see what we can do. And obviously, we're going to be focused on tomorrow and see what we can do. But this is awesome. We appreciate the love and support on this.
Well, I appreciate your time and get to chat Webster Gorlaks. I mean, I love the mascot alone. That's one of my favorite parts.
One of a kind.
Take care of yourselves. Good luck the rest of the season. We'll keep an eye on you, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, sir.
Jordan Olafson joining us here on the Hoopsville Hotline, talking the Gorlaks of Webster. Again, undefeated. We'll talk our top 25 guys later about whether they think the Gorlaks should be getting some votes in the top 25. I'll leave it to them to make up that decision. But I always find it interesting when a team gets this late in the season undefeated, no matter their schedule, when there isn't some top 25 attention, and we'll see how the guys feel about that. We'll take another break. When we come back, we'll switch gears, talk men's basketball jump, and we'll talk about the NABC efforts with Coaches versus Cancer with the former president of the NABC, who was on Capitol Hill to talk about it all. It's Stevenson men's basketball coach Gary Stewart joining us. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com. Back with more after this. The National Association of Basketball Coaches is the nation's premier professional development and advocacy organization for basketball coaches at every level. The NABC strives to serve as the voice for coaches on national issues while advancing the core value of leadership, service, advocacy, education, and inclusion. To learn more about the NABC and to become a member, visit NABC.com and follow the NABC on social media at NABC 1927. That's NABC.com or NABC 1927 on social media.
Something I discovered in myself is that if I have a goal, I can accomplish it.
It's a well-rounded experience.
At a Division III school, you primarily a student athlete, so the school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual.
It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
It's on us to stop sexual assault.
In any way that we can.
To get a friend home safe.
To never blame the victim.
It's on us.
To stand up.
To make our community safe for all.
It's on us.
It's on us to look out for each other at parties.
It's on us.
To be more than just a bystander.
To step up and say something.
It's on us, all of us.
To stop sexual assault.
Learn how and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
These are your teams, your players, your community of fans. This is where they play, where they practice, where you cheer. At every meet, every event, every game. Your community is passionate, dedicated, supportive. You know the tension of a close game and the thrill of the win. So while you're cheering, keep an eye out for anything out of the ordinary. If you see something suspicious, say something to local authorities.
I learned a lot of valuable lessons playing college football. I never thought about the health benefits of exercise until I actually started to talk to coaches in college. It's not only just for performance, it's for life. My coaches instilled the importance of well-being, not only building up strength, mental health, getting enough sleep, eating properly is all what it is to be healthy. I decided that I want to go into personal training and share my knowledge that I obtained in college about physical and mental well-being.
For the love of the game, but for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that, a lot more.
Sure, the game is important, but as we work so hard to build both mind and body, it's more about team.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics, and in giving the gift of sport to those for whom it seemed an impossible dream, we are working to make this a better world.
Help us keep that dream alive.
You can make a difference.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's nearly 850 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over 2 decades. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com. And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. As the 10th Annual Hoopsville Marathon continues to roll along. Great conversation so far and so many more on the way. We've got our show page up on D3Hoops.com if you want to take a look at the guest list coming up, including top 25 panels, committee chairs, and more. We're going to change gears a little bit, talk with a men's coach, but we're going to talk about an initiative that the NABC has near and dear to their heart, to say the least. It's a Coaches versus Cancer initiative and the suits and sneakers effort that I see pop up every once in a while. I think there's some, maybe it's become routine, that we're all used to seeing it, but it certainly has a lot of meaning behind it. When I found out our next guest was up on Capitol Hill talking about it, without him telling me he was up on Capitol Hill talking about it so I could record the event, I knew we had to talk about it. So joining us on the Hoopsville hotline from Stevenson University, just down the street from our studios, it's Gary Stewart, the head coach of Stevenson, former NABC president. You might remember we had him on the show last year talking about all of that. Coach, thanks for taking the time. As always, I really appreciate it. I hope you are well.
Dave, good to see you. And thank you. You know, you've been such an unbelievable credit to Division III basketball. And I know I speak for my entire brethren when we're extending our appreciation and gratitude to you for everything that you've done. And not only for men's basketball, but D3 as a whole. You've got your shoes on and you're on the move, obviously during football season. And we really appreciate the awareness that you bring to Division III, and the diversity in which you cover Division III is really impressive. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Gary. On that note, if you don't mind, I'm just going to clip that and the conversation because it can't get any better. I appreciate it, and I'll send you the check later. No, seriously, I appreciate that. That means a lot coming from you. Listen, Coaches versus Cancer, I know it's near and dear to your heart. It's certainly close to my heart as well. Listen, with cancer, it's close to a lot of people's hearts because in some way everybody is affected by it. This Coach versus Cancer effort started a number of years ago. Obviously, we know the Jimmy Valvano side of things and all of those throughout college basketball. On the women's side, it's Katie Yao. The suit sneakers thing kind of evolved from that as well, kind of a unique thing. Can you just talk about the genesis of all of that with the NABC in general? Then we'll dive into your most recent efforts.
Well, Dave, let's work backwards, starting this segment with a major initiative from the NABC and American Cancer Society. It is my hope and the hope of others that we would have a segment like this and never talk about cancer. But unfortunately, it's here. It's been here. And we, as a body of folks, have got to do something to eradicate a tragic disease. A young man, student athlete, terrific young man that played at Widener. Connor Leverty was the 2020 MAC Commonwealth Player of the Year. Just passed away here 2 weeks ago, and he is just one of a litany of folks, Dave, that have passed way too soon from this horrific disease. And so it's important, I think, for all of us to one, recognize this, and then the other question that you have to ask is, what can we do about it? And so the NABC has been so instrumental, along with Natalie Morrison, in trying to garner funding and awareness to hopefully alleviate what has been catastrophic in our society for far too long.
Yeah, well said. Of course, we know the J.J. Hardy story. Yeah, no, I have that right. Sorry. I've got 6 names in my head that of individuals we've lost, coaches, players, others due to cancer, and of course everybody in our personal lives as well who've been affected by cancer. You took your efforts as former NABC chair up to Capitol Hill to talk about all of this. What was the impetus behind that, and what was your end game or your end goal, I guess, and what you wanted to accomplish up there?
Well, it was interesting, Dave, in that Natalie, who I've known for years, wanted to diversify the board and get more representation of all of college basketball. And she had reached out to me, and we had a great conversation. And I was able to join the board, I want to say early August, late July. And then within a month, she asked me would I like to speak on Capitol Hill, and what an emotional experience that was, to be in a room of 800 folks and so many cancer survivors, and all of us really with one thing on our mind, and that was to knock on some doors for funding, and we were able to do that later on in the day. And then that evening, we had a candlelight vigil. So the day was really, really emotional, Dave, but certainly worthwhile. And I was fortunate that a lot of folks in Maryland that keep their office on Capitol Hill are really, really engaged with this and are supporting the initiatives of the American Cancer Society and the NABC.
I know the end goal is to eradicate cancer. As you said, again, hopefully we're talking about this and we're not talking about someone who's died or someone who's close to us or somehow it's been affected, that we found a cure and all that. That's the long range goal. What's the short range? Is it still trying to raise more funds? Is it trying to raise more awareness? Is it even trying to make sure that, I remember one of the reads I had at Towson for a recent Suits versus Sneakers event basically said, Coach Pat Scarry wants to remind you, please go get tested. Though the wording was interesting, said, when it's right in your life. What's the end game on the short end? Is it about more testing? Is it still about more money? Is it still about more awareness?
I think it's everything, David. I think the overriding theme is early detection. The science indicates that that's your best opportunity to survive cancer. And obviously I'm talking in global terms. If you're looking specifically at certain cancers, some of those things are so debilitating once they're detected, and once it's in your system, it's a real uphill battle in relationship to the percentages of survival. But most cancers, early detection is critical to the overall success of the patient. And we want to bring awareness to testing. We want to bring, obviously, the ability to garner funds to enhance what's already being done scientifically. There's so many people that are doing great work in regards to not only coming up with cures for cancer, but also being able to buy you some time. Sometimes those sentences were 6 months, and now they're 3 and 4 years and 5 years. And so the thought there is that hopefully within that duration of time, that something would come about that would alleviate and eradicate the disease. But we look at it from a multitude of different angles. I don't want to get long-winded, Dave, on you, but one, obviously awareness. There is a financial component to this. And I think it's very important for families of cancer survivors and victims that they know that they're not alone, that there's a whole team of folks that are in the fight with you.
That's a very good point too, because it's about the support more than anything, to say the least. By the way, I said J.J. Hardy earlier. I do this every once in a while. Justin Hardy is who I was thinking of, who was a great Wash U basketball player who died of stomach cancer. I get him in the former Oriole player. Sometimes a little botched in my head. What was the reception like, though? I mean, nothing against political folk. They're happy to shake a hand with a smile and say, of course, we understand what you're saying. But did it feel genuine, and do you think it's going in the right direction?
Well, you get there and check into the hotel. And so the night before, you're engaging with friends, and we had great conversations. So the next morning is the time that I, along with some other folks, spoke on behalf of the NABC, and then we marched to Capitol Hill. Well, we're fired up. I mean, Dave, the speech is the locker room. So by the time that you get out of the speech, you're on cloud nine, and that's the thing that I don't want to get lost in this deal here, Dave, is that you have a team of folks that you're working with, and the synergy that you get from that group is impressive and amazing. And so you can't feel your feet for the next 3 or 4 hours. You're surrounded by cancer survivors. Everybody has a story, an important story, and a story that needs to be heard. And just think about an individual that is stricken with cancer. Think about all the tentacles that they touch, whether it be family, whether it be friends, coworkers. So there are a lot of folks that rally around people with cancer. And that's why it's important for all of us to get in the fight, because it's a lengthy one, and it's a very, very, very difficult opponent.
Yeah, it's lengthy, and it takes too many good people too. We've lost a lot of SIDs, great SIDs, to the disease as well. And I'm curious, though, from the NAB's perspective, obviously Division I gets a spotlight when a lot of these things, when the big-time coaches are wearing their sneakers or they've got their lapel pin or whatever the case may be. But what's been the reaction to the NABC's efforts? Does the NABC feel that their efforts have been successful isn't the right word, but helpful maybe?
Absolutely. The thing with the NABC and the Coaches vs. Cancer initiative is that that there's a clear understanding that it is a long game, and it's really about stair-stepping your way to eventually eradicating the disease, as I've spoken about. The thing that you want to happen, Dave, is that if you have 10 folks, you want 12 next year, and you want 14. And I'm fortunate to sit on the Division III men's basketball board with the NABC. And what happens with that group is, a lot of those conversations take place, obviously, in a small grouping with Mike Shower and Mike McGrath and Jeff Brown. So the four of us have those conversations with the NABC around Coaches vs. Cancer and how we can grow it, at our level, and have a bigger impact and a bigger footprint. And so that doesn't get lost on those three guys. The importance of doing our part, and the importance of really representing Division III. Like you said, maybe we've talked about 2 young men here on this interview, but there's so many more, David, at our level. And so we would be remiss if we weren't in there swinging in the middle of the ring as well.
Yeah, we can't even get to the list, unfortunately, of all those I'm familiar who have passed. Gary, this is just part of what I've always found amazing about you is you seem to have endless amount of time because you give back in so many ways to the game, whether it's serving on the NABC Division III board and the former president of the NABC, it's this Coaches vs. Cancer stuff. It's other things I certainly know you've been involved with. Now, by the way, you're on the national committee for Division III, something that you and I used to do. By the way, just for the record, Gary and I would sit in his office for a number of years and start hashing this stuff out. If you thought I was ready on my Selection Sunday show, it was partly because of Gary. We would be doing this work ourselves, trying to hash things out. So you've already been doing this. But what is it? You seem you almost seem like you haven't given enough, that you want to give more, or that wasn't enough, or I've done that, now I'm going to do this. What is it about your drive that wants to give back so much to this game and really, for a little bit of a non-D3 guy, give so much back to D3?
Well, the game continues to give to me, and I've been so incredibly blessed and fortunate, Dave, that the people that I've met, the people that have impacted my life, the places that I've gone, whether it be domestically or internationally, it's been unbelievable. I mean, I really can't quantify it and put it into words what the game has really meant to me, and so. In my small way, if I'm able to do something or partner with a group of folks to do something to make a difference or a small difference, that's the least I can do. And so it's really just, honestly, Dave, it's really just passing it forward, if you will. So many of my mentors were built that way, and really put an emphasis on the totality of the job, if you will, not just a practice from 3 to 5:30 and preparation and recruiting, but looking at it from a global perspective and saying that how can I best impact my student athletes? And that's kind of led me to other things. Obviously, we've talked about cancer. I have student athletes that have had family members affected with cancer. I have a young man on my team right now that was diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma just 2 years ago. And so it's front and center. And so if I'm able to do anything that I can help, and that's just one area, Dave, but there's so many other areas that you can kind of get in where you fit in, and people have been real receptive, and I've been fortunate that people have taken me, and I've become part of some groups that have been very impactful, and I'm grateful for those experiences.
By the way, I joked about him not really being from D3. It's my little plug. I always bug Gary a little bit. He got lost in Division I there for a little bit. He was a graduate of Laverne. He got lost in Division I coaching there, thought that was the big deal. I like to rib him every once in a while about that drift off in California. We're glad you found Division III again, Gary.
Thank you, Dave.
Hey, I could talk to you forever about this stuff. You and I, Gary and I can have conversations that can go forever. We stay away from each other because we don't want to ruin our days. But I appreciate your time, sir. As always, great cause. I wish I could give you some more time on it because I'm sure there's so much more we could talk about what people can do to get involved and all of that stuff. But in the meantime, I'll just give you the final word. I'm sure there isn't a better one today. So final thoughts before we let you go today.
Well, Dave, I'm going to leave you with something that all of coaches throughout the country are working with this week, and that's Autism Awareness Week. And so I wanted to bring that to the forefront. What an unbelievable and worthy cause that is. And Pat Scurry, the head coach at Towson University, has spearheaded that. And it is, again, a lot of folks are touched by that. And I've had some really good conversations just in the hallways of folks that I work with that have children that are autistic. And so I wanted to bring that to the forefront, Dave, and looking forward to finishing the week strong. I know that some folks rallied around that initiative this entire week, and hopefully that'll spearhead a really, really, really good year around autism awareness and funding.
Another one that's close to my heart. My wife does amazing work in the autism world as a behavioral specialist and director herself. And we'll be involved in that game with Pat Scurry. We had Pat on a few years ago. I know he's a Division I coach. Give him a hard time about that. But obviously he's D3. Roots are in Tufts. We had him on the show talking about that effort. It's incredible what they do. I can't remember the exact date of that game coming up, but it's later this month that we'll be doing that. So, Gary, thanks as always, sir, for your time. Really appreciate it. I know you're busy enough as it is. So thanks for finding some time to talk to us and representing the NABC and doing so much good work. I know I'll catch up with you down the road, but thanks in the meantime, and we'll look forward to catching up with you down the road and maybe talking about the Mustangs somewhere down there as well.
Dave, good talking to you as always, and I really, really appreciate you having me.
Thank you, sir. Take care. We'll talk soon.
Thank you.
Gary Stewart joining us on the Hoopsville Hotline. A lot of good causes there, folks. Obviously, the Coaches versus Cancer and Sneakers Suits event is so huge in the game of basketball in the NABC. WBCA, of course, has the Yao Foundation and all the work that they do there. But he mentioned the autism awareness thing. That is a huge deal as well. It is Pat Scarry at Towson, who is a Tufts grad. I kid you not, when Tufts' job opened up, I thought Pat might go back, but he's still there at Towson. That is a big deal to him, and he has gotten that throughout the NABC as well, so that's an important deal as well. We'll take a break. When we come back, we're running a little late here. We got to get going. Bill Broderick will join us from Christopher Newport. We'll talk CNU women's basketball coming up. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3 Hoops. Back with more after this on the Marathon. The National Association of Basketball Coaches is the nation's premier professional development and advocacy organization for basketball coaches at every level. The NABC strives to serve as the voice for coaches on national issues while advancing the core value of leadership, service, advocacy, education, and inclusion. To learn more about the NABC and to become a member, visit NABC.com and follow the NABC on social media at NABC 1927. That's NABC.com or NABC 1927 on social media.
I used to never really talk. Ever. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. It helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
Football has taught me a lot throughout my life. It's definitely had a huge imprint on who I am as a person. Competing at a Division III level created that opportunity for me to go to college. Not only was I the first one in my family to graduate college, but I was really the first one to even go. Being the first one, I'm breaking that cycle, and now that I've graduated, I'm not sure what's the next step, but I know I have a lot of doors open. And a lot of those are open because I played football and ran track here at Otterbein.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's nearly 850 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over 2 decades. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
It's on us to stop sexual assault.
In any way that we can.
To get a friend home safe.
To never blame the victim.
It's on us.
To stand up.
All right, slamming the brakes on that ad. Sorry, folks, want to catch up on some time here a little bit. We got some time. We'll catch up later. We got some ability to adjust, but we're still rolling through some of our live segments here. We're switching gears, talking women's basketball, though it's tough to follow Gary Stewart in the NABC and his efforts. Man, seriously, that could have been an hour-long segment and it wouldn't have gotten old at all. Women's basketball, Christopher Newport continues to play well, but man, they're caught behind a logjam of some really good basketball teams in NYU, Transylvania, and Rhode Island College that maybe the captains, maybe the captains are flying a smidge under the radar than we normally would see. Of course, the captains' women's basketball team fell just short of a national championship last year, falling to Transylvania in a game in Texas at the D1 Final Four that I think a lot of us were impressed. They were so competitive in, considering the injuries the captains took or had to deal with most of last season. Well, Bill Broderick's squad's not going away, and I hope most teams understand that, and the fact that defense isn't going away either. Joining us on the Hoopsville Hotline is the aforementioned Broderick of Bill, something like that, of the captains of Christopher Newport. Coach, welcome to the show. As always, I appreciate your time. We stayed away from you a little while because I had a feeling the loss was a little bittersweet in the championship. You finally got there, and the men's had win a title. You have a chance to get the sweep, which is very rare in Division III. And you came up just short, considering you had a team that was banged up, to say the least. That had to have been a tough one.
Yeah, I mean I think anytime you lose a game of that magnitude and you've put so much work into it and so much time that you're definitely you're gonna be pretty upset. But I think when time goes on and you look back and we just realize what we were able to accomplish without so many of our key players. Just really really proud of the ladies and for stepping up and continuing to beat some really, really good teams, even being shorthanded.
What was that experience like, Bill? This is the second time that Division III got the chance at the women's Final Four to do this. They literally rolled out the red carpet for the experience. I was at the one in Indy, the initial one, and I thought, this is no disrespect to the men's, I thought the women's one was a little bit more fun because you're in the same arena as the D1 event. You're not separated from it. Everybody is there. I'm curious what it was from your perspective.
Yeah, it was, it was an unbelievable experience. Despite, losing the game, just everything that the NCAA had set up for us. Kelly Whitaker and her staff did an amazing job. I think the girls definitely felt like, they were at the D1 Final Four and, getting a chance to, meet all the, D1 teams and coaches and, just everything they did for us was first class. And, it was just a really, really good experience. I think the only thing, and it's really hard to change each year, the only thing that I would, suggest if possible, and maybe it's not, is in those years when that it's going to be everybody at the same time, maybe start the Division III season a week later, something like that, so that you don't have so much time off in between the Final Four game and the championship game. But I will tell you that with how badly we were injured and how banged up we were and all the people we were missing, we were at least able to give Transylvania a game. If we had to play them the day after playing Rhode Island, I don't think it would have been a very close game. Now, maybe I'm wrong and whatever, but so I think in this particular case, I think it helped us to be able to just keep the game close. But I would think, especially for them, it was just a lot of time in between.
Well, you and I can talk about it off air. We dove down that rabbit hole in 2013 when the men had its first event. Of course, the men were even more disenfranchised because it was an extra week between tournaments. It was a 6-week drag on the entire tournament.
Oh,
wow. Did I run into all of the logistical challenges and essentially no's in place from that it was mind-blowing to me that I appreciate it, but you and I can jump down that. We don't have time to talk about that, but I agree with you. It's unfortunate that there's there, but I agree with you too. You kind of lucked out. I remember going into that game going, if there's a perfect time to get healthy, it's right now, and we'll see if they can do it. Let's talk about this year's team. Obviously off and running once again. Surprise, surprise. This is a squad that lost one game last year, and you've lost one game so far this year. Clicking along, of course, in this funky C2C setup, so you get a bunch of your games in the first 2/3 of the season instead. And you've gone out and challenged yourself. There's games against Emory and East Texas Baptist, who may not be the same team we're accustomed. It's still a tough one. Elizabethtown. You've gone and played Whitman and SUNY New Paltz, who said, well, thank you very much. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Beat you all by 4. Stevens and Marymount and some others out there. You've certainly gone and put your schedule together, and now you're kind of in the waning moments of all that. How's the season gone from your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I mean, I'm a little surprised where we only have one loss at this time. I think especially with, not having Katie Rader for the majority of the season. We did lose another injury. We lost our starting center, Hannah Orloff, 6 games in. So, we've just had so many people in and out, and we've only got 15 people healthy on the roster, and 10 of them are freshmen and sophomores that have very little experience. So with some of those teams that you named, I was surprised to beat an Emory early in the season, or Elizabethtown and Whitman and some of those guys, because they did just have so much more experience than we did. But I think like you said, I mean, defense and rebound travels. I think our ladies are always bought into our system. We're always going to play as hard as anyone we're playing against. And so it's been really neat to just see different people step up, right? People who were role players now step up as starters and go-to players. People who didn't even really get an opportunity to play last year, now they become role players. And so, losing 2 All-Americans and a 5th-year senior, we lost a lot. and then having Katie Rader out as well, you lose 4 starters off that team. I would have never thought we would be 21-1. But we're just, I think we're just doing what we're doing and really just kind of staying in the moment. And I don't think we've really even been close to playing our best basketball yet. I mean, just the other day against Mary Wash on Wednesday, I mean, that's the first game we had our actual projected starting lineup. And even then we had 2 people that were kind of half speed. So it's just about matter of taking these last few games and some time to really trying to get a cohesiveness and really gel and just try to be playing our best basketball. Come February 22nd is when our conference tournament starts.
The biggest example of that, I think, might jump out at people if they look at the stat sheet. We're used to a program that scores 85 points per contest. You're scoring 78 points per contest right now. You only have 2 players in double figures in terms of scoring, and they're low double figures, really 3. We'll call it 3. 12.1 for Hannah, who obviously has not played the entire season. Hannah Kaloy, Olivia Giles is 11.5, and Camille Malagar at 9.9. They've played every game. The defense is still there, though. And you said defensive rebounds travel. So does your defense. It's that chaotic 94 feet, which, interesting enough, I thought Transylvania did some fascinating things against. We've seen that from some other teams, but it's more about wearing teams down, right, Bill? Your defense is not about suffocating and annihilating. It's about, okay, you go ahead and figure it out, but you're going to have to do this for 40 minutes.
Yeah, we were really, I called it kind of Captain's Chaos Light in the championship, and really even the Final Four. We didn't have the pieces that we needed to in order to really do it. So it real was more almost half court and 3/4 court pressure at all. I mean, we were playing with 2 5s versus a true, face up, and it would have been nice to have your full lineup. I mean, they really had just really one primary ball handler. So I think we would have been able to, hopefully wear her down a lot more during the game, but we just weren't able to do the things that we wanted to. And we actually played about 75% zone in that game when we just usually don't play zone. So we really had to kind of reinvent ourselves, really like the last 3-4 weeks of the season. Every time we played, someone else went out, another starter went out with a major injury. And then, even in the finals, I was like, okay, maybe we can do this. And I think we were up maybe 13-5 or something. And then Sandra Fan re-sprains her ankle really bad. And she came out there and played, but she was maybe a quarter of herself. So when you were playing out without both All-Americans and a 5th, and a 4-year starter and trying, it was, I was so proud of them to be down 13-14 in the 3rd quarter and to come back and tie it up, with 1 minute and 4 seconds to go, have a chance. We just didn't knock down the shot, but couldn't be more proud of what they did. And I was telling people, Hannah Orloff, started the season. She was playing about 8-9 minutes a game. In the national championships, poor kid had to play 32 minutes. And stepped up and did a phenomenal job. But it's just, I know people say how deep we are, and we are deep, and our motto is definitely next woman up. But sometimes you run out of the next woman, and it's, you're only so deep. So, so, yeah, it kind of is what it is, but, we keep staying with it.
Orloff was thinking to herself, about time, coach. You keep playing me 7-8 minutes here. I wanted to play the whole game. About darn time, coach.
Absolutely. And I tell you what, if she doesn't play 30 minutes against Tufts at Tufts, on Maggie Russell, I'm not sure we win that game. I mean, Maggie Russell had 18 points, but she had it on like 25 shots or something. And Orloff at 6'3.5", who's just a tremendous shot blocker, just gave Russell fits in that game. So yeah, I'm a firm believer of, things work out for a reason. People talk about, oh man, you guys would have done so much better if you had everyone and all that. And, my thing is that, that wasn't God's plan this year. And so for whatever reason, it was what it was. I mean, my heart ached badly, for those seniors that didn't get a chance to play, in that game. But other than that, it was what it was. It was Transylvania's, year, and they did a great job and did what they needed to do to win. So I, tip my hat to those guys, and just, hope someday maybe we get another opportunity to get there.
Quickly, the end of the season, this is that funky part with the C2C where you are playing a handful of games the rest of the way, though a little bit schedule, you guys have figured out a little bit more that you don't have as many empty spots, but still you only have 3 games left before the C2C playoffs. You'll be at Mary Washington, then Southern Virginia at home, and then at Warren Wilson. Technically, some of those are conference games. Technically, they're not. They're really about the conference tournament. It's a good time to rest up, obviously. It's a good time to kind of focus in on things, but how do you also keep everybody kind of sharp when all the other teams have games to kind of keep everybody sharp?
Yeah, we scrimmage a lot in practice, so I think that's one thing that we do. Another thing that we do is, and I don't even know if it shows up on our schedule, but we actually have a D2 exhibition game. So rather than using our two games in the beginning of the season, I elected to use one to kind of play and help us, stay in the groove there. And with this, with this year and all the injuries we've had, we actually can use a little bit of time off after Wednesday's game. We had a great battle with Mary Washington. Coach Outbury does a phenomenal job. It's just a fun rivalry. The score totally not indicative of the game. It was a 1-point game going into the fourth quarter, and so they gave us everything we can handle here at home. It was great. We had almost 1,000 people in the stands for a women's only game, which was phenomenal. And but we know now we've got to go back to their place Wednesday. We held serve, but we know we're gonna have our hands full unbelievably on Wednesday.
Well, the C2C championships will be at your place, so you'll at least have the Freeman Center to yourselves for that one. So we wish you luck the rest of the way. I got to get going, Bill, but thank you for your time as always. Good luck to the rest of the season with the captains. We'll look forward to seeing how it all plays out. Again, I feel like you're flying a little under the radar due to the top 3, but maybe that's a dangerous place and a perfect place for all of you. As always, we give the coach the final word, though. Any final thoughts you want to share with those tuned in?
Yeah, just want to thank you, Dave, for everything that you do for women's basketball. And then also publicly just really thank everybody here at the university, the band, the cheerleaders, dance team, all the people that help make this an unbelievable environment. Really appreciate our parents for all they do, my coaches, and then most of all, the ladies for just giving us everything they got day in and day out. Just really feel blessed to be here at CNU.
clicked on the wrong thing there. Sorry for the delay. Yeah, you're seeing like double of me, folks. Hang on. I got greedy trying to hit the wrong button. Thanks for your time, Coach. Appreciate it. Good luck. Great final thoughts. There's so many behind the scenes and supportive of programs that come out night in and night out for those student athletes, and I know that's important to the players and the coaches as well. Take care. We'll talk to you soon, and do me a favor, at least keep Krikorian at bay. Don't let him and his national title get too full of that. We don't need that. We don't need that. I hope he put the trophy away. He doesn't use it in front of you.
No, we're all good.
Hey, take care of yourself. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Bill Broderick joining us on the Hoopsville Hotline. Appreciate his time there. We'll take a quick break, and we're going to jump to Gettysburg, a segment I promise you was booked before Wednesday's events against Johns Hopkins at the Bream Gymnasium. We'll talk to both Nate Davis and BJ Dunn about their programs, the Centennial Race, and what it all means to them. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com for the WBCA and NABC studios. Back with more after this.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's nearly 850 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over 2 decades. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
Coach of the Year, Administrator of the Year, All-America Team, Wade Trophy. The WBCA doesn't just honor coaches, but players, administrators, and much more. The WBCA strives to honor those who have contributed to the advancement of women's basketball. Celebrate the present, honor the past, look to the future.
I used to never really talk. Ever. I was scared and shy. It was hard to look at people's faces. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. I made friends and won lots of gold medals. But I learned more than just playing golf. Special Olympics helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
Division III allows you to give yourself to other things.
Having that free time allows me to pursue the things that I want to pursue.
Division III athletics affords students the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport.
It allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
We are calling you, all of you. We are calling all Division III schools to join our cause.
It's on us to start the change. It's on us to be the change. It's on us. It's on Division III. It's on all of us to stop sexual assault.
I learned a lot of valuable lessons playing college football. I never thought about the health benefits of exercise until I actually started to talk to coaches in college. It's not only just for performance, it's for life. My coaches instilled the importance of well-being, not only building up strength, mental health, getting enough sleep, eating properly is all what it is to be healthy. I decided that I want to go into personal trainer and share my knowledge that I obtained in college about physical and mental well-being.
Welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody, as we are into our third hour of the show. That's going to go at least 6, and I promise you it's going to go longer. Got lots of guests still ahead of us, and we're going to keep talking actually both basketballs on the men's and women's side this time. We're going to stay somewhat in the same area. We're going to go to Gettysburg. Huge Wednesday night at Bream Gymnasium, the Centennial race. I told you over a week ago to watch the men's race on the Centennial side because it was a 3-way tie atop the conference between F&M, Gettysburg, and Johns Hopkins with Swarthmore just on the outside. Gettysburg was going to play all 3 of those teams we just mentioned besides themselves, and in a week's time we get a better sense of what's going on in the conference. We haven't gotten a better sense of what's going on in the conference. We still got a 3-way tie, thanks to Ursinus beating F&M, F&M beating Gettysburg, Gettysburg beating Hopkins, and so we got a 3-way tie. And on the women's side, you have 2 teams in Hopkins and Gettysburg at the top, with Dickinson surprisingly right behind them lurking, and then Gettysburg ties Hopkins in the standings thanks to a win on Wednesday. Both games were bonkers, and it turns out we just book things really smartly around here on Hoopsville. Joining us on the Hoopsville hotline is the aforementioned head coaches of both programs, Nate Davis and BJ Dunn, there at Gettysburg. Nate, of course, has a program that's been synonymous in the top 25 for a long time. BJ, you've taken a program and gotten it to where you finally wanted it to go. Let me start, though, with Wednesday. What an atmosphere. Nate, a team you had the lead and had to hold off on our hard-charging Blue Jays. BJ, you had a back-and-forth game, then lost the lead, and you were playing from behind, and then something woke up. I'll start with you, Nate. The atmosphere was absolutely awesome.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, we're so thankful for the support we have here at Gettysburg, and with both teams being competitive this year at a high level, and obviously Johns Hopkins coming in with 2 really solid teams and having great years themselves. I think it just really set itself up to have a great atmosphere in Bream, and our students and fans and the locals and administration all showed up, and it was a great environment for sure. It was a lot of fun to be part of.
BJ, the place got quiet for a part of that the late first half and part of the second half. I think they were worried, and they were waiting for something to explode, and man, did you give it to them.
Yeah, no, well, first, thanks for having us on, Dave. I mean, and everything that you do for D3 Hoops. And, it's been really amazing for us on the men's side to be following what Nate and the women's team has done since I've been here for 6 years, and the amount of success that they've had. And you're just trying to emulate that. And I think our men have seen it firsthand when you're on the road and traveling with them, and you follow them in practice, or they practice after you, and you see their work ethic. And we've just been trying to get to that place where when we hop on a bus after a road win, we're not the reason the bus is quiet. And, we've been fortunate to have a lot of sweeps this year, but, to what Nate was just saying, the crowd was incredible. And I think the support that we've gotten, not just from our, local community, but I mean, our student athletes and our teams and our coaches and administrators did just an incredible job, just encouraging their student athletes to be there. They were everywhere. They were loud. And it kind of willed us, when we went through a little bit of a lull there, from that 10-minute mark to about 5 minutes and 30 seconds. And then, we turned it on and finished on a 17-3 run. But I think that's just who we are. Our team is incredibly resilient. We have a ton of tough dudes who never are worried, who are never fear anything. There's never any nervousness in any of our huddles. It's like, we know at any point we're going to turn this thing back on. We're going to see that thing go through. And then, all year we've just relied heavily on our defense. And I think to hold Johns Hopkins to 8 points in the final 10 minutes, 3 points in the final 5.5, was just the trick that we needed to continue to get that confidence to make some shots down the stretch and pull out an unbelievable victory Wednesday night.
Yeah, you can hear BJ Dunn still trying to get his voice back for Wednesday night. That and Towson game on Thursday. I'm surprised I got a voice myself. We'll talk about the defense in a bit, because I do want to dive into that. I find something interesting about both your teams defensively, but I want to talk a little bit about the confidence you talk about, BJ. I'm going to start with Nate, though. Nate, you've got a program since pretty much when you arrived at Gettysburg that's always just absolutely been been confident. I mean, there's anything but. You know you're going to be a competitive team. You know you're going to be at the top of the Centennial Conference. And even the young players, especially this year, the younger players exude that confidence and don't seem to bat an eye. I'm curious, Nate, where that comes from. I'll transition to BJ in a bit, but Nate, where does that confidence come from this program, and how do you instill it in the younger players so quickly?
Yeah, that's a great question. And, it's you think there's some kind of magic potion, but the reality is, I think, it goes to the players that were here prior and the expectations that they've set. And that, when players know that they join our program, that we believe in them, and they, that the players in this program believe in them. And I think that gives them confidence to know that they can come in and do the same thing. And so it all goes back to the original players that were part of, when I came here and even before, that really set the tone of what it means to be a Gettysburg College women's basketball player, and the confidence that should give you already. And, like BJ said too, we really have a really strong defensive emphasis, and that's what we really hang our hat on. And, when you can really focus in on the defensive end, it gives you the confidence offensively to play loose and free, and to not put so much pressure on yourself in the offensive end, knowing that your defense is going to keep you in a game, and give you an opportunity to have an opportunity to win the game later. So that's really kind of what we focus in on. We talk about pressure on our defense, and, offensive, it's about pressure in our preparation and making sure we're putting in the work and the practice so that we can play free in the game. But yeah, I'm thankful that we do have players that come in and ready to compete, but they also compete against each other every day in practice. And so sometimes, when you're competing in practice every day against great players, it just gives you that confidence to go into any game knowing that you face the best in practice and that you can compete no matter who's on the court with us.
BJ, I feel like this team, I've said to you in the last couple of weeks, okay, this was the team I kind of expected, but it's been a while. I feel like almost a year and a half ago, this is the team you all thought you had, and it took a while. What was it like to build that confidence? Because to be honest, I don't think you all did have it until now. From an outsider's perspective, you had to kind of build that up and get that into that place that the women were already at. What has that evolution been like? And honestly, on track with where you expected it, or was it maybe a little slower than you thought it would take?
No, I think we're where we expected to be. I think, it took a lot of effort and time from, everybody involved, our coaching staff, administration, all the players that we recruited. We were incredibly intentional about, we want to recruit players who wanted to commit to doing something that hadn't been done in a really long time. And, this program has had a lot of success. It went to a Sweet 16 in 2016. And, we really wanted to build this program back up where we felt like it belongs and it should belong. And I think those conversations that you're having in the recruiting process, and, we're constantly talking about embracing the chase and being able to love the work that it's going to take to catch two incredible programs in Swarthmore and Johns Hopkins, and Dickinson's not that far removed from having a ton of success. Same with Ursinus. Muhlenberg has had some really talented players in the past couple of years. But, I think when you look at our roster makeup, yes, we have had a lot of players who've played a lot of games for us this year. I mean, our backcourt has been starting for us since their freshman year. Ryan has started for us basically since he was a freshman. But when those guys were freshmen and sophomores and we're getting ready to play Swarthmore in the conference semis, the Swarthmore upperclassmen actually had played more games than our freshmen and sophomores had in the Centennial tournament and in the NCAA tournament combined. And I just think experience is an incredible teacher. Being able to go when they're freshmen to finish third, when they're sophomores. We finally hosted that playoff game in Bream. We won that playoff game. So our guys not only now know, all right, we belong. No, we really belong, and we can win a playoff game. And then, I think this year we're here. Like, we swept Swarthmore and Johns Hopkins. We had a couple tough losses early, but again, I think experience is a great teacher. Our guys have taken all the adversity that's come their way, and we've continued to get better every single day. And I think that's just where a ton of our confidence comes from is, our guys really believe in how we celebrate these little moments. They have a ton of belief and care for each other. They protect each other on and off the court. And I think what you're seeing now has been really special for us, as coaches in this program, to just see everything just kind of come to fruition of what you believe in and what you dream about 6 years ago to finally say like, hey, we can do this. And we're in a position to do something that hasn't been done in, we're team 123 in program history, and we've never hosted a conference tournament, and we have an opportunity to do that. And that's all we could ask for at this place, but we got to have a really good practice today. And that's where our focus is. And I think our guys have done an unbelievable job of just chipping away and pounding the rock and focusing on the day-to-day.
Well, and this past week is not the end of the season. You still have a lot of tough games ahead of
Absolutely.
you, even
No
with the
doubt.
bottom of the conference on both men's and women's side. The middle and bottom can be an absolute nightmare sometimes. BJ, another thing that stood out to me is I thought Schaller for a while, especially after his rookie year, felt like he had to do it all. Now it feels like the games come to him, and he's really settled into his role nicely. Stafford has figured out what he needs to do. You have a starter who's barely playing anymore because other guys have gotten into their roles, like Aiden Mess, McHugh. God, I do not get in his way if he's angry. And other guys. Nate, yours, I mean, starts with Slozik, in my opinion. She's, forgive the term, a pit bull when she is pissed off. You guys were down. I don't remember who the opponent is now, unfortunately, but I think it was Haverford. You were down going into the fourth quarter. She hadn't had a point. I'm literally texting with Luke Stilson about the fact the last time she didn't score in a game, and she blows up for 18. Arnoli has figured out her role. You've got younger players who have stepped into their roles and felt very comfortable. What my point is, both teams, which I think is scary, players have figured out their roles, and by the way, they all come back, BJ. I think that's a scary part. They're figuring this out now.
Yeah, I mean, I think just to the point earlier, like when you have guys who really mature, like we've had, they get comfortable with who they are. They get comfortable in the role. I think they've always trusted each other, but I think it's on a whole nother level right now. And I think on any given night offensively, whoever has the best matchup, we think we have some pretty good guards, and, Ryan and Aiden are a pretty good 1-2 punch inside. And we can kind of cater to whatever matchup we really like. And, I think the one thing that I would just add, when you talk about those guys is, when you're in our building every day and you see the level of work that our guys have, it's pretty unbelievable. And I think it pulls everybody else with it too. Jordan has already been in and lifted today. He's going to get a workout. We're going to watch film. We're about to have practice. Ryan and Carl were up here watching film earlier, and that's pretty normal for these guys. It's nothing out of the ordinary just because it's the day before a game, and then they give you everything they have. And every second of every practice, everything is incredibly meaningful. And then the way that these guys defend, I think, everybody talks about Ryan and Aiden blocking shots, and Jordan, in our opinion, is the best two-way player in the league, the way that he can really guard the basketball. But what Carl is able to do defensively is pretty unbelievable, and how he doesn't get hit with screens. It's really difficult to post him. He dives on the floor, he boxes out, he peels switches. He does everything that you would want your point guard to do. And when your best players are your hardest workers and they're your most disciplined and focused, I'm sure Nate will agree, it just brings everybody with you. And I think as a coach, we know it's rare to have teams like this. I haven't been doing this too long. I've been doing it long enough to know that when the right guys are doing these things, you just got to enjoy this, because it's been pretty special and fun for us right now.
Yeah, I mean, you're speaking about players, and Nate has too. I mean, it starts again with Slozik. Geez, she'll die for anything. Arnoli does the same. You've got an insane shot blocker in Lee. And you've got, by the way, Priori, who, when she's ready, will be a force to be reckoned with. You also have Violanti inside. Nate, you've got a wealth of options on that team who are doing the exact same thing that Dunn's team is doing.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about playing complementary basketball and understanding your role and being the best at what you do, right? I mean, that's what we talk about. There's so many ways to add and bring value to a team, and we try to emphasize all those ways, whether it be rebounding, whether it be blocking shots, whether it be great communication, whether it be obviously, rebounding and scoring. Those kind of things get a lot of the publicity, but there's a lot of details and complementary basketball that's all part of being a successful team. And when everybody knows and really wants to be the best at what they do, and everybody knows how to take advantage of that for each other, and you play basketball well together, it's just a fun thing to be part of. It's a fun thing to coach. I think our players have embraced that over my years here. And that's just I'm really thankful for that, because when everybody really understands that they bring value, whether it be even on the bench and the way they bring, attitude and energy to the team. I mean, just even watching BJ's team, the men's team, just from the beginning of the bench to the end of the bench, and how invested and involved they are. And I think that's what we try to emulate as well, where everybody just feels part of what we're doing, regardless of, how many points you're scoring, how many rebounds you're getting. It's really about the ultimate thing, and that's getting the win for the team. And that there's a lot of ways to add value to do that. And so that's what we try to really strive for, is everybody just being the best at what they do.
I promised I wanted to talk about defense, and I really do, because what I find interesting about both your teams is you are some of the best defensive units in terms of points allowed, field goal percentages, and 3-point field goal percentage. That number, both your teams are stellar. I may have this backwards. I think women are top 25, men are top 5. I might have it backwards, but I think that's what I remember. Should have left. Yeah, number 3. I thought going into the game it was number 3, but I don't have my damn game notes in front of me. I tossed them after the game. Stupid me. And BJ, we'll get to your team in a minute, but I'll use that as a segue. Nate, it's always been about defense, but at this point, you don't necessarily need it, though you've come from behind in a lot of games offensively because your defense has certainly stood up. Your offense is good enough, is my point. You don't have to have some stout defense, but man, yours feels subtle to me. Like when I'm watching, it doesn't feel like your defense is doing anything special, and that's not a knock. But then all of a sudden you look at the shooting numbers and you look at the stats and you start going, well, what are they doing? That you guys, it's interesting watching your women's team on defense.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point, in the sense that, we're not, 94 feet like some of the teams are, where we're really pressing
like
people.
Like the guest they just had on, yeah.
CNU. I mean, obviously they do an amazing job, and they're really difficult to play against and obviously I've experienced that. But yeah, we're way more subtle in how we defend, and I think we try to be really strategic about how we defend, and try to force people into taking the shots they don't necessarily like to take. And that's worked for us, because our players have really committed to that, and they play really well together, and they're really disciplined and detailed in how we defend certain situations. So I think it's an emphasis of ours. It's something we work at every day. We start practice with defense every day. So it is something that I think our players really understand, that that's important to us. And they take a lot of pride in it too. So we have goals defensively every game too. And so it's because that's such an emphasis for us. I think it's where it stems from. And just really proud of our players for executing day in and day out, regardless of the opponent, regardless of the situation, they're committed to it. So hopefully that's good that it's coming through like that, because that's certainly what we're trying to do.
And both teams, by the way, are also stellar shot blockers, also rank pretty highly in that category. Again, we talked about Lee, by the way, for your women's team. She will come out of nowhere. She got a block in the corner earlier, late in the game against Hopkins, where I know that Hopkins shooter, O'Neal, was sitting there going, oh, I've got plenty of room. And Lee said, no, you don't. BJ, your game came down to that 3-point defense. The shot that Hopkins had with about a minute left that could have really made things gnarly, you had Nate Williams pop out from behind a screen that I was watching the shooter, and his reaction was literally like, where did he come from? And then McHugh, of all people, is blocking a 3-point shot even further out to close out that game. Where does that mentality come from? Because in the men's game, in my opinion, it's even harder to do that because it's so much more physical.
Well, we'll be honest, we don't really teach or talk a ton about blocking shots. We're just really fortunate in recruiting that we have some, pretty unbelievable, athletes and long guys who, are able to block those shots. But I think it comes down to just our defensive mentality, and our identity is, we will never allow you to catch and shoot it from where you catch and shoot it from. We want to make you take as many tough, unpracticed shots as possible, no in-rhythm shots. And the statistic that, we look at as a staff and we share with our guys all the time is assist percentage. And we're constantly working on that, making sure that, when teams get us in a scramble or we're trying to win a fire, and they move that thing and they make it one more pass, like, we're going to scramble and fly out at you, and you are not going to shoot it from where you caught it from. And you're going to have to dribble that thing. And we're third in the nation right now in assist percentage. And that really means a lot to us as a staff. And that just proves that what we do at that end of the floor is working. And, we want to be as disruptive and aggressive as possible. We want to make you uncomfortable. We talk a ton about being physical without fouling. That game came down to 3-point shooting, but Hopkins only took 8 free throws, and you're going to win a lot of games when you can keep people off the free throw line. But I think, this has kind of been the theme with us is we have a lot of guys who played now a lot of games for us, which wasn't the case a year or 2 years ago. And they've seen a ton of different actions. So when we're in a timeout at the end of a game, we can talk about something that another team is possibly going to run. And on the fly, we can talk about how we're going to guard that. And we haven't been able to do that in years past. And our guys have a ton of voice and agency at that end of the floor. We love to switch, but we're able to stay at home on some stuff. And in that particular situation, we did have a defensive mishap where 2 guys went with a cutter, and Nate just happened to make an unbelievable effort play, being pinned in by his man and being able to get a handout because he just knows that's our rule, no in rhythm catch and shoot threes. And, he made a winning play. And I think that's what we're all about. And our guys are giving us everything at that end of the floor. We've been able to really scheme and strategize. And, like Nate said, like you're so proud of them for playing 40 minutes of pretty unbelievable defense and to hold a Hopkins team that is one of the best offensive teams we've seen all year. I mean, Ryan's done an unbelievable job with that group, and Josh prior to that, and how they move and share it to hold them to 23 points in the second half was a really great effort by our group.
We should point out, men's team ended a 14-game winning streak for Hopkins. Their last loss to Gettysburg. Women's team ends a 17-game winning streak for Johns Hopkins after narrowly doing it earlier in the season themselves. Not 17-game winning streak, but nearly winning. Another thing I think that's interesting, Nate, your team very comfortable at coming from behind. I've seen it on a number of occasions. I don't think you like being there, but you're comfortable doing it. BJ, I think what's dangerous about your team is now you are starting to get comfortable understanding you can come from behind, and the Hopkins game certainly showed it. Could dive into a lot more with you guys. It's certainly incredible, but I am curious quickly before I let you go. This Centennial race isn't over. Nate, you've got a tie now with Hopkins, essentially with 1 loss each. We're not even in the win column yet, but we'll get there. But Dickinson, who you beat by 30, is not only lurking in the standings, they're lurking on the schedule. This Wednesday was not the be-all and end-all, and if you want things to come through Bream Gymnasium, there's still a lot of work left to do on the women's side.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And certainly, yeah, I mean, Dickinson is playing great basketball, and they've had some big wins this year too. And obviously our last meeting with them is not indicative of how it's going to be next game at all. We know that. We're not considering that. We're not thinking about that. We haven't really thought about Dickinson yet because we're worried about Haverford tomorrow. And we'll worry about Dickinson when we get there. But yeah, no, there's a lot of basketball still left to be played. Been doing this long enough to know that there's been other years where it's been tied coming down the stretch, or you think, and then somebody, comes up and grabs a team that's, fighting for those home court advantages. And so we're just going to try to take care of the things that we can take care of. And that's one game at a time. And that's going to be our mentality. But yeah, this race isn't over. There's a lot of really good teams that are going to compete. And we just want to make sure that we're one of them. And that's all we can control anyway.
BJ, your job's somewhat done in the terms of you've all now played the top 3 teams along with you in the 4 the second time. They all have to still play each other. But Ursinus may have done you a favor not only by beating F&M to put this back into a 3-way tie that you now have the leg up on, we should point out, because you have a 2 wins over Hopkins. You don't have 2 wins over F&M. I'll get to that in a minute. But my point is, Ursinus winning is a great way of just turning the team and going, hey, by the way, here's the rest of our schedule. It may not be the top half of the schedule, but here's a reminder that they can ruin our night.
Yeah, I mean, like Nate said, I mean, we have a ton of respect for everybody in the league and everybody that's left. And, we have to go on the road 3 games. We got to go to Haverford. It's not an easy place to play. Neither is Dickinson. Neither is Ursinus. And then, you have McDaniel and Muhlenberg to finish. So, we have a ton of respect for those 5 opponents. And, we share with our guys, last week, just a thought about, when you're trying to chase down and do something extraordinary, you oftentimes miss a lot of joy along the way. And it was just a way that we can kind of keep our guys present and ground them and just remind them that we have to continue to get better every single day. We have to be where our feet are, and we have to continue to have really good practices in 1 game at a time. And I think our whole mantra since I've been here has been pound the rock, and this group totally is bought into that and believes in that. And We're fired up to have a really good one this afternoon and try and go get it done tomorrow. But that's where our focus is. The moment doesn't get too big for our guys. They're excited to be where they are. But I think this is a group who totally understands that anything can happen in this league, and we have to play really good basketball here on out.
Lots more I could talk to you about, but I got to get going. BJ, I'd love to, at some point, we'll dive into the international feel to your team that I find so fascinating. Nate, we're going to have to talk to you about recruiting. First off, really don't like the fact you recruited a player named Hopkins when I have to talk about an opponent named Hopkins. I bumped into that a couple times saying Hopkins and yeah, that didn't work. But I do appreciate, and tip of the hat, your best player is definitely Mara McHugh, and I am absolutely not biased in that whatsoever, despite no relation at all with Mara, but she's absolutely your best player. I mean, it's the best recruiting job I've ever seen you do.
Thank you.
Yeah, I digress. I quickly digress. Gentlemen, thanks for the time. I really appreciate the insight on the program that I know but don't know, to be completely honest. There's stuff that broadcasters we don't get a privy to on the program, and I certainly appreciate you giving us that insight. And good luck the rest of the way. I know Bream Gymnasium is going to be rocking the rest. By the way, quick, Jim Haney described the men's game as a CCIW game played in Pennsylvania. I think that speaks volumes, to say the least.
I saw that Bob Quillman's going to be on later, so
yeah.
You let him know. We got to get him down to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, interesting enough, his topics already seen for the top 25 all have to do with this region. We're going to have a little fun with him with that. Warning sent. Last word goes to you all, though. We'll start with you, Nate. Any final thoughts you want to share with those tuned in?
Yeah, no, thanks for everything you do. I would say this, anytime I get an opportunity to see you, I just love that you put the spotlight on these Division III athletes that are so worthy and so deserving of this, getting the exposure that you provide. And just thank you for that, for sure. Obviously also just thanks, get a chance to talk about just this great culture we're having at Gettysburg, and just the administration support and the students that came out to the games, and and obviously also getting the chance to work with BJ too. It's been a lot of fun being men's and women's coaches. We have office next to each other, and we get a chance to pick each other's brain on occasion, support each other, lift each other up, and that's pretty unique, and we really appreciate the opportunity that we get to do that too. So, but thanks for this time, Dave. Appreciate it.
Hey, no problem. Thank you for finding the time as well. BJ, any final thoughts?
No, just share the same thing Nate just shared. I mean, Dave, I think what you do for the D3 Hoops student athletes and community is pretty incredible, and it was really cool. We had our film session yesterday, and Akeem Joseph was the cover photo on d3hoops.com, and that's our ESPN, and those are pretty incredible moments and memories that you've created and generated for Division III student athletes. So kudos, and what Nate said, like the energy was incredible, and our teams, our student athletes, our coaches, I just think there's great energy around here, and not just for our programs, but for all the programs in our department. And, it's been a lot of fun and a joy, and, we're looking forward to keeping this thing rolling. And, thanks to our women's program who pushed us, every day, and our players have watched them host playoff games. They've watched them host a championship game, and, they've wanted that. And, that's been a huge motivator for us these past 6 years. And, to have someone like Nate, who you're so super close with, that can be a confidant and a mentor too, has been really just great for me. And, I think we're just excited about these next 2 weeks. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, it should be a fun one down the stretch. Look forward to it. Thanks for taking the time, you guys. I really appreciate it, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Dave.
Nate Davis and BJ Dunn joining us here on the Hoopsville Hotline. I appreciate them taking the time to talk Gettysburg basketball. It's been a lot of fun to see those teams up close. Take a break. When we come back, we jump into men's basketball, talk to the 12th-ranked Calvin Knights and their rivalries and situation in the MIAA. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3 Hoops. Back with more after this.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's nearly 850 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over 2 decades. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're d3hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
Coach of the Year, Administrator of the Year, All-America Team, Wade Trophy. The WBCA doesn't just honor coaches, but players, administrators, and much more. The WBCA strives to honor those who have contributed to to the advancement of women's basketball. Celebrate the present, honor the past, look to the future.
I used to never really talk. Ever. I was scared and shy. It was hard to look at people's faces. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. I made friends and won lots of gold medals. But I learned more than just playing golf. Special Olympics helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
Division III allows you to give yourself to other things.
Having that free time allows me to pursue the things that I want to pursue.
Division III athletics affords students the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport.
It allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
We are calling you, all of you. We are calling all Division III schools to join our cause.
It's on us to start.
Nope, there we go. There we go. Yeah, cut off the ad break. Now, listen, if you're a sponsor or an advertiser on this show, I would never do that. But we're just running PSAs. So please, if you want to be an advertiser or sponsor and force me to go through my ads, you better get on board. Contact me. We're also doing the Hoopsville fundraiser. You can see the tote board in the top corner. Yeah, some people have asked about PayPal. I don't have the ability to do PayPal. We have an issue with our account. I can't explain to you why. We haven't figured it out. We're thinking about maybe doing some different twist to it. We'll cross that bridge if we get to it, but c'est la vie. If you got questions for us, you can contact us. Information at the bottom of your screen. We're running a little bit behind. Apologies to all of you out there. We're going to get going and keep it moving here as we talk men's basketball, where it's been really fun, as always, in the MIAA, because, well, it's always fun in the MIAA, darn it. Calvin men's basketball team has been clicking along for the most part, but have run into a little bit of some hurdles of late. They are 17-3 overall. They are 7-2 in conference play, and surprise, surprise, Trine's the one who's on top of the conference at 19-1, 9-0 in conference action. We talked to Trine men's coach Brooks Miller a few weeks ago. Calvin's had an interesting run of it, and I wanted to talk more about it, but find the right time to do it. I guess now's the right time. They've ended a 2-game losing streak. I think Bill Saul will be more than happy to come on the show. He's got no choice because here he is on the Hoopsville Hotline. It's Bill Saul, head coach of the Calvin Knights. I know Matt Snyder and Zach Snyder will be happy to see you on the show, though I know you're not happy with one of them. We can maybe dive into that another time. Listen, I think it would be a little bit foolish of us to think that you could go through MIAA play undefeated. That said, when you handled Hope somewhat, they did come back on you at your place, but you had them pretty much in control most of the game. I'll admit it drifted into my mind that just maybe this team could go undefeated. Was I just a fool?
I would say you're foolish.
Okay, I'll take that.
Look, in our conference, I mean, from top to bottom, it's really improved dramatically. And then when you get to the top with Hope and Trine, those are just two really, really good teams. And, the way the schedule played out, it was interesting, right? So, we play Hope, we come back with Alma, and then we got to go a week of Trine and Hope. So, you're playing some really tough competition back to back to back almost. So it was a task, and, a little disappointing of how we played, but, I think it always feels good to get a win. And that week was tough. Look, you lost to Trine, you lost to Hope. There's one team I actually root for more than anything else is Alliance. So then I had to have a devastating Sunday. So that is probably one of the worst weeks in sport that I've had. But, again, I like the way we bounced back on Wednesday and looking forward to really continuing to elevate our game over the course of the rest of the season.
Quick side note, as growing up a Bears fan, I was a little torn about your Lions. There was a part of me that didn't want to see the 49ers there, but I really didn't want to see Detroit there either. So just for the record, we'll just get that out of the way. Yeah, I kind of moaned and complained about the scheduling in the MIA and elsewhere. You guys are not immune to this, but the Hope rivalry is great. We shouldn't be playing 2 games 10 days apart, in my opinion. I also don't understand why we can't get the men and women playing on the same day. Yeah. Just to drive those buildings to even more craziness. I mean, it's unfortunate, but I find interesting, and I'd love to get your insight on. Again, at your place, you hold Hope off. They did make a ferocious comeback to get within 8 at the end, though that game wasn't as close as that for most of it. Admittedly, I turned it off for a little while there. Then you come back and try and trip you up. And maybe that shouldn't have been a surprise. They're playing tremendously well. But at Hope, they held you to 42.
Yeah.
What was the difference other than DeVos versus Van Noord? What was the difference in those games 10 days apart?
Well, I think a couple of things. If you always look at this rivalry, man, you're a pretty special team if you can get away with, sweeping an opponent, because, I really felt in the first game we had the edge because we had lost last year, and then Hope comes back. I thought they had the edge, and everybody goes through injuries. Everybody goes through situations. We were missing Owen Fernando in that game, who has been playing really, really well for us. Had a big game against Trine. We just had a couple of the young guys that didn't step up. And, in that game, all reality at DeVos, Hope put the pedal to the metal, and, they went on a 9-2 run to start the game. And, we just never really got a rhythm. And you got to credit Hope for that. I mean, I thought they were tremendous defensively. It's one of those games that, and I don't know if you've ever been to one, but you really don't coach, right? I mean, your players better have it figured out, because the volume in the building is as such that you're not doing any coaching on your players. I mean, you can yell as much as you want, but nobody's hearing you anyway. I don't know if anybody hears me when the gym's silent, but in those situations, I mean, your players have to execute, and we just didn't do a good enough job.
To be fair, yes, I have been to one. Alan's going to kill me because I can't remember. It was the milestone 150th.
Okay.
It was at Hope a couple years ago.
Yep.
That place was unglued. Second, I always laugh at coaches. BJ Dunn was just on from Gettysburg. The Bream Gymnasium was bonkers against Hopkins. He's lost his voice, and I'm thinking to myself, what were you yelling for? They can't hear you in the first place. I'm halfway to them down the bench, and I can't hear you.
Right.
It cracks me up when you all are yelling. No, the rivalry is incredible, and I agree with you. Certainly, maybe it shouldn't be expected that that's a sweep. I think it's more news if it is a sweep. That's a very valid point. I guess more along the lines of, I was surprised it was 42 points, and I was surprised that they did to you what you did to them, essentially, in the previous game. I know this doesn't make the season, but then it's hard, because now you've tripped one up to Trine by 3, who, interestingly enough, by the way, Trine smoked Hope right after your rivalry game with them. So Trine went through both of you in really tight formation. And I would not have been surprised if you then went up against Alma and just couldn't find yourselves. And you win by 15. That's good. You get back to yourself. But I can totally see you lose to Trine, you lose to Hope, and everyone's just kind of like, oh, boy, we're on the grind here. How do we get motivated? And Alma goes, surprise. How do you get re-upped? How do you get refocused? How do you get smarter to some degree? Get not only ready for Alma, but understand those 2 games in the grand scheme of things mean nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting. I think sometimes the people on the outside looking at coaching go, wow, to coach basketball, you get to draw up some plays, and that's about 5% of what you do, right? I mean, there was a lot of discussions and a lot of talk. I had a chance to meet with a lot of guys, and this is the thing sometimes that we get lost even in Division III. I mean, look, we're playing a game. It's still supposed to be fun, right? You're supposed to enjoy what you're doing. And, there's been times where that has not been the case. And, what I've really enjoyed is, with that communication, guys kind of getting back on the same page, and man, we got a lot to pay for yet, and we're in a situation, I think, where we're really ready to, the old proverbial put the nose to the grindstone and let's go, right? And I think our guys really sense that, and I love the sense of urgency that we had on Wednesday.
You got a pretty talented team. I think some would argue that your most talented player may be the best player in Division III. I'm not making any judgment. I think it's too difficult, to be honest. Jalen Overway averaging a double-double, 21 points a game, just a shade under 11 rebounds per contest, shooting 57% from the floor. If he gets a shot from outside, he's got a 35% chance of drilling it, and a 73% free throw shooter. He's in the top 5 in assists. He top number 2 in terms of blocks. I know it's not the Overway show. I fully realize that, looking at the rest of the roster with 3 other guys averaging double figures and 4 or 5 who are significant scorers. But what is Jalen bringing to the table that is helping in so many ways, either winning games or helping other guys be contributors to this team?
Yeah, I mean, and for us, it's anybody that's going to play us knows. I mean, the ball's going to get there. I mean, we're still a little old school there, right? I mean, we're going to throw the ball in the post.
Yeah, we're going to throw it in, and good luck.
Yeah, and if there's a team that decides not to double, and there's been a few, it doesn't work very well, right? I mean, he's had a game of 42. He's had a couple of games in the high 20s, 30-point game. So the double happens, and I think where he's really starting to mature is starting to really do a better job of reading that and making sure that we're able to find great shots because of that. And I think for a period of time, we weren't really able to capitalize on that. And I think in the Hope game, they did a tremendous job of getting to him, and he did struggle there. But overall, he's been tremendous. And, I think as our team, again, we're still evolving. I really think we're still evolving as a roster. I think that mainstay, if we can continue with that, man, it's a difficult situation to guard us.
Yeah, the difficulty is a good point. What I find interesting is you have different weapons in different places. You talk about old school. You've got the inside presence, but you also have the outside presence, but you also have a 4, essentially. You've got the different positions where you've got a very key player. I know I'm probably going to butcher this, but Uchenna Ikezi.
Close. Uchenna Egekezi.
Egekezi. I knew I was forgetting a syllable. Yes, Egekezi. I had that when I wasn't saying it out loud. 11 points a game, 4.5 rebounds, and shoots 52% as basically your 4. Mm-hmm. You then have your outside shooting too, and Owen Vernado. 10 points a game, 4.5 rebounds, great, but he shoots 38% from beyond the arc. And you've got 3, 4, 5 other guys who can do that as well. You've got your assists coming primarily, from a lot of guys, because Overway's second on the team, or third on the team in assists, but Luca Ressler is your primary one. You talk about old school. You are somewhat old school because you've got the 5, you've got the 4, you've got a couple 2 3s, you've got a 1. And off the bench, you're supplying most of those positions as well. I think that's what I find kind of fascinating about your team. I feel like I'm watching a team from kind of a bygone era, which I kind of miss.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting, right? I mean, we're built, and again, we built this team kind of around Jay, and you got to have guys that can shoot. You have to have, guys that are very versatile. And then you combine them, and that's what I love about Uchenna. Uchenna's a 1,000-point scorer here at Calvin. I don't know if we've ever run a play for him once, right? It's by the things that he does, right? Lots of cuts, lots of, getting out in transition, being able to find an opening and making sure you explode to the basket. So, it's just kind of a really unique group of guys. They just mesh really well together. And I think that's the one thing is, it's funny, but there's a lot of people that will just talk about Jalen and forget that. I mean, there's 7 other guys in the squad that on any given night can put up 20. And so that's really encouraging to me. And I think our guys just do a great job of playing unselfish basketball. We've done a tremendous job on the assist portion of it, making the extra, and finding the open guy. And when our offense is clicking like that, it makes a world of difference. But yeah, we're kind of going back to, the days of the Pistons and, get the ball in and then work it from there. So this is a little old school NBA.
Again, going to go back to my roots. I believe we're talking Bulls. I think you got the team wrong again. I'm sorry, Bill. I don't mean to correct you on air. So could not resist. Listen, you're in an interesting spot here. 2 games back of Trine with 5 to play, with a game against Trine to play. You're going to need a little help here to kind of make this interesting if you can, though. I think the tiebreakers may still, let me double check Trine real quick. The tiebreakers might kind of foul up things here. I'm trying to remember if they played Hope twice yet.
Yeah, they did play Hope twice.
Yeah, they have, and they beat them twice. So you're going to need a little more help than that because they're going to have the tiebreaker on you all. I don't want to say that you're not playing for something, but do you have to kind of shift the focus here, knowing that most likely Trine's going to be the 1, you'll be the 2, and barring anything, you're going to have to go to their place for a title game? Or am I overthinking whatever you're all thinking?
Well, and to be honest with you, and great, I do. You always have to look ahead a little bit, but I mean, it's almost like the Bill Belichick. I mean, we're on to Adrian, right? I mean, we have to take this one game at a time. Continue to find out, hey, how can we evolve? How can we continue to get better as a team? And if it comes down to that, hey, we'll go down to Trine and just like any other game we're going to play and give it our best shot and see what happens, right? I mean, the great thing for us is that we're playing meaningful games right now, and we have a chance to continue to play meaningful games. And if we can have that type of philosophy as a group, I really like where we can go and what we can do.
I know I'm a little late on time here for a lot of reasons, but we haven't even dove into what the first half of the season was like. You guys actually took on some pretty good teams, and I think that's kind of helping you a little bit right now. Obviously, a Marietta, U-Lacrosse, Wheaton. I know they're not the behemoth of yesteryear, but still really well-coached program. St. Norbert, Stevens Point, who's been knocking off the top of the WIAC. Platteville you lost to in a game that didn't seem close, but they have proven to be very good. And you beat who I think is a sneaky good Barry squad. I don't think people realize just how good that unit really is. I know that's the first half, but at this point, this is when you lean on that, right? Not only to finish up conference play, but as you start looking somewhat ahead to a possible March.
Absolutely. And I think that's the thing that's just interesting in D3, right? Is like, it doesn't matter if you won or lost in November, December, January. I mean, every game matters. And I think, that's where I thought we put together a really good non-conference schedule. It's really helped us. It's helped us prepare us for the conference. And I think, again, when you look at our total work, it's been really good. And, we just have to continue to find that March through February of continuing to play really good basketball.
Yeah, it's the March through February to hope to play in March thing, and you're right. I like the fact that every game counts and means something, and I think that's what's great about Division III. There's no throwaway games. Even if you try and craft them to be throwaway, they will come back to bite you. Hey, Bill, I know it's not the same league, but just for the record, I am drinking from my Cubs cup.
Hey, I like the Cubbies. You got to understand, when I was growing up, the only thing I got was WGN.
That's true, yeah.
So I watched a lot of Cubs games.
Yeah, it's the only thing that kept me sane.
Good back then.
It's the only thing that kept me sane when we moved to New England. So I get it. Yeah. Hey, Bill, thanks for the time. Really appreciate it. Yeah. Love the insight on the Knights and the MIAA. I know there's a lot to play for. There's still a lot to go, but fascinating insight, especially after. I mean this after the 2-game slide. I like getting that perspective instead of just talking to teams when they're always up on the kind of the top of the mountain. Understanding what you all are going through and what you're dealing with and how you're adjusting is great insight. Matt Snyder is going to be on the show later. I assume Zach Snyder, we should never discuss things with him ever in the future? Or is it Matt you don't want us talking with?
Well, we're still on good terms with Matt.
Okay.
When you have someone that not once but twice has picked against Calvin, I mean,
right?
It's a head scratcher, right?
Have you guys talked about taking his degree away?
Well, we've certainly talked about not letting him into the Van Orden Arena again. We can't take away his degree, but
I don't know. I think you could try.
I'm hoping for a little pennant somewhere along the line. I mean, I'm really looking for. I haven't seen Zach yet since the last pronouncement, so I'm really looking forward to actually being able to, talk it over with him a little bit.
Do me a favor.
Get his perspective.
Make sure someone videotapes that for you and sends it to us. I'd like to watch it and maybe broadcast it. I think that'd be fascinating. Hey, Bill, thanks so much for your time. As always, we give the guests the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those out there, including Zach, or anything that we missed?
Hey, it's just a pleasure to be behind you. Thanks for the opportunity to talk a little bit of Calvin University basketball. MIAA, what a great conference. Really proud to be a part of just a great coaching community here. And hey, thank you. I mean, this is so cool. Coming from Division II, where you just don't have this type of community out there that really just supports these amazing student athletes. So thank you for what you do as well.
Well, thank you, Bill. That means a lot. I appreciate that perspective as well. We certainly enjoy it, maybe to a fault, and we enjoy doing this and all this work. So thank you for your time. Take care of yourself, and we'll look forward to catching up with you and the Knights at a later date.
Hey, thanks so much.
Take care. Bill Saul joining us here on the Hoopsville Hotline. I'm going to do a little bit kind of radical here just to try and catch up on some time. We're not going to take a break. We actually taped a segment with our next guest as we're going to shift gears, talk men's basketball in the NESCAC. If you go up there, that conference has certainly been interesting to say the least. And one of the undefeated teams in the nation that, again, maybe flying a little bit under the radar is Trinity, Connecticut. They're 20-0, 6-0 in conference play. But they've got a heck of a battle ahead here as they are on the road for their final 4 games of the regular season. Today at Williams, or I should say tonight, tomorrow at Middlebury, then next week they're at Bates before playing Tufts. That Tufts game will be pivotal, I have a feeling, despite the fact that Tufts is essentially 3 games behind them with 4 to play. Williams is a half game behind Trinity in the NESCAC standings, followed by Connecticut College a game back at Trinity. Amherst and Middlebury are 4-3. Tufts and Wesleyan are 3-4. 3-3. Hamilton is 3-4. So we caught up with James Cosgrove yesterday to talk about the conference, the bantams, and everything going on in the land that is Connecticut, and what is so pivotal about this Trinity squad. We talked to him, like I said, earlier on. Now joining us on the Hoopsville Hotline, it's the head coach of the Bantams of Trinity men's basketball program. It's James Cosgrove. First, Coach, thanks so much for finding time to chat with us as you are in the midst of a very travel-heavy part of your schedule. We should point out to everybody again, as I said in the intro, we are recording this because you guys are playing Williams tonight on the road. And then Middlebury on the road the following night. And next weekend, you'll be on the road. We'll dive into that in a bit. But thanks for taking the time. Congratulations. You're having a wonderful season.
Thanks for having me. I really appreciate being here.
Absolutely. Listen, 20-0, coming off of back-to-back 16-win seasons, 17 wins prior to that. I mean, this is a high-teen win program. The last time you had 20 wins in a season was 14-15 when you all went 23-7. I'll ask, did you expect to be this successful this season? Was 20 wins and no losses at this juncture even on your radar?
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough one. I don't know if anybody ever goes into the season thinking 20 wins and 0 losses at this point, but I did have high expectations for this group. It's been a good group, and we've been together for a while now, and we have some real good upperclassmen that are good leaders, and real excited about our group, most importantly. And I just think they're really dialed into being about the right things and working hard every day and getting better every day, which is what it's all about.
You guys have had some interesting competition. I would say it's run the gamut. You've got everything from Hartford, who's into Division III now and trying to compete. A former NESCAC foe of yours is their head coach. You've also had St. Joseph's, Connecticut, who's obviously played really well in recent years. And you've had the conference, of course. The conference is the conference. When it came to trying to get this schedule put together, what was, a lot of coaches look at their team and what they've got and the opportunities. What was the mentality when you guys put this together? What did you want to challenge yourself with?
Yeah, well, we want to get it, a tough schedule for sure. And, obviously with the conference, it's going to be a tough schedule because of our conference. But some of the non-conference, and we have some logistics sometimes as far as travel and budget and whatnot. So, to play at St. Joe's, even though it was at a neutral site, we love to play the St. Joe's. We love to play the Western Connecticut, Eastern Connecticut. We usually do. Now Hartford being right here. So, just geographically, I think is important for us also, just with our, sometimes with our budget and our students, with classes and whatnot. So that kind of component is important to us as far as having a schedule where it's going to be conducive to to our student athletes, not missing too much class time in some of our budget restraints that we have, Division III, just travel wise.
You guys got rolling along and you've had some pretty dominating wins. You just look at the start of this season, there was no close games. I don't think you had a tight contest till maybe Bridgewater State at the end of the regular end of December, I should say, 89-75, then Colby 83-69. Otherwise, I'm skipping over Anna Maria. It was an 87-66 game. But otherwise, you guys, at least by the end of a game, were fully in control. Do you get worried, especially when you go into NESCAC play, that can give you a little bit of a false sense of security?
Oh, yeah, definitely, going into NESCAC, and we knew, in the NESCAC, it wasn't going to be like that. Conn College was a tough game. We ended up, pulling out at the end. Obviously, Wesleyan was an overtime 2-point game, which, that's always a tough game with a well-coached team there. So, and we know, we have 4 games coming up that they're all going to be, tough battles. So, we have had some games that it's been some tough battles, especially, like I said, on the road at Wesleyan and then Conn College here. So, we've had some, we haven't had a ton, but I think, we've been in situations we've had to test ourselves and played against real good teams. And, I just feel that, we have a good group that can play in a number of different ways as far as a high scoring game, low scoring game. And, if it's going to be a tight game, if we're going to get ahead, I think we got guys that can play in all kinds of conditions and situations for sure.
You also have a roster that is kind of very balanced in terms of class experience. You're led by a senior in Ben Callahan Gold, who averages 17 points a game, 6.5 rebounds a game. He shoots 91% from the free throw line, which is pretty good, along with 44% from the floor. But then your second leading scorer is a sophomore in Henry Vetter at 14 points a game, 5 rebounds. I think he's tied for the most assists on the team and shoots, 45% from the floor and 94% from the free throw line. So right away, your two top scorers, you got a senior and a sophomore, shows the balance that this team has in terms of experience.
Yeah, I think we have a number of kids in each class that either are doing very well for us and getting good statistics for us, or we feel very strongly that, when their time comes and when they're given the opportunity, they're going to be very good contributors. So, I think all across all 4 classes, we feel confident with all our players for sure.
The next 2 leading scorers are seniors, and you got 1 graduate student on this program, a little bit of a rarity, certainly in the NESCAC schools. You're balanced, though. You're outscoring your opponents by 25 points a game. You've got 3 guys in double figures, and you've probably got another 4 or 5 who could certainly contribute and have a big night. Is this a key where you got to go through Callahan, Gold, Vetter, et cetera, or is it who's playing well? We're going to kind of lean on them tonight.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think we can do both, to be honest with you. I think, there are nights when we're relying on Benny's got it going, or Henry's got it going, or even Jarrell's got it going. And but then there's a lot of other nights when we have guys coming off the bench. We have a freshman who's had some big games, and Jared Barry. We've had some juniors in Trevor McDonald. Trevor's a sophomore. Trevor McDonald being a sophomore, and Sean McCarchick being a junior. Drew Lazar's another sophomore. Our point guard is a junior in Will Dorian. So we have a lot of different avenues that we can go to. Probably one of our biggest mainstay guys is the graduate student Dana Smith, who's our top defender and plays. If he's played the best 5-man on other teams, and he's played the best point guards on other teams. So I think one of our strengths is we have a lot of guys that can do a lot of different things, and we can hurt you in a lot of different ways.
This you're going into a really tough part of the schedule. We talked about a moment ago. You've already played your final home game. You had a doubleheader this past weekend against Hamilton and Amherst, coming out with victories 80-51 and 62-49 respectfully. But unfortunately, that means the next 4 are on the road. And what I find is interesting, Coach, is the next 4 are on the road to make sure that you can be at home for the conference tournament. Your first opponent is Williams, who's a game behind you in the standings, then Middlebury, Bates, and then Tufts. And Tufts is interesting because they had such a great start to the season. They're 16-4 right now, but they're 3-3 in conference action. Couple games here and there, and Tufts is going to be right in the mix too. This is going to be a grind where every game is going to have a lot riding on it.
You sound like me talking to my players. It's like, we can't worry about the first 20 games. It's everything's right now is in front of us. Tomorrow night, tonight, game with Williams is for first place. So that's really right now. That's all we're looking at is right now we're competing for home court seed to begin with, and then to be in the top 4 would be great in the league, and then to battle to be a home seed and to have the conference championships of your place, and all things that are real important. So every game here is vitally important to us coming up for sure.
Well, and the bigger trick too is, okay, so Williams is currently a half game back of you at 6-1. You're 6-0 in conference play. Obviously, that's a battle for first place. Middlebury's only 2.5 games behind you. Things can shift real fast, and they're going to be in the mix. Tufts is 3 games behind you. Again, we're 4 games out. This is not a sure bet. And to be honest, Bates, your penultimate game, yeah, they may be in the basement, but man, if you're looking ahead too far, or you're still maybe licking your wounds, or you're just glad you got through the first 2 and at 2-0, Bobcats could bite you too. This is why I think this is a formidable stretch.
No doubt, very formidable stretch, and all are tough place to play, and all have good teams and very well coached, and honestly, we've been doing a good job of just one game at a time, and right now our focus is on Williams, and and it's a big game at their place, so we're taking it one game at a time, and hopefully we can just continue to do that.
The women's program's had quite a bit of success in recent years. Heck, they were knocking on the door, playing it on their own home gym for the Final Four last year, just missing out. Unfortunately, they haven't had the same season they were maybe hoping for this year, but still that success resonates. I'm curious how much your team is impacted by their success.
We're definitely impacted. I mean, I had most of my team last year. I didn't have them. They went on their own, and I went with my family to up to Smith to see them in the Sweet 16, and and the run they made, and we hosting the Final Four here was it's very impactful, and for our guys to see all that and to say, hey, yeah, this is great for our women's program, and why not us? So it's definitely something that's resonated, and it's funny you mentioned that because the women, they have their Final Four at home, so they're in a great position to make a run here also. So hopefully they'll be able to do that as well.
When you talk, I mean, I think your 14th or 15th season at Trinity. You guys have been rather consistent, as we were talking about earlier. A lot of 15, 16, 17 win seasons. You're in the conference conversation almost every year. This feels maybe a little more special. Are you able to at least yet sit back and realize what kind of season you guys are putting together?
Yeah, I mean, I just think, being in the moment, I think, day in and day out, just, coming to work every day and being with these kids and the work that they're doing, because honestly, we've been consistent and we've been the same each year. But I think, these guys right now have really had a great mindset and a great focus to really play for each other and to play for Trinity basketball. So I'm really excited about what they're doing, for all of us, but for those kids especially.
You were a St. Anselm graduate. Interesting enough, St. Anselm put their toe in the water about coming to Division III not so many years ago. It didn't work out. I think they got a little bit boisterous about their intentions, and that dissolved. But you were a criminal justice major, and you got a master's degree from Sacred Heart in teaching. When someone reads a bio like that, Coach, coaching is not what anyone thinks you would be doing with all that. We should point out you're a pretty good basketball player. You're in the St. Anselm Hall of Fame for your success with that program. I'm curious how you turn criminal justice and teaching into coaching.
Well, you know, unfortunately, there's not many coaching majors you can do. So
that's true.
So that cuts it down. But you know, I was fortunate that after I graduated, the coach there, who's a legendary coach, Keith Dixon, who has 700 wins now at St. Anselm, he hired me as the part-time assistant, and I've been very fortunate to be around some great basketball royalty. Keith Dixon, 700 wins. The other assistant at St. Anselm was Steve Clifford, who's now the head coach of the Charlotte Hornets. And you know, and the coach previous to them was Bob Brown, who's a legendary coach. He ended up coaching at Boston University. He coached at Southern Maine to the Final Four and coached at Boston University. And his son is Brett Brown. So I've been very, very fortunate that I've been around some great people and some great coaches. So I think just being around them when I was young kind of gravitated me to wanting to be a coach and to try to help out young men as they really helped me shape my life and my career for sure.
You should also point out you're in the New England Basketball Hall of Fame for your success as a high school player at St. Thomas Prep and your college days at St. Anselm. You certainly had a heck of a career as a player, and you're turning that around into a heck of a career as a basketball coach as well. We congratulate you for that. Listen, this is a great season. You guys, every time maybe someone has a question about what kind of team you are, you go out and get a big win in conference. I know the rest of this haul is not going to be easy, but and I know you're not resting on your laurels, but I got to congratulate you on what you've done so far. I appreciate your time. I know you got to get going. An important trip ahead, but as always, we give the guests the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those tuned in?
No, I just really, Dave, I really appreciate you having me on and you know, spotlighting us a little bit at Trinity, and we're very honored, and hopefully we can keep working hard and keep progressing.
Well, no truth to the rumor that Gordon Mann was putting pressure on that I had to get the Bantams on the show. Just for the record, I had no pressure at all from Gordon.
Sounds good. Appreciate it.
Hey, James, thanks so much for your time. Good luck. I know this will be a tough stretch. We'll look forward to watching the games online, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks a lot. Take care, Dave.
James Cosgrove joining us here on the Hoopsville Hotline from Trinity. Appreciate Coach joining us on the show. Good conversation with him. And again, they're on the road at Williams this evening before then playing Middlebury tomorrow. Big set of games for them on the road. Again, their last 4 on the road is going to be pivotal. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we will talk more men's basketball with Penn State Harrisburg on Friday. On a Friday show. Seems appropriate. Back with more on the Annual Hoopsville Marathon. The National Association of Basketball Coaches is the nation's premier professional development and advocacy organization for basketball coaches at every level. The NABC strives to serve as the voice for coaches on national issues while advancing the core value of leadership, service, advocacy, education, and inclusion. To learn more about the NABC and to become a member, visit NABC.com and follow the NABC on social media at NABC 1927. That's NABC.com or NABC 1927 on social media.
I used to never really talk. Ever. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. It helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
Football has taught me a lot throughout my life. It's definitely had a huge imprint on who I am as a person. Competing at a Division III level created that opportunity for me to go to college. Not only was I the first one in my family to graduate college, but I was really the first one to even go. Being the first one, I'm breaking that cycle, and now that I've graduated, I'm not sure what's the next step, but I know I have a lot of doors open. And a lot of those are open because I played football and ran track here at Otterbein.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's nearly 850 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over 2 decades. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com. Welcome back to Hoopsville on the Marathon as we continue to roll along here. Still ahead, we've got lots to talk about on the 10th Annual Hoopsville Marathon. We're about halfway through. Coming up next, we'll be talking to Penn State Harrisburg men's basketball coach Don Friday, but then we'll head out to Willamette, talk women's basketball with their head coach, Peg Swaneder, in the Northwest Conference. Then we'll have a bit of an ode to the Cabrini program that is going away before we'll double take on both the men's and women's top 25s. Farmingdale State men's basketball coach Brendan Twomey still ahead. And then we'll talk to the national committee chairs. So there's still plenty ahead on this jam-packed 10th annual Hoopsville Marathon. A reminder, we're also raising funds. I want to thank a few of you who've already donated to the cause today. This fundraiser isn't just today, but we're certainly doing our heavy lifting today. Our Venmo information at the top of the screen. For those of you interested in PayPal, we're going to try and figure that out. We haven't been able to figure out why PayPal won't work for us, but we'll dive into that in a bit. But they also have this program called Give Butter. So if you go to our show page, you can find a link for that. Back to Penn State Harrisburg. It seemed appropriate that on a Friday show, we talked to a coach named Friday. Don Friday, that is. He's the head coach of the Penn State Harrisburg team that I think a lot of people overlook. I know a number of people were thinking about them for top 25 attention. They are a team you probably don't want to see in the first round. Ask Johns Hopkins about that. In the last couple of years, last couple of tournaments, they've had a couple players at Penn State Harrisburg that have made tournament games an absolute nightmare and sometimes an early exit. Yeah, talking about that squad. We talked to Don Friday. Unfortunately, not on Friday, but we did talk to him for this Friday show. Now joining us on the Hoopsville Hotline, it's the head coach of Penn State Harrisburg men's basketball. It is Don Friday. And sir, forgive the pun that I already mentioned in the intro, and I will say again, it's appropriate to have a Friday on a Friday show. Welcome.
1 in 52 chance, right, Dave?
True. Very good point, especially for a show that normally goes Mondays and Thursdays.
Hey, it's an honor, and it's great to be here, and we're excited to talk about our program.
Well, yeah, as always, you're one of those programs I've always got my eye on. I'll dive into some of the history later, but you've had a team that has always been flirting with the top 25, or at least in the conversation, because your results always kind of speak volumes. You're outscoring your opponents by 10 points a game right now, and you're certainly playing really good basketball. What is it that you guys have created there over the past 5, 6 some odd years that, other than having a player maybe who's stuck around for 6 years, what have you created there that is working so well for your program?
You know what, I think for me, being here, I figured out who we were as a program, how we had to work the Penn State system, and what worked here at the university. And the person that really helped me with that the most was my director of athletics, Rashawn Carlton. Like, we talked, my first couple of years here, we had some turbulence, and we were my second year, we were 3-22. And, then we flirted like 8-17, 9-15, and it really tests you. And, we talked probably in like the end of 16, 17, and hey, this is what we need to do. And you know what, we started getting kids that, hey, really good students that had an aptitude for basketball, liked to work out, wanted to be at our campus for 4 years. And we tried to do it with 4-year kids. And, here we are now. And we caught lightning in a bottle with a couple guys, Dylan Daniels, Pedro Rodriguez, Zachary Scott, Don Ye, Nate Curry. And we were able to use that to really attract other really good kids to come in here. So, we try to vet it out. I think we first got here, we rolled out the net and see who could we get, who could play. And there's so much more to that now. And as I've gotten older and more experienced in this, it's really about a fit. And we're not for everybody. But, the guys that do come here, I'm very proud of the fact that, some of the young men that have gone 4 years through our program, they're working at Hershey Chocolate, they're working at Select Medical, they're working at JP Morgan Chase. They're doing some really, really good things. And we have some guys making six figures out of here. And I like to think that we give a little bit on that transcript when they leave here with the academics of the diligence and the stick-to-itness and what you learn being on a team as an NCAA athlete. That's what we're most proud of here. And, this winning thing has been fun, and we want to keep it going that way, Dave.
Don, it speaks volumes if you've got guys coming out working at big program or big businesses and making six figures coming out of, and I'm going to say this tongue-in-cheek, lowly Penn State Harrisburg. I mean, that speaks volumes to what you really are as an institution and a program. And maybe when we talk about the history a little bit more, it'll drive home the fact that I still don't quite understand the moves, and I know it's above you. But let's talk about your team here, because you talked about a couple guys who've been there a few years. They're in their final swan songs, as it were. Danye Baylor-Carroll, for example, is one of them. Nate Curry is another. They're leading the way right now, 17 points a game for Danye. Nate's got 14 points a game. Danye's pulling down almost 4 rebounds. Curry's pulling down another 9. They've been the ones who've been with you the longest. They've been through the tough parts. They've been through the COVID. They've been through the uncertainty, and they've been through some of the other things that have been going with this program. They're truly the bedrock, aren't they?
They are the bedrock. And, they have been around here. And, with Danye, I know people will joke with me and say, hey, he's been here a long time. Well, hey, listen, life's not linear. And, people that know Danye's story, and I've said this before, he came up through Milton Hershey, kindergarten through 12th grade. He was raised by his great-grandmother, and she passed away going into his freshman year. He was here in an orientation in June, and she had a stroke, and then she succumbed later that summer. He is an absolutely incredible person, and he has a great heart. He does the right thing. What's been really neat, Dave, with our team this year, like we have some freshmen that are pretty talented guys, and Danye is really taking those guys under his wing. And, we had a guy that doesn't have a car, needs to get to a haircut, or who's going to the train. Danye Baylor-Carroll is the first guy to volunteer to do that. Well, that also translates over to the basketball court. Nate, I think back to like COVID, right? They got me through COVID in terms of that support and, kind of being in touch and being around. And, that part of it will be forever linked because of that long after the basketball part is done. But, to really be direct with our team, we're 19-3 and we, the numbers, people look at, hey, United East and Penn State Harrisburg, and they think satellite campus. Well, hey, we have 5,000 students to go to our campus. And we're very well resourced in terms of a university with technology and education and reach, career planning and placement. Got the biggest alumni network in the world. I know I'm sounding like I'm doing an institutional infomercial, but we got 5,000 kids. We're not scratching to say, hey, are we going to stay open? So there's security with that. The other part is we have kids here. We have 36 majors that end on this campus. We have technology. Like, hey, we bring kids here, and in this day and age of diversity, equity, inclusion, and bringing kids from all different backgrounds and all different makeups, the bottom line is we have the resources to support our kids when they're here. And that's why they're getting the jobs. That's why our retention is really high. And that's why I think our kids are flourishing. So it becomes basketball when it's about basketball. When it's academics, it's about academics. But to go into our team and, here's what we fight. We're 19-3, and like a local publication here in the state, they called us out like 3 weeks ago, and they said, I think at one point, a less than flattering non-league schedule. And, you want to puff your chest up and say, hey, when we did our non-league schedule last year, the record of the teams that we put on our non-league schedule was 241 and 120. Now, we were originally banking on Susquehanna being there, but we got knocked off by John Carroll. So, that threw it into play. And, we put on that league Kane, Marymount, St. John Fisher, John Carroll, Randolph-Macon, Bridgewater, Muhlenberg. And we said, hey, let's go out and let's get a schedule that's going to make us better, because we know what happens. We get into our league. The number of guys say, oh, look at their strength of schedule. So we said we were going to go out and we're going to combat that. Hey, when we went to Randolph-Macon, 5 teams on our non-league went to the NCAA tournament last year. I can't control who came back, who didn't come back, who got sick, who left and transferred out. We played what we did. And, some of the teams we played this year, they're really good and they're having good years. Kane, we opened up with Kane. Their big kid Barker was, he played. We got his very best. He played 4 games. I don't know if he's hurt or banged up, but they're a whole different team with the kid Barker. He's one of the best players in the country. So we're not apologizing for that. But when people say that we haven't played a great schedule, like if you look into regionally ranked teams right now, Rowan, they're off the chart because of the NJAC and what they do with their non-league. We're second in regionally ranked teams in that Region 4. So, hey, it is who it is. Like, I can't go to our president and say, we're going to play these league games. I go where they send us to go, and we prepare that way. So, I hope, and I'll say this in our league, John Mack at Lancaster Bible, he's a terrific coach. Chris Harney at St. Mary's, he's a terrific coach. I mean, we got some good coaches in our league. And the last time I looked, the last 3 times that our teams have gone to the NCAA tournament, we've won opening round games. So when people say, hey, the United East, we got some good teams here. Are we top to bottom? No, we're not. And we can't control that. I can't control what my neighbors do, but I can control what we do. And I know there's some teams in our league that are pretty good. And we got 3 games to go yet. I'm not thinking about 3. I'm thinking about Abington and how we can survive our next game and keep moving on. But we feel pretty good about what we got. And, again, if you're going to look at numbers and you don't look at our physicality, and Nate Curry and Danye Baylor-Carroll, I would never say an absolute. Dave, they can play in any team in the country. Nate Curry could probably play in the Northeast Conference in some programs. And Danye Baylor-Carroll, in the right fit, he could play at a higher level as well. So those 2 guys are ultimate teammates that we got here. And we got some really, really good guys around them that fit in. And, hey, we're excited. And if we get a chance to get called in March, hey, if you want to say we're a low seed and you want to say we're from a bad conference, hey, let's see how you feel when we tip it up, and we'll go from there. And that, but we're not gonna sit here and say, hey, give us this. Got to go out and earn it. Respect's earned, trust is earned. We got to produce. That's the bottom line. We got to perform.
A lot to unpack there, but I'll say, going back to Danye Baylor-Carroll, if anybody's got to remember who he is, go back to the 1920 first round. The year that everything got shut down. Go to Johns Hopkins, where things were really wonky right out of the gate. And I'll point you to a game where you guys beat Johns Hopkins 104-96 in double overtime. It was a bonkers game. He put up 45 and 47 minutes of action. Nate Curry put up 19 in his 48 minutes. Baylor-Carroll was the one that stirred the drink, going 9 of 18 from beyond the arc. 12 of 27 from the floor, 6 assists, 5 rebounds on top of that. Those 2 have that in their bedrock. So when you say first round, watch out for us, it's because those 2 especially know exactly what it is like to knock off a behemoth and to do it in the first round of a tournament on the road.
100%. And, those guys, and here's what we've been very careful with going into this. Like, today becomes for us, hey, we're phase 1 yet, but today becomes February focus for us. Like, this is where you really got to be dialed in and locked in with your program. So these next 3 weeks, if we're going to do what we have to do, this isn't the time to say, let's catch our breath and, okay, this is tiring. No, we have to go now. We have to start our ascension up. And what we've been very careful is with Curry and with Danye Baylor-Carroll and with Nate Curry, is to manage their load a little bit in practices and keep these guys fresh. Because, Nate, we got to throw him out of the gym. Like, he almost goes where he does too much. Danye being off, and he's not the biggest guy. I mean, hey, we've been in a couple rugby matches the last couple weeks with some of our opponents where they beat them up pretty good. And our kids, man, they just stay with their poise and keep playing. We got to be fresh here now for February. And I think we've been very careful with that. And we're taking advantage of that. We got 8 days before we play again, after our game on Tuesday night. So we've been managing our guys the right way, getting treatment. And we're going to go through Danye and Nate. It's no secret. But we got some other guys, Isaiah Eggleston, Alex Liba, Isaiah Million, Malik Holland, Dylan Moore. Those guys are pretty good players, but we know who's going to kick the door in and then who got to follow behind with them.
A little bit of the schedule. I also feel like you've had a little bit of bad luck. In terms of, I think you had the right mentality in terms of scheduling. Kane, an 18 wins team, you beat them by 8. They're a 10-win team currently in the middle of their conference. St. John Fisher over the years has been a pretty good program. They're all right. They're not bad this year. John Carroll, listen, you're within 20. I give you a tip of the hat because especially at that point in the season, they were unstoppable. Messiah is just not the program we're used to. That probably in your mind was a good pickup, but they're just struggling this year. You jump down. Bridgewater State, or Bridgewater, Virginia one, not State, Bridgewater, is turning into an interesting squad. They're kind of rising the ODAC standings. You lost, though, by 16 to them. And you got Randolph-Macon there, lost by 19 to them. Muhlenberg, usually a pretty good squad. Kevin Hopkins has a pretty good unit there, but they're struggling with this year. So it felt like you got some behemoths, but unfortunately lost to them. Then you got some others that you beat that normally would be pretty good. They're just not having great seasons this year.
Right. And listen, stuff happens, right? We go to Bridgewater, like this knucklehead me. I scheduled 4 games in 7 days. You know, we played Gallaudet. We went to CCNY on a month. We played Gallaudet Saturday, CCNY on Monday. Thursday night, we played at Newman. And then we go to Bridgewater. We're going down 81. We run into an accident. We double back. We go down to Frederick, over across whatever, 68, and then get down on 81 again.
Oh, yeah, 15 to 201 to 7 or something like that, yeah.
We roll in there at 145. They moved the game back to 215 for us. I had guys getting taped on the toilet. And we went in there, we played, they played great. And you know what? We learned about ourselves because in the NCAA tournament, you got to play really good teams in short windows of time. But the John Carroll and the Randolph-Macon, hey, great programs, tip of the cap to them. That gave us a great opportunity. Like, when we got back after John Carroll, just like we did after Randolph-Macon, like our guys were better focused in the weight room because those teams, like, hey, they got really good players. Like the wing for John Carroll, that guy, I don't know in the American East or the Patriot League or the Ivy, but hey, they threw a half-court lob to that dude, and he cocked it back and put it on our guy's head, and then he was doing step-back threes. He could play at a lot of places, right? He came like from Dayton to Ohio to John Carroll. They're great players, and they're physical, and they make you have to go many layers into your thing. Randolph-Macon the same way. Like, I really admire the way Josh's team is because here's the thing, not many teams. They guard every pass, every cut, every screen. They contest every shot for the whole game. That made us better. And they exposed some of our flaws so that we get into, if we are fortunate, and I say fortunate, to get beyond our, conference tournament, we will not be enamored or all of a sudden like in awe of like physicality because we've seen 2 really, really good programs and it's good feedback, right? Curry competed really well in those games. Some of the other guys, it was a little bit of a wake-up call, right? It's an eye-opener.
Sure. Quickly, let me talk about your conference before we let you go. The UEC, of course, it's the merger of the UEC and the CSAC. And you're playing essentially your old conference as a division mate. You lose an AQ. The two of you are going to have to face off whoever the champions are of each side for the AQ. All right, so that was the Band-Aid for this year. It's not a great one because you're having to play a monster schedule versus the other side who's playing a smaller conference schedule. What's the future? What does this look like in terms of divisions? What does this look like in terms of a combination? Does anyone have any idea? Because we can't keep it this way.
Right. I think we have great leadership with Stephanie Dutton, our conference commissioner. And, I know that Rashawn, here, our director of athletics at Penn State University, Harrisburg, I think they have a pretty good vision on where they want to go with this. Talking about still with the divisions. And, we do what? A round robin in our one division, do a crossover in the other. I hope that we can do something where we can continue to go out and aggressively schedule really good non-league opponents so that it helps our strength of schedule in the long run with that. But it's anybody's guess.
But Don, doesn't this have to get balanced evenly?
It absolutely does have to get balanced evenly. But I think you look at coming out of COVID and schools like in the financial ramifications and the commitment to athletics. Hey, we think we're very important here. We're talking basketball on a sports show, but in reality, these presidents and universities, right? They're in survival mode, and they got to figure out what's going to be best to keep their doors open. So, although we think we're very important, we're a small part of that, and we're just kind of waiting for that next directive on where we're going to go. But it's hard because a lot of our schools are public schools, right? The private schools don't want us. And where are we going to go? And I think this was at least a thing right now to keep to keep the league moving forward and give student athletes an opportunity to still compete and do it in different spaces. But hey, I'm subordinate and I go where they tell us to go and what they want us to do. And then we make sure that our kids, hey, we keep it positive and keep it moving forward.
I miss you in the old CAC, sir. I'll be blunt. I still think that was a weird decision.
Yeah, right. And I think for a lot of reasons, I think the president's, but when we jumped into that, were we maybe totally prepared to jump into that CAC? I don't know if we were.
No, but you got better.
Listen, that helped with recruiting because that was a huge separator when we sat and talked to a young man and, we're going to play Mary Washington, Christopher Newport, Salisbury, right? We had really good credibility. Wesley was in that. Marymount was in that. That was really, really good. And I think it gave me a blueprint. We got pounded, but they're the kind of kids we needed. And, when we would get we were in some of our non-league games after being in that CAC, no disrespect, it was a breather because we were like 8-1 a couple times. You get in the CAC and you got beat up pretty good. But I think it's made us as a program, we knew where we had to go and get better with that. And I think we're on par with that right now where we're at.
Well, hey, sir, I appreciate the time you gave us and the chat and just the insight on your program, the UEC, and the rest. I talked to you for much longer, like all of our guests, but we got to let you go. And I know you got things to do, and we got a lot of guests to get to. So thank you for your time and your insight. We wish you all the luck the rest of the way, and hopefully we'll be talking about Harrisburg on a show in about 3.5 weeks' time. In the meantime, though, we always give the guests the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those tuned in?
Absolutely, Dave. And I think for us, right, I am very fortunate to be part of we. We meaning like my staff. Gary Jarofsky's been with me as a close confidant. Will Cabrera, who's just done a great job coming on here and, head coaching experience. Chris Nwandu, my son Donald Jr., Mark Zerby, and Sam Schlosser. Hey, those guys, couldn't do it without them, and I couldn't do it without our good people here. And I'm a product of great people that play for us, and we're here to serve them. And I hope we can make great memories for them, but I know we're making great men, great strong Penn State graduates, and hopefully we can win some games and mess up some brackets in March.
Well, congratulations nonetheless. You guys are doing great, and I appreciate the time you gave us. Good luck the rest of the season. We'll look forward to catching up with you down the road.
Hey, thanks for all you do for college basketball at this level. It makes a big difference in it. It makes us feel valued and appreciated.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Enjoy chatting with you. Take care. Don Friday joining us here on the Hoopsville Hotline. Great conversation with Coach Friday there. I really appreciated the time he gave us. Always a fired up guy. I love chatting with him. Penn State Harrisburg, another team. Again, I said it earlier, is going to be a team you don't want to face in the first round. Like a lot of really good talent there. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we will head out to Willamette. We will talk women's basketball with a program that maybe their overall record's not jumping out, but their conference record certainly is. They are on a tear, and they have shook up the Northwest Conference. We'll talk to Willamette women's basketball when we come back on the 10th Annual Hoopsville Marathon, presented by D3Hoops.com. The National Association of Basketball Coaches is the nation's premier professional development and advocacy organization for basketball coaches at every level. The NABC strives to serve as the voice for coaches on national issues while advancing the core value of leadership, service, advocacy, education, and inclusion. To learn more about the NABC and to become a member, visit NABC.com and follow the NABC on social media at NABC 1927. That's NABC.com or NABC 1927 on social media.
Something I discovered in myself is that if I have a goal, then I can accomplish it.
It's a well-rounded experience.
At a Division III school, you primarily a student athlete, so the school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual.
It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
It's on us to stop sexual assault.
In any way that we can.
To get a friend home safe.
To never blame the victim.
It's on us.
To stand up.
To make our community safe for all. It's on us.
It's on us to look out for each other at parties.
It's on us.
To be more than just a bystander.
To step up and say something.
It's on us, all of us.
To stop sexual assault.
Learn how and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
These are your teams, your players, your community of fans. This is where they play, where they practice, where you cheer. At every meet, every event, every game. Your community is passionate, dedicated, supportive. You know the tension of a close game and the thrill of the win. So while you're cheering, keep an eye out for anything out of the ordinary. If you see something suspicious, say something to local authorities.
Now, welcome back, everybody, as we continue to roll along on the 10th Annual Hoopsville Marathon. Still ahead, some special segments, including our men's and women's top 25 panels. Our pundits will come on with their deep dive, debatable and dubious selections of the week. Plus, we still have the men's and women's national committee chairs to join us here on the show. I'm your host, Dave McHugh. It is the 10th Annual Hoopsville Marathon. Here in our 21st season, we're raising funds, obviously, to keep our efforts going moving forward, but there's lots of ways you can give to the program. By the way, coaches out there, I already know a few who contacted us in the last couple of weeks. If you want to add to our decor in the backdrop, send me an email and we'll make it work. All right, let's head to the Northwest Conference, a team that I've had an eye on for a while now, to be completely honest, but have been biding my time trying to find the right time to bring them on and talk, are the Bearcats of Willamette in women's basketball action. They may not stand out when you look at an overall record at 12-8, but look at the Northwest Conference record, 9-1. They are tied with Pacific right now atop the conference with a 2-game lead on Puget Sound and a 2.5-game lead on Whitman. And while things may have been bumpy early on, they are on a roll right now in conference play, having won 5 in a row and 7 out of 6 with a double overtime loss to the aforementioned Pacific, the only bump in the road, let's say. There's a lot riding on the line here, and for the Salem, Oregon-based program, they're having a pretty spectacular season by all accounts. Joining us on the Hoopsville Hotline to talk all about it from the Northwest Conference, it's Peg Swedner. Did I say it right? Swedner. Yeah. It's about rolling through the middle part of that.
Yes.
That I got to remember. Peg Swedner joins us on the Hoopsville Hotline to talk about it. Coach, first and foremost, thanks for taking the time in joining us here to talk about your Bearcats. Second, this is fun to watch from afar. I don't know what it's like to be in your shoes, but from afar, I've been enjoying kind of what you all are doing to the conference right now.
Yeah, well, I appreciate being on the call today. I know that out here in the Northwest, we don't often get a lot of notoriety nationally. I think we've got an incredible conference. Whitman obviously has been a stronghold through the years, and but there's been a lot of other teams, and so it's, we've been fighting our battle and building through the years, and it's just really fun to be able to be on a call and actually talk about our team and talk about our conference a little bit. So yeah, it's been a fun journey for sure. As you mentioned, we started off a little slow as we were trying to get healthy through the season. We have 2 starters, one in Ava Kitchen, our big post player who was out last year because of an ACL, and our starting point guard, Megan River, was recovering from a shoulder surgery. So we weren't at full strength at the beginning part of the season, played an incredibly difficult conference or preseason schedule. And so we as they have gotten healthy and we've got them more acclimated into our system, we've just gotten better and better. So it's been a fun ride.
Do me a favor and give us a little bit of a sense of what that early season was like. We obviously know what Whittier brought to the table when you played them, and Mary Hardin Baylor and Chapman. You traveled quite a bit. We should point out Concordia, Wisconsin, et cetera. But you also had some games in there that we can't fully appreciate in Bushnell, Oregon Tech, and Portland, along with Western Oregon.
Right.
So from your perspective, and you guys did, you had some rough stretches, obviously, as you mentioned, due to injuries, but what was that schedule like from the perspective of you all?
Right. Well, so when I was putting the schedule together, I really try to put the preseason, as any coach does, try to put the preseason together to put us in position to succeed once conference starts. And with our conference schedule, we were playing 6 of our first 8 games on the road. So we were starting the season with the Whitman and Whitworth trip, which is a difficult trip. Had to play UPS on the road, PLU on the road. Pacific on the road. So I scheduled preseason games on the road specifically for us to get used to playing on the road because we were going to need to win some games early. So we were able to play at Colorado College, play a couple games there. Luckily, we're able to play Trinity. Trinity was playing up at UPS in Tacoma, so I was able to play that game up there. And then we were able to play the Mary Hardin Baylor game at Pacific. Some smaller road trips. But because we're in the Northwest Conference, it's really difficult to fill a full schedule with D3 games. Just because there's a limited amount of games we can play out here. We've got the SIAC down south. But if we're trying to schedule games to really test our abilities to prep us for the conference, Northwest Conference is such a strong conference, so we really need to be playing the best of the best. And it's difficult to get some of those West Coast, East Coast, the Midwest and East Coast teams out here. And so I end up having to schedule, as does most of our conference, we have to schedule a couple of NAIA D3 game or D2 games to try to build our quality of play. So Bushnell is a local NAIA team that's traditionally been a very strong team. Oregon Tech is now ranked, I think they're 20th or 22nd nationally NAIA. And then the University of Portland, they're second in the WAC and Division I level. And so those are all games I try to schedule to really test our skills and to really push us going against some bigger, stronger scholarship players. But because of that, we end up taking some losses against some great NAIA D2 and D1 teams, which hurts our schedule, but it really does help us when it comes to conference play.
I went through the schedules of all the women's programs. I think 7 of the 8 in the Northwest Conference have a mixture of, as you point out, those NAIAs and non-Division III opponents. I think there was one, it may have been Pacific, who has nothing but Division III opponents. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I know you have to balance that. One of the other refrains we hear out of the Northwest Conference too is, we don't get enough respect in terms of, and let me rephrase that, of the committee, national committee, in terms of at-larges and being able to host. And we've certainly seen some occasions when that has happened back in the glory days of George Fox and some of the rest. I'm just curious, do you all as coaches have conversations to try and find ways to get more Division III opponents, whether it's an event where you can be there along with another one hosting and you bring 2 schools in? You mentioned traveling. We obviously have the D3Hoops.com Classic, but going down to the SCIAC and some other places. I'm very curious on the conversations you all are trying to have to maybe organize, coordinate, or just attack, trying to bolster those resumes as best you can considering the circumstances you're in.
Yeah, I think it really does need to be a concerted effort. And I know that some of our coaches in our conference have done a really good job. Alicia up at Pacific has done a great job bringing teams in. So she was able, like you mentioned, they have a full D3 schedule. And that really helps, from the national committee to take a look at it and the regional rankings. It's important to have D3 games. And so she's done a good job bringing teams into Forest Grove, being able to bring them in. And I know that Casey up at UPS has also done traditionally a very, very good job bringing in quality D3 games. And then obviously Michelle up at Whitman does a phenomenal job. And so the thing that I feel like I would like to take to the next level is we often are playing regionally ranked games, but they're always within the Region 10. I would love for us to start playing some outside of region, because as we beat each other in Region 10, it just brings us down. For example, we're able to sweep Whitman, which is wonderful for us, but that takes Whitman out of the top 25, which actually hurts the conference a little bit. So I would love for us to really work together and create some play where we're able to get some out of region teams in the Northwest, and then we can travel to each other and be able to really compete against some of those other regions rather than just knocking each other out within the region.
Yeah, Michelle French.
That's going to be the really next step.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. And Michelle French, of course, I think former national committee member. I don't believe she's still on it. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to quickly look up.
Yeah, she was a couple years ago. Yeah.
Yep, that's what it was. I didn't get a chance to double check that before I mentioned. Made that comment. The committee changes so often I lose track. And I agree. I think that's certainly where you want to be, and that's obviously shamelessly. They got the D3 Hoops on the D3Hoops.com Classic in Las Vegas. We've had a handful of Northwest schools who have been able to come down and take part in that to get that cross-pollination, as it were. What's interesting, too, is that Region 10 has changed a little bit, that playing those Texas schools helps and hurts, to your argument. Yes, I think you still have to play in your region, but as you say, you don't want to overpopulate.
Yeah.
Interesting enough, I saw a couple SCIAC teams spending the money to head east and play some games. I know this becomes a financial conversation, so I do appreciate that, especially in this day and age where budgets are getting a little tighter because enrollments are getting tighter, that, you know, investing in doing that is a challenge. But at the same time, you got to sometimes entice schools to come to you. It's a financial conversation ultimately, right? And does that come down to the school, or is that going to come down to your alumni and others who donate to the program in helping you achieve maybe that goal?
Well, I think it's a combination of the two, you know, because I feel like here at Willamette, I have incredible support from my AD and the administrative staff and being able to travel. I think, you know, I talk to a lot of different schools and coaches about whether they can come out here or what, you know, and they just don't have the ability to travel. And we do, you know, but we're limited really, you know, with the academic standards we have. I can't travel every single weekend across the country. You know, I'm able to go to Colorado College. We're able to travel over Thanksgiving. We can travel over Christmas, but we're limited. That really gives us 4 games maybe on the road, and we have another 5 that we need to schedule. So when you're talking about being able to bring quality teams out here, then it's really, you're talking about guarantees and the amount it was a lot easier before the COVID era. Because once COVID hit after that year, you know, we shut down pretty much here on the West Coast. So it was difficult. We lost a lot of the home and home contracts at that time. And then obviously travel has become so much more expensive because of the Midwest and the East Coast. There's in Texas, they all can drive to, I mean, you would know better than I, but there's like so many options that you can play outside of your own conference. So why would you spend the money to come out here? So it really comes into the guarantee we would have to pay somebody to come out here is sometimes just as much as what it would cost for us to have the experience to travel. And so it's just a matter of finding the combination. Again, I've got great support here. It's just a matter of figuring out the schedule, figuring out, you know, who wants to play us. I know that it's also difficult. I think there's respect for the Northwest Conference from coaches, and they know how difficult it is to come out here and play. You know, they're willing to come out, but it's a tough place to play. It's a long trip. And so it's really just trying to balance all of it. But 100%, that's why we have to really finalize our schedules with a couple of NAIA games.
Coach, I'm stunned to hear you say you're not a Division I program. With all the money, you know, to do whatever the heck you want with your own flights. Yeah, no, great points across the board. I appreciate your frankness on it as well, to give us that perspective on it all. By the way, open invitation, Las Vegas. If you need a game,
I would love to come down.
Bring the men down too. By the way, I'm surprised you're not enticing them with the beautiful Pinot Grigios and the like in Willamette Valley, right?
Yeah, I'd really have to give a couple days off in between games to really let people enjoy that to the fullest. Yeah.
For multiple reasons. Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly. No, great wine in the Willamette Valley, to say the least.
Yes.
Hey, let's talk about your team a little bit. I didn't mean to dive off into a rabbit hole there.
No worries.
With scheduling, but I appreciate your frankness about it all. You've got an interesting balance between experience and youth, and you're really being driven by that balance. In a junior, in Elise Waddle at 13 points a game. You got Carolyn Ho, a senior, at nearly 11 points a game. You got Caitlin Amai, a sophomore, at 10 and a half. You've got this balance, at least in the top 3 of that experience, the youth, et cetera. And I think that's what makes you maybe a little bit dangerous. You've got some who understand it and some who don't care. And I mean that out of respect.
Yep. No, I think, you know, even with our 6 seniors, really only one of them has played 4 years. You know, 5 of our 6 seniors have only played 3 years because we were shut down during the COVID year. So while we are mature, we are still experienced on the floor. And I think that actually plays to our benefit because we're a little bit naive when we can just go out and play. And I know that there's a lot of coaches that will get on right now, and, you know, we're 9-1 and we're tied for first, and we've got a big game coming up against Pacific on Tuesday, but we've got to get through PLU today and Linfield tomorrow. But there's some youthful just naivete with our group where they're just, you know, we talk a lot about just having a faceless opponent, and we prep and we have a game plan and we just kind of go out and play. And I found in the last couple of weeks, you know, we are playing better. We go in with a game plan. We've worked on a lot of different things. We've grown through the course of the year, and it's really just a matter of me just sitting back and letting our players go play. And that's when they really shine the most. And one of the really benefits that we have with this team is our versatility. Like you said, we have 4 players averaging in double figures, and they're all different kind of players. And, you know, we have Ava Kitchen back, our dominant post player, which adds depth in the post, with Ashley Collins, who was our only post player last year. and to have depth of 2 true 5s and to be able to do things inside, rebounding, defensively. I've got an unbelievable post coach in Sarah Hedgepeth that's really works with those post players. She was an international player herself. So for her to be able to come in and teach those 2 post defense really allows us to defend anything we're going to see. So to be able to develop Ava Kitchen and have a solid inside game. And then with the addition of Elise Waldall this year, she's a tremendous shooter. Carolyn Ho, our other guard, who has been a wonderful playmaker, she's much more of a defensive player. So to bring in Elise allows her to focus more on her defense, takes the pressure off of her offense. Then that allows her to play more free and play more her style. And so, if people want to lock onto our shooters, then we have our inside game. If people want to lock onto our inside game, we have our shooters. If people, want to sag in, we can pull them out. If people want to pressure us, we've got our drivers. And we just have a lot of versatility. It's been making game plans really fun.
Well, and that's obviously what's working in this conference, to be 9-1 and in a seemingly first place tie. Easy for me to say, been on the air for a while. Obviously, Pacific has the win over in double overtime to kind of have an edge right now, but you've got the rematch coming. You talked about all those games on the road early on in conference play. It's coming back in spades now. You're in the midst of a 7 home game out of 10 stretch. Yeah. You'll actually play Pacific Lutheran later today. Thank you, by the way, for joining us. I should have mentioned that earlier. You're joining us on a show day or a game day.
Yeah, no worries.
But then you're on the road at Linfield tomorrow. But then you're home against Pacific and against Puget Sound. Those are 2 games. Obviously, I know you're not looking at yet, but they're going to be important as well as tonight's game. So this is kind of coming back to be a benefit to some degree.
Yeah. No, we're excited, and I've been very pleased. I thought coming into the season, the first half of the conference was going to be tough because of all the road games. We've been able to really succeed, and I think the schedule, as long as we were comfortable playing on the road, which we clearly showed we were able to, was going to benefit us because now that we're in school, now we're at home. So hopefully the pressures of all the demands of being on the road are done. Our Linfield game is a close game. That's 45 minutes away, and then the other road trip will be George Fox, which is another close drive. So, we're really set up in good position now that we're back in school, and now the time demands are hard on our players. So, but we still got to take care of business because anybody can beat anybody in this conference.
Yeah, and that's certainly showing its case this year. I got to ask, we're used to Zoom backgrounds, but the more I've been staring at your background, I have this feeling, did Chris actually set you up in the arena?
Chris did set us up. Yep, he's done a wonderful job. I feel like
that is not. Interview. Yeah, I didn't think that was the fake background.
Computer, yeah, no, he's done a great job.
Yeah, nicely lit. It looks like an actual.
I don't know if you've ever seen our streamings, but if you ever get a chance, take a peek. He does a phenomenal job. Yeah, I think it's
Chris and I are we have the same mentality when it comes to that kind of stuff. I'm on the East Coast, he's on the West Coast. He's dove in deeper than I have, to be completely honest.
He does an incredible job.
But he does, yeah. I'm just impressed. I'm like, listen, it's starting to sound like they're in the arena. Like, hold on a minute. I just had to check.
Yep.
That'll obviously that's the field house. That is Cone. That will be so instrumental for you down the road. I know it's obviously win the conference and get into the tournament. I know that's the basics of this all. Yeah. Do you have to do it at home? Are you going to be a team, as you've shown early in the season already, that maybe can win this conference on the road too?
I would love to. We're in position. One could look at our schedule and say, it's set up for us. We have the sweep on the Wits. We have all the toughest quote unquote road trips out of the way, but that to be able to have these last games at home is what you hope for as a coach. We have shown that we can play on the road. So, I would love to be able to host. I would love to be able to take care of this and win a regular season championship and be able to host, but we've also shown that we can win on the road too. So I'm just excited to see where we go at this point, whether it's, regular season, which I would love to do. If that's not the case, then I'm excited to go someplace, wherever. We've played a couple games already, 3 games at Pacific. We've shown we can play well there. We've played every place else. We've won every place else. So I'm just excited to play. I'm excited to play postseason ball and see what we're capable of doing.
Before I let you go, I always get a kick out of talking to somebody who's been at an institution for a long time in Division III. You're in your 12th season, but you're not a D3 person. You came through the other higher up
yep.
levels.
I'm one of those.
What is it about Willamette? What is it about Division III, et cetera, that you have found to be where you want to be, seemingly?
Well, the support, I mentioned it before. Willamette's been a wonderful place where I can come and I feel supported as a coach. I mean, you mentioned it before, Chris Sabato setting this up for us, being able to travel where we need to go. And, we don't have the D1 budget. We're not unlimited. Of course, we have all the challenges that everybody else does. But, the support is here for me and the athletic department, and all the coaches here. We've got a great group of people. It's a great place to recruit to, just because it's a wonderful institution, and anybody who comes and visits here says it's about the people, and people find their family here really easily. But then the pitch for D3, what I really, really enjoy, and this is what I tell the recruits and anybody I can who wants to, or will ask me why D3. These players are here because they love the game. They're here because they want to be here. And I had a wonderful career at the Division I level, and I wouldn't have done it any differently. I learned a bunch and coached some wonderful players and had some wonderful experiences. But at the end of the day, at the D3 level, these players are paying me to coach for them, and I am here to help them. And I can literally say to them on a day-to-day basis, if they don't want to be here, they really don't. And that just brings a different attitude. It brings a different fire, a different balance to it. And there's a lot of enjoyment at this level. So I've just been very thankful to be here at Willamette, because it's been a great place. I've been treated really well. And I've been able to coach some incredible players through the 12 years I've been here. So it's been fun to see it come together this year, because this has really been a product of 12 years of players helping build this. We've done it, and it's, I came in and we had won one game before I came in, and we've been able to build it year by year, slowly but surely. And have just been really proud of hearing from alumni, proud of what our players have been able to do through all the challenges they faced in the last 3 years. And it's been really fun for them to get some recognition nationally a little bit about the success that they're showing and the work that they put in.
Well, congratulations. Thanks for that answer, too. I might have to snip it because it's the perfect YD3 response. You're absolutely right. It's because you want to be here and you get a different attitude from them as a result. It's not a job. It's a passion.
It is.
I really appreciate your time. Thanks to Chris on the great backdrop. We're going to take notes and tell everybody else that they have a standard to now achieve. We have, we're elevating our show. We might as well elevate everything. Coach, we have a tradition on this show. We always give the guest the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who might be tuned in?
No, I just want to thank everybody. Anybody who tunes into D3. I think, Dave, you've done a wonderful job promoting. A lot of people, there's not enough media out there. There's not enough press for anybody. So I'll give a shout out for you for thanking you for having coaches on and giving us a voice and giving us a platform to really pitch what we do. There's a lot of professionalism, a lot of people who've really sacrificed a lot for their student athletes and for their programs. And it's fun that you're able to give them a voice. So thank you.
I enjoyed doing it, and having guests like yourself on certainly makes it a lot easier. Take care. Enjoy the rest of your day. Good luck tonight. And we'll look forward to catching up with you and the Bearcats down the road.
Great. Thanks, Dave.
Take care. We should point out, by the way, Willamette's been to the D3Hoops.com Classic. I totally forgot. Back in 2018, we had them. So we'll look forward to maybe getting them down the road somewhere. She just said maybe we'll get them sometime soon. I like that. Hey, we'll take a break, folks. When we come back, the Cabrini segment's going to float. We're going to go into our top 25 pundits when we come back. Men's basketball will start us off. You're listening to Hoopsville. The marathon continues into another hour here on D3Hoops.com.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's nearly 850 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over 2 decades. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
Coach of the Year, Administrator of the Year, All-America Team, Wade Trophy. The WBCA doesn't just honor coaches, but players, administrators, and much more. The WBCA strives to honor those who have contributed to the advancement of women's basketball. Celebrate the present, honor the past, look to the future.
I used to never really talk. Ever. I was scared and shy. It was hard to look at people's faces. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. I made friends and won lots of gold medals. But I learned more than just playing golf. Special Olympics helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
Division III allows you to give yourself to other things.
Having that free time allows me to pursue the things that I want to pursue.
Division III athletics affords students the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport.
It allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
We are calling you, all of you. We are calling all Division III schools to join our cause.
It's on us to start the change. It's on us to be the change. It's on us. It's on Division III. It's on all of us to stop sexual assault.
I learned a lot of valuable lessons playing college football. I never thought about the health benefits of exercise until I actually started to talk to coaches in college. It's not only just for performance, it's for life. My coaches instilled the importance of well-being, not only building up strength, mental health, getting enough sleep, eating properly is all what it is to be healthy. I decided that I want to go into personal trainer and share my knowledge that I obtained in college about physical and mental well-being.
There we go. Welcome back to the 10th Annual Hoopsville Marathon. Again, if you were tuned in for the Cabrini segment, you haven't missed it. We're going to float that to a little later in the program. I told you we're going to go a little bit over today. Don't forget, still ahead, we talked to the national committee chairs in a conversation, admittedly, we've already had with them. It was it went longer than I anticipated, and I had kept my notes tight. They had a lot to say, and that's a good thing. Second, it's a really insightful conversation, as they always are. Great conversation with Luke Fulkertsy and Bethany Danley. We'll look forward to that coming up in just a little bit. First, we go to our pundits, though. We're talking top 25. I kind of loaded this one up, to be completely honest, because I saved it for about a week and a half, trying not to use too much of our content, as it were, before we dove into this conversation, knowing I wanted to have them all on today's show. We'll start with the men's side of things in the top 25 that I don't think has gotten any easier in any way, shape, or form. What does it all mean? Who is the best? I got nothing. I'm just a voter in the top 25, trying to make it work myself. So joining me on the Hoopsville Hotline are three of our pundits. From left to right across your screen, Bob Quillman, Ryan Scott, and Matt Snyder, the good Snyder, from what we've been told, the good Snyder. He's the one who doesn't go against his alma mater, even if the numbers say otherwise. Update on that, by the way. Zach Snyder says he's showing up at Van Noord to go to the next game. We'll see if security lets him in. Gentlemen, first and foremost, thanks for taking the time to join me. We obviously have a dubious and deep dive and debatable teams to get through, but first and foremost, your takes on what is absolutely an exciting men's side of things, not only in the top 25, but beyond. Bob, we'll start with you. I said earlier in the show, there isn't a night I turn on a game where I'm not just just blown away by the fun and the excitement and maybe an outcome I didn't expect.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about the games we're seeing on a regular basis, I mean, the best example, unfortunately, is the one that my alma mater just had, where the number 1 team in the CCIW loses to the number 9 team. I think we saw not quite as crazy. I don't know what the standings are in the ASC, but Hardin Simmons losing, it's just, that's the kind of year it is. Like we've seen a lot of games like that where on paper you're like, no way. And so it's a great season, and I think we're going to continue seeing that kind of stuff play out.
Yeah, I totally agree. Ryan, from your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, it's a season unlike any that I can remember, right? That there are some very, very good teams, but nobody who's running away with things. And then, like, I think I told somebody the other day, there's probably 40 teams out there that I wouldn't be surprised to see in the Final Four, which I don't think has happened in my memory.
Great point. No, we're steadily getting more used to that, but it's also getting a little crazy. Matt?
Yeah, just kind of echoing what these guys are saying. I feel like we've been kind of being prepared for this all season long. It's the type of year where anyone can beat anyone. Someone's going to make that deep tournament run that is kind of off our top 25 radar. We might see them in an Elite Eight or even a Final Four. They're surprising upsets, but in some ways, these results that we see are also not surprising. It's a deep like top 100 this year, where there's a lot of great teams out there.
Yeah, well said. Very well said indeed. It is a very deep event, and it's been a thrill, to say the least. All right, guys, let's dive into this. We have deep dive, debatable, and dubious selections. For anybody who's curious, debatable is just a team they're throwing out there. Hey, let's count. Here's why I'm debating about them, whether they're too high or too low or in the middle, or I just don't know anything about them. A deep dive team is someone who's maybe not getting any votes or hardly getting any votes, that maybe these guys are like, I'm curious, what is your take on them? And then the dubious is one they think is just, hold on, let's pump our brakes just a little bit. Maybe they're a little too high for whatever the case may be. I'm just going to arbitrarily choose one of them here, and we're going to start with debatable, because I think that one's always kind of fun. And we'll go, just to start things off, we will go left to right. So, Bob, you get to tackle this one first and foremost. Who is your debatable team this week?
Yeah, I think in all of these, my theme's going to be the same on dubious and debatable, which is it's a very soft debatable because of what we've talked about all season long. But I guess my debate is DeSales the number 22 team in the country? Maybe not. Their record's great. They're 18-2. They're 9-0. I start to dig into things like strength of schedule, and their SOS is 233 in Massey. I like to use Massey for SOS. It seems to be the one that works out nationally the best. Massey has them 31. They lost at Swarthmore. They lost at home to Widener. They've won 15 in a row, but 12 of those 15 are teams that are ranked number 100 or lower in Massey, and some of those wins are against teams that Massey has ranked in the 200s or 300s in SOS. So, I think DeSales is a good team. I'm just floating out there for my panel colleagues. Are we really sold that DeSales is, the number 22 team in the country versus some of the other options we could have out there?
I mean, I haven't had them up real high yet, basically because they don't have that super signature win out there, right? It's a good team. They're really sound. But the opportunities they've had with their schedule to get wins, they just haven't. And so, especially this year when there are so many teams with solid wins, it's just hard to rank a team like that, although they could surprise somebody in March.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the debate with the back half of our ballot every single week. Which of these 24 teams do you want to put into these last 5 spots? And a team like DeSales, I think they are good. They've had some difficulty proving that, like you guys said, with the schedule. I don't mind taking a flyer, but I think, these are the debates I constantly have with myself as I'm filling out a ballot is do I give it the team like DeSales, or do I go with the team that maybe has a few more losses, but maybe they've proven it against a higher degree of competition?
Yeah, I can't disagree. I've got them in my top 25, but they're in my bottom 5. And so I could replace them just because I think somebody else suddenly had a great week. And to Matt's point, There's 50 teams being voted on right now in the top 25. There's literally a whole nother 25 teams who aren't even getting on into the top 25. Good choice. I like it, Bob. Ryan, who's your your debatable team?
Debatable.
I am going with Widener. Speaking of the sales that we just pulled out there, Widener beat DeSales pretty handily, although I watched that game and it was closer than the final score. There was a lot of free throws at the end of that. And they played some games at the beginning of the season, certainly that maybe looked a lot better than they do right now. They played Hampton Sydney really tough, which obviously still looks good. We don't know what to do with DeSales. They beat Swarthmore, which looked pretty good. They beat Carthage, where that was kind of after the injury, and that was in Florida. So, who knows what happens in Florida, obviously, and then took that huge loss to Hood. And it's more like, again, you can see this team, you can see all the talent they have. You know that they're a good team, but how good are they? I'm just not sure.
Yeah, for me on Widener, I'm in a similar position. I have them rated. I voted for them this week. I voted for, I think, Hood and Widener, and I have Widener behind Hood. And I'm really a little bit unsure. Again, I think this is the same thing as the DeSales debate. I don't think anyone could have a problem with having Widener in at the end of the ballot. I don't think anyone could have a problem with having Widener out. Now, where do they sit right now in the top 25? Where do we have them? Let's see.
I think about 19.
Yeah, I mean, 19, again, those final spots there, 5, 6, 7 spots, I think it goes so many different ways. I have similar questions on just how good Widener is, and for that matter, just how good Hood is. But for now, the resume has them in for me.
Yeah, I've got them 21, and they're like the ARC. I can debate Widener into 5 other schools, and I'm not going to come up with a consensus in any way, shape, or form. Good choice. I like that one. Matt, who's your debatable?
My debatable team is NYU. Not so much are they in or are they out. I'm confident that they're a good team. I just haven't really known where to put them almost all season long. I think I've had them as high as 6, as low as 21. Here's kind of my concern with them. I think they've played a home-heavy schedule this year. And just looking at UAA play, they're 5-2 overall, but those 5 wins are all at home, 0-2 on the road. Now that's going to flip going ahead. They're going to have 5 road games and only 2 home games. Interested to see what they do with that. But it kind of gives me a concern of a team like NYU. Are they just playing at home and playing well at home? And is that kind of maybe masking some concerns maybe I should have with them?
Great choice, guys.
Yeah, I'm in a similar spot on NYU. I've had them flipping all over from near the top 5 to 20. And this week I just looked and I had them 10. I feel like with NYU, that the things I'm looking at in the last week and a half, Chicago should have beaten them in New York. They really should have closed the game out, or could have closed the game out. Chicago was in a great spot. Wash U flat out gave away the game at the end. So where would they be ranked had they lost one or both of those games? And on the flip side, though, guys, this Spencer Friedman guy, I keep calling him the best closer in Division III. If they are within 4-6 points with a minute left, you feel like he's going to take the game over somehow and win it. So for those reasons, I think NYU is a really good team, and I feel pretty good at 10-ish or so. I think they're great.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those that you watch them play and you go, well, this is one of the best teams in the country, right? But at the same time, some of the results have maybe not been what you wanted them to be, right? And so it's one of those, they've got good wins. And so I'm going to go with the wins they've got right now because that's on the board. And even asking that question, what would happen if they had lost that game? Well, they didn't lose it. And so you kind of have to go with what you've got.
Fair point. Bob, I've been with you. I've had them all over the place. I think I might have even pulled them out of the top 25 at one point after an Ophir weekend or something. Matt, you got a good point. I think both men and women there, wanted to celebrate the new arena, and so I think they scheduled a bunch of home games. It's just a gut feeling on that. But you're right. Does that mean what does that mean? And one of them is going to have to be on the road opening weekend, most likely the women, if they're both able to host the tournament. So great choices. All right, we'll head to dubious now. because this is a team that maybe these guys think is just getting a little too much love or attention or whatever their reasoning is for it. They want it fixed or they want it debated about. But we'll go in reverse order this time. We'll leave Ryan for the deep dive to start off. Snyder, let me hear what your dubious choice is.
Yeah, I'm going to pick Christopher Newport this week for dubious. I think they were only in at the end of the poll 25, so I don't have a huge problem with that, but I just don't really know what to make of the captains right now. They returned a lot from last year. They just haven't found it all season long. They last week lost to UC Santa Cruz by 17. They've got some interesting personnel issues going on. I think Trey Barber only played 1 minute in their last game. There's another player, or at least one player who was not on the roster anymore, who is playing significant minutes, if not starting some games. I think there's like a really weird vibe that I'm getting from across the country about Christopher Newport. I don't know what it is, but I'm right now dubious on them at, putting this all back on the tracks and either making a deep tournament run or really even kind of being a top 25 quality team at this point.
Fair argument. Real quick, Barber got double teched in that Santa Cruz game and played 1 minute against Pfeiffer. He's the one who was previously suspended for a handful of games. And I've even had other coaches come up to me completely unrelated, go, "What is going on at CNU?" That's a great call, Matt. Anybody have any thoughts on them?
No, I'm in the same place. I did not vote for them this week over, I guess, what I would just call like confusion on personnel. I went back and when I saw Trey Barber played 1 minute, I went to watch the 1 minute on demand. And I don't know if either he's hurt and can't move, or in the 1 minute I saw, it was, I'll just say it wasn't good. Like, so I don't vote for them without the first team All-American Trey Barber being Trey Barber. If they're a good team without him, but they're maybe like a 32 or 33 team. So I'm confused and not sure how to handle them on my ballot.
Maybe his microphone wasn't working for the recording. Ryan?
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing that everybody said, right? We know they're good. They won the national championship last year. But what are they doing right now? Well, we're completely unsure.
Very much.
And so you can only do what you see on the floor, and they just don't seem to be right.
Yeah, something's off. That's for sure. I agree. By the way, I'm not even voting for him. I haven't for several weeks. Ryan, you're dubious, sir.
And this isn't fair again because we know they're a good team, but my dubious is Oswego. They just haven't played anybody outside of the Case game, which they lost. And, they've had some closer conference games than you would expect from a team that's ranked as highly as they are. And so I'm just a little dubious. Not that I think they're a terrible team, but just where they're ranked is maybe a bit high.
Yeah, I was 13 on Oswego on my ballot, which obviously is much lower than the rest of the poll, which has them 5. I think Oswego is a really good team, but I have the concern about the schedule and the fact that the Case Western game was not very close, if I recall, right? The game in Las Vegas was a blowout. And so now you look at where Case is, and we saw Case get swept on the Chicago WashU trip. So now you bump Case down your ballot. And then to me, I say to myself, well, I can't put Oswego ahead of Case. So it's like kind of this, they're tied together thing for me a little bit, whether that's right or wrong. And I think they're a good team, but is Oswego better than these teams we're debating at 22 or 19 or 20? I don't know. Maybe not. I'm not sure.
Yeah, they've slid down my ballot to me for similar reasons, just a little bit unsure about the schedule, some of these really close games in conference that we kind of expect them to dominate. I think they're a really good team. They haven't slid that far down my ballot, but I'm waiting for them to maybe make a bigger statement than they have so far.
Yeah, you guys bring up some valid points. I don't put as much stock into the blowout per se against Case, to be honest with you. Having watched it in front of me, I think there were a lot of games that just had funky endings. And listen, I thought Oswego played well. Case just shot the lights out of the damn building. And I don't take stock in conference games that are close because conference opponents know you pretty well. I finally think New Paltz showed up. I think that's the New Paltz team I've been expecting, to be completely honest.
Sure.
The blowout earlier in the season kind of surprised me. But no, valid points. All right, dubious on your part, Mr. Quillman.
Okay, I bring this one up as a guy that attended St. Germain High School and Brother Rice High School. So I'm Catholic, but my dubious is Catholic. And I just think number 15 is too high. I think your definition of dubious, Dave, was like, are they getting too high that we need to pause and talk about it? So I'm pausing and talking about it. Their SOS in Massey is 205. They've won 12 games in a row, but 10 of those 12 are teams that Massey has 100 or lower. They lost a home game. I think it was a home game to Hood. Maybe someone could check me on that. They lost to Hood. And I think they're a very good team. I think Massey has them number 25, and that feels closer to me being accurate than where our poll does. So I think they've floated up a little bit too high at 15. But then again, I've said 100 times this year that 15 is the same as 25 in my ballot. So it's a very soft dubious.
I'll leave it to.
Yes, so
go ahead, Ryan.
I think what happened is we knew coming in they had a good team, right? They had Sechi, the transfer, coming in, and that they got ranked relatively high in the preseason, maybe a little higher than they should have. And then the voters were largely just watching the record, right? And bouncing them up because they were doing well. If you watch some of those games, they were not playing particularly well at the beginning of the year. The odd thing is I do think they're playing now the way I expected at the beginning. And so they probably should be in the 20 to 25 range now, given the way they're playing, but perhaps some of the voters haven't had a chance to watch them as closely, and they've just sort of floated up a little bit higher than where they should be. But I think the team right now is what we expected them to be, and maybe they should be just towards the bottom of the poll instead of in the middle.
Matt, any follow-up?
I have them basically in the middle at number 13. Yeah, I agree on maybe some of the schedule concerns. The computers like them a fair bit, so I don't think anywhere like kind of in the 10 to 25 range. Yeah, I think you're right. That's kind of all even almost. So anywhere someone's going to have in there for Catholic, I think is fine with me.
I've seen them in person against my Gophers. I know that score looks like it was not a game, to be completely honest. Catholic shot the lights out of the building, over 60% in the second half, and it was their bench that made that a blowout. That was a 20-point game for the most part with the starters. And that's actually, to be honest, Goucher is more competitive than they used to be. But I wasn't blown away by Catholic, but I was impressed. I do have them rising a little high at 16. I'm a little uncomfortable with them that high. But, Bob, to your point, 15 to 25, I could throw up in the air and have them fall anywhere, and I'm not going to be able to argue my way out of that.
Yeah, agreed.
So I may have them high just because I've floated them, to be honest. I like the pieces. I actually am impressed with their transfer that he's not trying to take over. He has fit into their system, which actually surprised me. And Halfmeister, who's supposed to be their leading scorer, I saw him do nothing, which told me more about the rest of their team than it told me about him. I agree. I think I'm a little nervous with them where they are, but man, they've got some nice pieces. They could be a scary team in the tournament, but then again, as we said at the beginning, there's probably 40 teams that could be scary teams in the tournament. But I like the choice, Bob. I do. All right, so that's our dubious selections. We'll now go into our deep dive group. And deep dive basically is one that we feel maybe isn't getting enough attention or should get some attention, or just wants to be brought up as a conversational piece because they're not getting anything. But, man, we've certainly thought about them on our ballots. Ryan, we'll now start with you, sir. We'll let you have the floor to start things off on the deep dive.
So I've traditionally gone with the highest team in my estimation that no one is voting for. And for me this week, that was Connecticut College out of the NESCAC. They have not had a great schedule. The best teams that they've played, they've generally lost to, right? They lost to Keene, they lost to NYU, they lost to Trinity. They have a couple others in there, and at Albertus Magnus won in overtime, and at Utica, which aren't terrible but aren't fantastic. But they do have the win over Tufts. They have Murray down low, who's a really, be in contention for All-American as a post player. They play this weird zone that teams seem to have a lot of trouble with. And I'm looking at it, right? So they lost to NYU by, I don't know, 5 points maybe. And I'm thinking about the team they have, what they've put up, and I'm looking at NYU's schedule, and I can't see that Connecticut College, even playing NYU schedule, would be all that. I wouldn't expect different results that much, right? Like, I feel like they're not that far off from what we think NYU is right now. It's just perhaps they didn't have any of the sort of flashy wins or anything like that. But it's a really strong NESCAC team. They're veteran, good coaching, and maybe a style that's hard to play against. So not that I'm saying they're going to be world beaters, but I suspect they have a pretty good schedule the rest of the way. They could very easily be the 2 or the 1 seed in the NESCAC tournament. I think we'll see them in March, and they're going to be a really tough out.
Anybody want to go ahead, Bob?
Yeah, I like Connecticut College. I've almost voted for them a couple times and haven't quite pulled the trigger. But they're 5-1 in the NESCAC in February. You know, they're at the near the top of the NESCAC standings. They beat Tufts. I think they're a good team. To me, they're right in the mix of that 22 to 30 mishmash, and I think that's a really, really good one for deep dive.
Mishmash. That might be our new segment.
Yeah, hashtag mishmash.
Yeah, we add a fourth one here. Name your mishmash teams. I like it. Matt, any follow up?
Yeah, for me, they're definitely in that 25 to 35 range. I think Ryan's right there, in a good position to maybe make the tournament in March. And they're a team that, like I said, could be off the radar coming into the tournament and maybe beat a team or two. So I think they'll be an interesting team. How do they finish NESCAC play, NESCAC tournament? That's always a tough test, but a team like Connecticut College, I think maybe could do well in March, having not really been on the national radar.
And I'll freely admit, I'm maybe not giving them enough attention, but it's because I'm just buried with every other team. I'm definitely reevaluating the whole ballot. I've got a much more free time this weekend, and hope to go deep diving into it as much as my family would like to throw things at me. Deep dive, next one up. Matt Snyder, give it to me.
Yeah, I'm going to take Rowan on a deep dive. Now, they are getting votes, so this is not quite as deep as Ryan likes to dive. But their team, I don't think, has made the poll all season. But they've been on the fringe, and I've had them in a couple times, out a couple times. They've played a really tough schedule. Bob said he likes to look at Massey's strength of schedule. I do too. I think they're number 20 overall in Massey's schedule. They have, I think, 9 wins inside the Massey top 100. That's like the same as John Carroll has or UW Platteville has. So I think they have good wins that are rankable. They've taken a few losses, so I definitely understand voters maybe being hesitant about that. But they're not really bad losses. They played so many of these kind of what I'll call like top 100 type games that these are games you play so many of them, you're going to lose a handful of them. And I think that makes a team like Rowan dangerous. And for me, hanging on right there and kind of like that mishmash zone, the 23 to kind of 27 zone. And I like Rowan as a team going forward.
I'm in the same place on Rowan. Like I'm just about to pull the trigger and get them back on my ballot. They're tied for the lead in the NJAC here as we enter February. They're 10-4 in the league. They've lost 6 or 5 games at this point, playing well, strong schedule. Probably a team that for me gets back in my ballot this week.
Yeah, I'd say, I mean, I like Rowan from the beginning. I think I had them up in the high teens at some point early in the year. I voted for them this week. So this is one I compare to like Oswego, right? So they're both state schools. They've got a lot of these athletic interchangeable guys. Oswego, I think, plays a lot more defense than Rowan does, but you swap those schedules out, and I doubt the records would be a whole lot different. I think maybe Rowan's dropped a game or two more than you'd expect Oswego to with that schedule. But I think they're very comparable teams, and yet on the poll they're very far apart, right?
Rowan, for me, coaching change, I think I just put him on the back burner. I wanted to see, and the NJAC really hasn't shown me much this season. I'm not trying to knock the NJAC. It's just been a mess. So I guess maybe I've just been on a pause on Rowan, and I haven't taken him as seriously, and maybe I should. I think that I also evaluated that coaching change as being a significant one. I thought what he had done had really been a big factor. And I maybe have dismissed what they were going to do moving forward. I'm certainly going to reevaluate them moving forward. Just for the folks out there who don't understand, I use you guys to understand who I'm missing, and I go reevaluate later. Love it. One more deep dive left, and it goes to Mr. Quillman, sir. Who do you got?
Yeah, first of all, apologies to Hardin Simmons. That almost was going to be my deep dive. But last night they dropped a game at Ozarks. Ozarks is near the bottom of the standings in the ASC. I know road games are super nasty, but I shifted. I jumped off the Hardin Simmons deep dive bus today, so sorry to those guys. And I'm going to go back onto this one. If Franklin and Marshall is a team that has 0 top 25 votes, I'm not saying they should have any. Massey has them 65. So this is like sometimes I pull scams with these deep dives. This is a legit deep dive, but we all like the Centennial Conference and know that it's a really good league. Well, they are in a 3-way tie for the Centennial lead right now. They swept Gettysburg. I think we all like Gettysburg and think that they're a team that's on the rise and playing well. They beat Swarthmore, and I know that Swarthmore isn't having the season that we all expected at the beginning, but 16-4, 11-2 for Franklin and Marshall at this point. I think they're a team to watch, and they may be a couple wins away from us thinking about voting for them. So I think that's a pretty fair deep dive, just a team for voters to keep an eye on.
Who wants to go first?
I don't know. So a little behind the scenes there is that Dave requested, talk about jinxes. Dave requested that they be added to our email that we get as top 25 voters this week.
I did.
He thought that maybe they deserve consideration.
On Wednesday morning.
Within like 20 minutes, they lost.
No. It was about 5 hours. About 5 hours. Hold on, guys. I just lost. Hang on, Ryan, hold on. For whatever reason, we lost the signal from all of you. So bear with me while I get it back. Maybe the system didn't want to hear you guys talking about badly about these guys. So hold on, folks. I just have to literally call these guys back in on the Zoom call, and we'll get them in pretty quick as soon as I get the stuff punched in. Apologies for the delay here. I've never seen this happen before. That should get us in initially. And it should populate everything automatically. It didn't. Well, that's going to take one more step. Just give me a second. I've never had this happen. I granted permission, did I not? It's not let. Well, this is strange. Hey, we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to figure out why in the world we got dumped out of YouTube there. We'll get back because this is a great conversation because I'm actually curious on everybody's take on the Centennial Conference in general. We'll be back in just a moment.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's nearly 850 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over 2 decades. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
Coach of the Year, Administrator of the Year, All-America Team, Wade Trophy. The WBCA doesn't just honor coaches, but players, administrators, and much more. The WBCA strives to honor those who have contributed to the advancement of women's basketball. Celebrate the present, honor the past, look to the future.
Back, everybody. Strange occurrences there as we lost the boys there for a second on our connections. We're right back at it. We were in the middle of talking about Franklin and Marshall being a deep dive for Bob. He just got finished talking about him. Ryan had just started to talk about that. I had just said behind the scenes that we had to add them to our top 25 information to send out to voters. And within a few hours, they lost their assignments. Ryan, that's right about where we dropped out. So I'll tee it up there. You can begin from there.
Yeah, so this is a good team, especially if you watch them play Gettysburg. They clearly have their number this year. But there's a couple. This is actually a really good example for some of the ways that we can look at comparing opponents. Right. So like they lost at Mary Washington, which is a team that I would put somewhere like 25 to 30-ish range, the way that they're playing right now. And that was 15, 16 point loss. They also lost at Washington and Lee, which I'd kind of put in the maybe around 50. Right. And so, but that was a close game on the road. And to me, that feels like right kind of where Washington or where Franklin and Marshall needs to be, right? Somewhere 35 to 50, maybe. They really need to get some win besides Gettysburg. Obviously, Swarthmore was big, but it looks less and less big as the season goes along. I think it's a strong team, but obviously losing to Ursinus was not helpful in their task.
No, it wasn't. Matt, your thoughts before I'll jump in.
Yeah, Franklin and Marshall is a team that really only recently went on my radar, which is kind of my watch list for my top 25 ballot process. And I was interested in them because they had started to pop up on my like at large bid pool C type data. Like they might be a team in that mix. But it was interesting that until this Ursinus loss, I don't really feel like they had taken a really bad loss on the season. So this was kind of maybe the first one that made me take a little bit of a step back and say, okay, well, maybe not quite on Franklin and Marshall. But I agree, as a team that's kind of coming up, Franklin and Marshall and Gettysburg have been playing really well recently. I think it's just interesting that we have some new blood up at the top of the mix for the Centennial Conference. For so long, it's been that Johns Hopkins and Swarthmore mix, and Hopkins is still in that mix right now, but I like to see these other two teams right up there at the top as well.
Bob apparently was picking on the Mid-Atlantic region, by the way, with his picks. I noticed that, just for the record.
Well, everyone calls me, a Midwest guy, so I try to come on here and not be a Midwest guy on occasion.
Well, I mean, you could go ahead and pick one of your Midwest teams for one of these slots, but I kid. Yeah, I mean, Franklin and Marshall, I've seen them in person, really good team. A missed opportunity with the Ursinus. They'd be a game clear of Hopkins and Gettysburg right now for first place in that conference, and 3 games clear of Swarthmore for first place and in control, because, as you said, they got the sweep over Gettysburg, and of course Gettysburg's got a sweep over Hopkins. Hopkins and F&M still to play their final game of the regular season in the conference, and so that's going to have a lot riding on it, as you can imagine. I think they're a really talented team that just keeps missing completing games that they need to complete, which is the only pause I have with them. But I said they got to go on the radar, because as I'm evaluating Hopkins and I'm evaluating Gettysburg, getting ready for that game, I'm staring at F&M going, why in the world am I not putting them on my radar? Because they're doing better than all these guys. And at the time, they were tied with Hopkins for first place in the conference. So I would argue, though, Bob, if we're gonna deep dive on F&M, you got to deep dive on Gettysburg. I know F&M's beaten them twice, but Gettysburg with the 2 wins over Hopkins.
Actually, that was going to be this is how F&M came to be, Gettysburg was going to be my deep dive until I realized they got swept by Franklin and Marshall, and that Franklin and Marshall was I'm with you. I just got in a deep dive death spiral.
No, and that's the thing. And that's what I think is fascinating. And no, I love the fact the Centennial Conference is wide open right now. Swarthmore, I think a little bit of smoke and mirrors. I think they're a good team with a couple good talented players, but they are not as deep as they normally are. Hopkins is figuring things out with Ryan Kane. It's almost to the scary side of that. F&M's talented, and we had BJ Dunn on earlier. That's a team that I've watched in front of me grow from a team that lost to Muskegon in the opening game of the regular season to not being that team whatsoever. There's a guy starting that Muskegon game who's not even seeing minutes now for that Gettysburg squad. The Centennial race is one of the more fascinating, along with the ARC, the ODAC, and the UAA. I'm really looking forward to that. But great topics, guys, across the board. Bob, I don't know if you saw the comment from our esteemed colleague Jim Haney, who said the Hopkins-Gettysburg game was a CCIW battle in Pennsylvania.
Oh, boy, that means it was like a wrestling match, basically, right?
It wasn't brutally bad, but it definitely had its physicality. And I thought their officials they didn't call a ton of fouls. They called them when they needed to be called. I actually appreciated their effort, but I got a kick out of that one, to say the least.
Shout out to Jimbo.
Yeah, Jim was great. He showed up to that game. It was fun to see him, and it's great to have him. Actually, I just saw a D3 Ticker said that his conversation with us on Hoopsville was their 7th most popular story this week. So I appreciate Ticker putting that out there. Gentlemen, I got to run. Sorry for the technical glitch there. I really appreciate the content. It was awesome. Final last thoughts from you guys heading into what is going to be another awesome weekend and week of Division III basketball. Bob, go ahead and start.
Regional ranking number 1, the alphabetical one, is Tuesday. So
you mean the BS one? I'm sorry. Yes, the alphabetical one. Yes.
Let's gear up for that thing on Tuesday. That starts a real exciting stretch for us. So looking forward to that.
Quick shout out. Bob had a behind the scenes. He talked to former chairs or former members on your QCast release today. Bad timing, sir. I mean, on my part. Bad timing on my part. And there was a quote I saw tweeted out about, we put them in order and then we alphabetize them for the rankings. Yeah, we don't need to dive in.
Yeah, Matt made a good point that, you really do have to have an order, and then you got to blow up your order and then alphabetize.
I think when it was touched on last year, I don't think it was fully understood until now that's what they do. Ryan, your thoughts?
I was gonna say, you don't actually have to have an order. You just have to know the last 2 teams, right? So that's the
truth.
But yeah, so we're gearing up. We got tons of huge games. Every team that I brought up today has big games this weekend or the weekend after, right? This is where we're going to see what happens, where you go from number 1 seed in your conference tournament to number 6, right? That's 2 weekends difference can be huge. And, just trying to get every single game in. And, I'm going to make it up to NYU to see the new place next Friday night for the Case Western game. So
That should be
if
fun.
anyone is around, I will be there for both the men's and the women's games in New York
Should be fun.
Friday. So excited about that.
Good stuff. Matt?
Yeah, just fun time of the year with the regional rankings. On Monday morning's episode of D3 Datacast, we're going to try to predict all 10 regions. So we'll see how many of those we get right. But this is the fun time of the year because, Dave, even you will admit we're allowed to talk about Pool C
now we can. Go ahead.
in February.
Yeah, we're fine.
So
yeah.
Awesome time of year. Just love D3 basketball, all the big games that we're going to see.
This time of year always sneaks up on me. I sit there going, no, I don't want to talk Pool C. I'll get emails. I'm like, I'm not talking at large yet, man. We don't have time. And all of a sudden I'll look at the calendar and go, oh, it's time. Yeah, it sneaks up on me every year. Hey, guys, great stuff. Really appreciate it. We'll catch up with you and the other data guys down the road, or the pundits, I should say, down the road. Take care, and we'll talk soon.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Dave.
Very soon.
Yes, very soon. I appreciate Bob Quillman, Ryan Scott, and Matt Snyder joining me on that segment. Ryan Scott joining us on the show, talk about who they have for their best women's teams coming up right here on the Hoopsville Marathon. The National Association of Basketball Coaches is the nation's premier professional development and advocacy organization for basketball coaches at every level. The NABC strives to serve as the voice for coaches on national issues while advancing the core value of leadership, service, advocacy, education, and inclusion. To learn more about the NABC and to become a member, visit NABC.com and follow the NABC on social media at NABC 1927. That's NABC.com or NABC 1927 on social media.
Something I discovered in myself is that if I have a goal, then I can accomplish it.
It's a well-rounded experience.
At a Division III school, you primarily a student athlete, so the school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual.
It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
It's on us to stop sexual assault.
In any way that we can.
To get a friend home safe.
To never blame the victim.
It's on us.
To stand up.
To make our community safe for all.
It's on us.
It's on us to look out for each other at parties.
It's on us.
To be more than just a bystander.
To step up and say something.
It's on us, all of us.
To stop sexual assault. Learn how and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
These are your teams, your players, your community of fans. This is where they play, where they practice, where you cheer. At every meet, every event, every game. Your community is passionate, dedicated, supportive. You know the tension of a close game and the thrill of the win. So while you're cheering, keep an eye out for anything out of the ordinary. If you see something suspicious, say something to local authorities.
I learned a lot of valuable lessons playing college football. I never thought about the health benefits of exercise until I actually started to talk to coaches in college. It's not only just for performance, it's for life. My coaches instilled the importance of well-being, not only building up strength, mental health, getting enough sleep, eating properly is all what it is to be healthy. I decided that I want to go into personal trainer and share my knowledge that I obtained in college about physical and mental well-being.
For the love of the game, but for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that, a lot more.
Sure, the game is important, but as we work so hard to build both mind and body, it's more about team.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics, and in giving the gift of sport to those for whom it seemed an impossible dream, we are working to make this a better world.
Help us keep that dream alive.
You can make a difference.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's nearly 850 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over 2 decades. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're d3hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com. Welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. The marathon continues as we're going to come closer and closer here to our 6th hour. And we still have the committee chairs to talk to, and I did promise the Cabrini segment. That will be coming up. If you got questions for us, you can always contact us via the social medias, email, Facebook, and YouTube on there. We're still streaming on YouTube or on Facebook, I'm happy to say, so that's a good sign. Of course, we're on YouTube as well. Welcome to join us any way you choose. Let's switch gears. We're going to talk women's top 25 now, and our pundits joining us. One will look familiar. We just had him on. It's Ryan Scott joining us on the show. Scott Peterson as well. Gentlemen, thank you so much for taking the time to join us to talk women's basketball, because this is the more fun part of the show sometimes, is when we get to dive in about these teams and make predictions and conversation and all that. First and foremost, always good basketball on the women's side. Scott, it doesn't get old, does it?
No, it doesn't. And every night there are games with tremendous amounts of impacts. Makes it a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, that's that last part being, I think, the keyest. There's huge impacts in a lot of games. Ryan, you've been tweeting out both your ballots for quite some time, much to the enjoyment of many of us. You really are diving in deep.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is my 3rd season voting in the women's poll, so I feel like I'm finally up to speed to be able to be on this show with the likes of Scott, who definitely has a better knowledge of the women's game, but really enjoying watching. And I think the biggest thing, the development on Division III women, it's just been how competitive things are getting. Right, it used to be there were 10 or 12 teams that just sort of ran over everybody, and they'd all be undefeated coming into the tournament. You'd see who was left standing. And that's just not the case anymore. We might have, 1 or 2 of those teams, but for the most part, you got really competitive basketball and stepping up to the kind of parity that we've seen from the men in recent years. So,
yeah, well said. Absolutely agree. And even there's a debate at the top, I think, in terms of who's the best teams in the country. I think some would say it's obviously NYU, and there's voters who clearly feel otherwise. Let's jump right in to debatables. And we'll go left to right, as we always do. Scott, you'll get the first crack at this one. Who is your debatable team of the week?
My debatable is DePauw. Our various systems, which obviously have different inputs, all kind of agree on DePauw. The poll has them 38th or 13th in the others receiving votes. Massey has them 33rd, and efficiency ratings have them 35th. DePauw has, I think, a pretty good body of wins. They beat Oshkosh. I don't know if Oshkosh was at their best when DePauw beat them, but they've also beat Ohio Wesleyan, Oberlin, and Wittenberg twice. And their losses are generally to very good teams. They've lost to Transylvania, Millikin, and Wartburg. They have lost to WashU and Denison, who have had ups and downs throughout the year. And it's probably those 2 losses that are really holding DePauw back in a lot of the ranking and rating systems. I think they're a big team that rebounds well. They seem to be trending up. And so I would not be surprised to see them sneaking onto a few more top 25 ballots.
It's a well-coached team too, Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, I got to talk to Chris Huffman, the coach, at the beginning of the year for one of the profiles that I did for Around the Nation. And she talked about they lost 2 big seniors from last year, one on the offensive side, one on the defensive side, and not just replacing output, but leadership and learning how to win. They had a really tough schedule out of the gate. Although I do think their first game against Transy, that still might be, is that the closest Transylvania's been all year? It was a 10-point game. They're strong. And I wasn't sure what they do coming through this conference, because it's gotten much tougher with Ohio Wesleyan and Wittenberg playing really well. And even some of the teams slightly below them have the overall has been really much improved. And so, good to see them coming along. And I think that they're one of those teams that's just going to get better and better. And it's whether they can get up to that top 25 level, in the next 2 or 3 weeks here to see whether they can make a bigger splash.
Looks like second closest. Just 2 games later, Wisconsin Lutheran only lost by 6 to Transylvania.
Second closest, right?
Still, yeah. No, speaks volumes for where they are. Ryan, who's your debatable?
Let me make sure I'm getting these in the right category, right? So my debatable, I'm going with Hardin Simmons. I never know where to put them. Like, this is clearly a very good team. They always have good results. They're, when they're losing, it's generally to good teams. When they're playing well, I think they're a little deeper than they've been the last couple of years. But they also, being in Texas, it's harder to get the games that are going to really tell you something. And so, they did get one, like the Emory game, where they would have had a chance to make a statement and they weren't able to win. And it's more, I'm interested in Scott's view, because I can watch the games. And I think that's one of those teams that looks really good, but you don't quite know how they're going to do when they step up in competition, right?
Yeah, I think I feel similarly. We don't have a whole lot of really good data when we're trying to say, where do you slot in the top 25? Really, it's their games against Trinity, Emory, and Mary Hardin Baylor that we're looking at. And they haven't done that great in those games. Losing 2 of them, the win over Trinity was pretty narrow, only a 4-point win. All the other stats were really narrow. I don't know off the top of my head where all of those 3 games were. I think they went toe to toe with Mary Hardin Baylor. So I think they're very similar quality teams. I think they probably deserve to be a top 20 team, but I don't really have a feel for, are they 14th or are they 26th?
Right. And it's one of those that it seems like our voters have just consistently stuck them in the middle of the poll, regardless of what happens. And I'm not always sure why that is. And, I think they deserve to be right in and around there, but it feels like they're one of those that, people just automatically put in, even though we don't have all the data for that.
There are some stronger teams around them that I think we're used to. Like McMurray is better. Did they play Texas Lutheran? Looks like they haven't. But maybe McMurray is the only one jumping out. They played Cal Lutheran. They beat them. Both of those teams are stronger than past years. So I think there's enough there to make a case for, I've seen them play and they have some good wins to keep them ranked there. And they're not losing. Other teams do lose road conference games and they haven't.
Yeah, interesting. By the way, gives me a chance talking about Southern teams. Most random court storming of the year may have taken place last night. I double checked the 2 opponents to try and understand what I was watching. Anyway, I'll leave it at that.
I used to have comments about court storming, but I'm all for fans having a ton of fun. It doesn't matter if you were favored and it's your home court. Have a good time with your fans, as long as it's not affecting anything else.
After somebody got injured in a D1 game, I'm not so keen on it anymore.
Well, that's a different case.
They're very close together, Dave. That's a rivalry. That's a geographic rivalry. That's why the court storming was.
I get it. I just was looking to figure out if I had missed that somebody was ranked and not ranked and all that jazz. Moving on.
Just make sure you don't run over an All-American while you're running onto
that was my point. That's my concern. All right, Ryan. I think so we got our 2 debatables. We slide to dubious now. So Ryan will get the first crack at this one. I'm curious who your dubious team is, sir.
So this is more that I don't understand. I've not been huge on DeSales over the last couple of years.
Wow, we're picking on DeSales in both panels, by the way, just for the record.
We are. I felt bad about that, but I didn't.
BJ, don't hate me. I didn't choose these.
So, this is clearly a really good team, right? That's why I maybe put them in that Hardin Simmons category. You can watch them play. They're really good. Their margin of victory over the last 4 years has been like 25 points a game. But they don't always have those big wins. They're not playing a super strong schedule. I know he schedules as many as he can. But when it comes tournament time, right, they're not always able to keep up. Their offense isn't maybe quite as strong as some of those top teams. And the defense doesn't work as well when the other teams are really, really good. And I was just noticing both their points per game offensively and defensively are down 3 or 4 points this year. And the big one, their rebounding margin is way down. They were in double digits last year and they're like at 3.5 right now. And so those are some signs for me that I wasn't super high on them last year. And maybe they've taken a slight step back this year. And I'm a little dubious about how quickly they get thrown into the poll and voted up.
Scott, any thoughts?
I was surprised to see them diverge so much Massey to efficiency, because I think both those systems have a lot of similar inputs around scoring and defense and margin of victory, but they're 34th in Massey and 7th in efficiency. And I have similar thoughts again to you. Their defense is great. It means they travel well. They always kind of get off the bus, but that offense can hold them back, which, I mean, there's been so many games this year where they're closer down at half to some not very good teams, and they usually smoke them in the second half, but it's still not what you're used to seeing from a top 10 or 15 team.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's valid points there. What's interesting is they could be looking at a second weekend host if things fall in the right way for them, just because of where they could be sitting in terms of a record and all of that jazz. And the question becomes, when you get to the NCAA tournament, can you afford to be playing around in the first half and have to storm back in the second, or will it be over by halftime because you put yourself in such a deep hole against a really talented team? So, yeah, interesting thoughts.
And I sometimes think that teams that have an outstanding skill, it looks dominant during the regular season, and then you just face a different class of team every night in the NCAA tournament.
Yeah.
And maybe you're not used to, well, this skill isn't quite that dominant anymore, and it shows a lot of your flaws bigger than they have all year.
It's an interesting point, yeah.
I mean, you just look at their tournament game last year, right? They scored about the same amount of points that they would normally be scoring in a game, but they allowed 25 or 30 more to a Mary Washington team because it's a good team.
Right.
And if you're not able to score to keep up with those teams, it's hard to win.
Yeah. No, it's a good point. Well, Fred Richter is a fascinating coach. We'll see what they materialize in the next few weeks.
Doesn't know how to schedule, though. He's very good at that.
Oh, absolutely. And with a little bit freer schedule now, he can pick up a few extras too. Yeah. That's a little joke from behind the scenes that Ryan and I were joking about in the early part of the season. Scott, who is your dubious?
It's Emory. So Emory is 12th in the poll. Their biggest wins are Washington Lee, Hardin-Simmons, and Wash U, and they've lost to Newport, Chicago, and NYU. So only 3 losses. At least 2 of those are to very, very good teams, and Chicago's a very solid team. But their biggest wins, they've only squeaked by in those. And it just feels more like a low teens type of team than a high teens type of team. I just don't see either the dominance or the consistency to push them quite into the high teens.
I mean, I don't know.
I'm one of the reasons that they're up as high as they are, because I've been really high on them. I think that the schedule's been really good. And even in some of the losses, I thought that they were, I thought they played really well against Christopher Newport. But yeah, getting into conference play, the Chicago game gave me a little pause watching that. And then they just did not perform the way I expected against NYU, right? They were just not in that game even remotely. And so I'm definitely having to reevaluate where they are. And I suspect a number of other voters who are voting them pretty high are doing that as well. Wanting to reward them playing well against good teams, even in a loss. But yeah, I mean, they're just in conference not performing at the same level. And maybe it's teams who are a little more familiar with the system, or able to exploit the weaknesses a little better than some of the non-conference opponents. But it's one that I'm being forced to have kind of a change of opinion on.
Yeah, good point. I like these so far, guys. These are good choices. We'll change to deep dive now. And Scott, I'm always interested in what your deep dive choice is.
So my deep dive is Webster. I think I like picking on the low strength of schedule teams. But I think there's a case to be made for Webster. They're 21st in Massey, 42nd in efficiency, and number 4 others receiving votes in the top 25 poll. But I mean, if you look, so they haven't lost, which most teams lose. And there's absolutely value in that. But if you look at their wins, there's nothing that you could put on the line of any other team that we've talked about. Their best win is probably Augustana, who continues to fade. Center's not a top 100 team.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's 16-4 team. I mean, at least it was a team that's got a pretty stout record.
I mean, I think Augustana is a much better team than Center. So looking a little bit deeper than the record, but there's probably not a large difference between them. And it's just hard to find a team that hasn't even played a top team so that we can kind of have some idea. Like Hardin-Simmons has a couple results, right? DeSales has a couple results where whether win or lose, you can kind of see what do those stats look like. But Webster's, there's nothing. And so it's hard for you to know. And what I always say about the low strength of schedule teams is we're not saying that they're bad. We're just saying it's harder to know about them
Right.
and evaluate them. And I don't think it's incorrect to put them in the top 25, especially if you've watched them play, and think that they're a top 25 team. But it's just so hard for us to know when, like, even in the SLIAC, you can schedule somebody at a conference. You can go play Dubuque, or you can play St. Norbert. That would give us a better idea of what team that you are. I guess Augustana is kind of in that bucket, so that's close.
Well, listen, I had Webster on the show earlier, and I kind of tried to feel out the scheduling mentality. Didn't get much of an answer in terms of, they've certainly tried to bolster their resume, and sometimes they just aren't getting the nibbles. And I think that comes down to, saw this, and not to try and compare to Yeshiva on the men's side, but, we went through a stretch there where Yeshiva couldn't seem to pick up any opponents because opponents were making excuses for not playing them. I don't know if that's the case here. The Gorlocks in the last couple of years have certainly shown they can go top with some of the best teams in the country when it gets to the NCAA tournament. They lost to Mary Hardin Baylor 2 years ago, 3 in the first round, and they were toe for toe with Whitewater until the fourth quarter when the Warhawks just finally started hitting some shots. But I agree. I mean, it's hard to evaluate. Ryan, any other thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, other than it doesn't really benefit some of those good teams in the Midwest to schedule a Webster, even if they're a good team, just but numbers wise, right? Because that's a team
unfortunately,
that could beat you, and your SOS is likely taking a hit, right? That conference is so lowly rated.
Well, and getting worse.
What's the benefit there other than just playing a good team? I'm not saying that they shouldn't schedule them. I'm just saying it's not difficult to make an argument, that Webster's not going to improve your record if that's what you're looking to do.
Yeah, and I remember last year when Jason Pruitt was on the show when he coached Laverne, he said, "Hey, the odds that the SCIAC gets a second bid are so low. Why am I going to use a ton of my budget to try to incrementally improve my resume?" So, I'm definitely not faulting Webster either, but they should also not be surprised if they end up seeded like a 3 or a 4 in the opening weekend.
Yeah, which they have been. Yeah. Ryan, who's your deep dive?
My deep dive I'm going with, and this is more like a question that I'm trying to figure out. So I'm picking Springfield as my deep dive.
Yeah, I like this choice.
So Smith has been getting votes pretty consistently all year, and we know Smith is pretty good. I haven't been voting for them, but what I can't figure out is I feel like Springfield has a pretty near identical record to Smith, right? They've split with each other. One of those was a double overtime game. Their wins are all relatively similar. They've lost to good teams. I just can't figure out why almost everyone is voting for Smith at some point and no one is voting for Springfield. Because I think this is a good team that's put up a good resume, and they've proven just as much as Smith has, other than they weren't in the Final Four last year.
That's why I love this pick. And the NUMAC in general. We had MIT on earlier. It's just a fascinating conference right now. But Springfield, when you said that, I went and looked them up and went, hold on. Yeah, why? What are we doing? This is interesting. Scott, any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, Smith graduated a lot. The transfer of Sophia Rosa definitely bolstered the team.
Sure.
But if you're unsure about a team, I'd be much more apt to hitch my horse to a team with the pedigree of Smith than one like Springfield. And so I think it makes it easier to make the case for Smith than for Springfield. You can look at the MIT results. Smith beat him by 28. Springfield beat him by 7. Worst loss, Smith lost to Dartmouth by 5, Dickinson by 3, Springfield by 2. Springfield lost to Bowdoin by 27, Rhode Island College by 13. Both probably better than any team that Smith has even played. But still, they weren't terribly competitive in either of those. And I also don't want to lean too hard on margin of victory because of difference in play style. And you don't know how much a team ran up the score, didn't run up the score late in the game. But I think there's enough there of why we're ranking Smith where they are. But they might be, Smith's, I don't know what they are in the poll, but Springfield is not even receiving votes. They're probably closer than they are.
Right.
Yeah.
And that was more of my deep dive. I've had them ranked in my list. I haven't voted for either of them in quite a while, but I've had them pretty close together. But I felt like Springfield, I watched the double overtime game, and it seemed like Springfield was a little bit better. It doesn't always work out that way, but I was like, these are way more even than they seem to be in the poll.
And that's the fascination about the poll, right? You see something, you're like, oh, okay, I know what to expect. You go into the game and you watch, you're like, that's not what I expected. So, yeah, that's interesting. Good choices, to say the least. Guys, really appreciate your time. I know there's others behind the scene. Riley, he's actually traveling this weekend. Couldn't join us. Riley's getting more games in a year than Ryan and I will sometimes do in 5. He's showing off a little bit, to be honest. And Gordon couldn't make it either, but I know they're always part of this, and I appreciate it. Any final takes on things, gentlemen, before as we head into another great-looking weekend and another great week as we head into the final month of the regular season? Ryan, we'll start with you.
No, I mean, really looking forward to regional rankings coming out, seeing how this all plays out. I'll give the plug for the next Around the Nation. I've been doing interviews pretty much nonstop all week to look at sort of where we are in terms of broadcasting and paywalls and what to expect in the future as schools try to fill gaps in budgets and whatever else. So that'll be coming next week sometime. And as I mentioned previously, if anyone wasn't watching, I'll be at NYU next Friday night for the men's and women's games in person, and would love to talk to anybody who might be there.
Perfect pitch. Scott, any final thoughts?
Well, as a Hope alum, Hope is where my rooting interest lies, Hope in the MIAA. But I've kind of been taking my own advice and using the stats to really get into other games and look at them through a different lens. And when I see Co playing Loras, or Loras playing Wartburg, I can't grasp the sense of the rivalry. I don't have the history, but I can watch those games with a level of importance that I haven't had before. And it's made the watching fun when you can just, tonight I'll be following Ithaca Skidmore and know like the importance of the game, even from afar and even not knowing the history of the schools and the matchups.
To that point, I was a little surprised to log into Slack halfway through Gettysburg Hopkins game and see you making comments. And I'm like, whoa, hold on. He's watching this game. It took me a second. I thought it was pretty neat.
I recognized your voice. I was like, I think that's Dave.
Yeah, the only reason I didn't say mine was because I couldn't remember my color commentator's name. She's got a funky last name, and I'm like, I'm not going to say my name and not say hers, so we'll just go without my name for this for now. Gentlemen, as always, great time. Appreciate it. Ryan, especially you, sir, dedicated a full hour there. I really appreciate it. You guys take care, and we'll catch up with you both down the road.
Awesome. Thanks.
See you. Brian Scott and Scott Peterson. I did that on purpose. Joining us on the Hoopsville Hotline to talk the women's top 25. Really appreciate their time and dedication to all that. We'll take a break. When we come back, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do the Cabrini segment we originally slated, and then we're going to do the committee members coming up. So Cabrini, an ode to Cabrini. We'll hear from John Zeke, Marcus Kahn, and Ryan Van Zelst, the former head coach, and the current head coach. And then we'll dive into the committee chairs and talk with them. That's all still ahead on the Hoopsville Marathon. Thanks to a couple donations, our donation tote board has climbed significantly. It's got a ways to go, though. We're 5% of the, no, we're less than 1% of the way to our ultimate goal. Granted, it's not something we want to achieve today, but we'd love to make a good dent in it. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com from the WBCA NABC studios. Back with more after this. The National Association of Basketball Coaches is the nation's premier professional development and advocacy organization for basketball coaches at every level. The NABC strives to serve as the voice for coaches on national issues while advancing the core value of leadership, service, advocacy, education, and inclusion. To learn more about the NABC and to become a member, visit NABC.com and follow the NABC on social media at NABC 1927. That's NABC.com or NABC 1927 on social media.
I used to never really talk. Ever. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. It helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
Football has taught me a lot throughout my life. It's definitely had a huge imprint on who I am as a person. Competing at a Division III level created that opportunity for me to go to college. Not only was I the first one in my family to graduate college, but I was really the first one to even go. Being the first one, I'm breaking that cycle, and now that I've graduated, I'm not sure what's the next step, but I know I have a lot of doors open. And a lot of those are open because I played football and ran track here at Otterbein.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's nearly 850 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over 2 decades. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
It's on us to stop sexual assault.
In any way that we can.
To get a friend home safe.
To never blame the victim.
It's on us.
To stand up.
To make our community safe for all.
It's on us.
It's on us to look out for each other at parties.
It's on us.
To be more than just a bystander.
To step up and say something.
It's on us, all of us.
To stop sexual assault.
Learn how and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
If I lose, I'll respond with respect.
If I win, I'll back it up with humility.
If I fail, I'll rise up with honor. It's tough for us to put it all on the line.
Don't undo my hard work with poor sportsmanship.
Respect. It's the name of the game.
Joining us on the Hoopsville Hotline to talk about the glorious history of Cabrini. I knew I was going to do that. Welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. I didn't hit the microphone correctly on that one. Hoopsville Marathon continues to roll along. Appreciate all of you who've donated so far and anybody who will donate in the future. If you don't want to donate via Venmo or some other avenue, currently we don't have PayPal up and running, but we'll try and work on that. Contact us. You can email me, hoopsville@d3sports.com, and we'll talk about any avenue you'd like to choose on that. Now we're going to talk about Cabrini men's basketball primarily, though admittedly this is more about others than just Cabrini, certainly. The Cabrini program, as you may or may not know, is drawing to a close as a department in general, certainly, but also as a men's program that was has a rich history. Now, the women's program certainly had its tremendous years, but they're not playing this year. So just we decided to take the time and just talk about the men's program, mainly because John Zeke is such a friend of our shows. It's got a rich history with our program. So we took the time to talk to him, but he's not the only one. We'll also hear from Marcus Kahn and Ryan Van Zelst about the Cabrini program that is playing its last year as an institution, obviously, with some great athletics. John Zeke was a former athletics director and men's basketball coach. We talked to him yesterday about Cabrini, his memories, and its closing. It's the former men's basketball coach at Cabrini, John Zeke, who has a little bit of a crazy history with this show, by the way. When we reincarnated it the second time, which we have now, this is the second time, part of the run of the second time. I had gone and taken a nap, John, to get ready to do the show. I was working overnights at my TV station, so I needed a nap before we hit the air. I woke up, my phone had been blowing up. This is before phones were cool. My email was blowing up because you had big news. We broke the news on that show about you, unfortunately, would be leaving Cabrini. I don't want to dwell on that. I just appreciate you're back on the show. You have a rich history with this program. Unfortunately, the rich history you had at Cabrini is coming to a close. You guys had some magical runs there, sir.
Well, yeah, we had a great time at Cabrini. 25 years I was there. We just had our last alumni game this past Saturday. We had almost 100 alumni players return for the last shebang, and it was a great day. It was a great day to see a lot of people relive a lot of the memories that we established at Cabrini in our basketball program and our athletic program. And sorry to see it go, really am, because Cabrini, I felt, was a crown jewel of the small Division III schools in the Philadelphia area.
I agree with you. And that history includes now lacrosse national championships. It has certainly built itself to be a really neat athletic department that you were certainly a big part in helping build. What are some of the memories that you have that you probably had rekindled this past weekend of being there as coach of your program and all of that?
We had so many stories back and forth. There were quite a few to tell, but from a personal perspective, I guess our first victory back in the NAIA days when we beat Coppin State at Coppin State to go to the NAI Nationals in Kansas City was a big thrill. Certainly the Kareem Brunson 90-foot shot at the buzzer to beat Alvernia, win a PAC championship and qualify for the NCAAs. And going with Marcus Kahn and his team to the championship game, standing with the players in practice before that game and talking to them about how proud I was to see Cabrini playing in a national championship. Those are the things that stick out in my mind.
If you don't mind a shameless moment, sir, the memory that sticks out in my mind is a particular win at the Decker Sports and Recreation Center in Towson, Maryland, over your Cabrini Cavs. Unfortunately, my alma mater then laid an egg in round number 2.
I remember that game. I remember.
That game comes up often when you and I talk.
Yep.
Listen, I know your end didn't come as you wanted it at Cabrini, but what I've respected about you is you've still kept that memory strong. You've still supported Cabrini in so many ways. You talk about going back for the alumni event. You talk about going to the championship game, despite the fact Cabrini is really in your blood, even if you're now down in South Carolina.
Yeah, I did a little video tape for a Cabrini Legacy event while I was up there this past weekend. As I told them, if you cut my wrist, they come out blue. It's tempered with a little green from my time at Piedmont, so green and blue. But Cabrini was really most of my adult life was spent at Cabrini as athletic director and head basketball coach, and it really is in my blood and in my heart. I'm so disappointed that the school's closing. It's such a good school with so many good memories, not only just the athletic department, but the academics that the school puts out and the people that we developed throughout the school. It's very, very sad.
Yeah, what were your reactions when you heard the news, and how did you, I guess, handle it? What was the first reactions you had, and what was the first thing you did when you heard the news?
Well, certainly disbelief to a certain degree, but in talking to people at Cabrini, I knew things were not going well, but no one knew that it had reached the point in time where they were going to shutter the doors. It's the same things happening to St. Rose, College of St. Rose. Brian Bury and I are good friends. We played against each other in the NCBT in Iowa many times. And it just seems to be Cabrini's one to fall, St. Rose is another, but I'm sure that there's others that follow. But when you have been involved as long as I have, like Brian at St. Rose, it's a real punch in the gut.
Quickly, I don't know if you have an answer to this, but how do you keep the history and the legacy of Cabrini athletics, men's basketball, whatever? I know there's in the record books going to be a national championship for lacrosse. I know in the record books there will be Final Four appearances for men's basketball. Those are the NCAA books. How, if there's a ability, do you keep the Cabrini legacy and history still alive somewhere to help people remember what Cabrini was?
Yeah, that's what we're struggling with a little bit right now. But I think from a basketball perspective, as I said, with this alumni game and the participation of our alums that came back to it, we have a survey on SurveyMonkey for them to respond about what they would like to see. I have some very active alumni that surely want to continue our association, even though the school is closing. So we hope to be able to take some of the memorabilia and place it somewhere that we can gather again in the future. It's a challenge not only for the basketball program, but it's certainly a challenge for the institution as well. We certainly are happy that Villanova is saving the campus and their involvement, particularly for the benefit of the Sisters of the Sacred Heart who own the school. But for all the alums and the people who went there, we're going to do our very best to try and keep that legacy alive.
You guys have always had a strong alumni association in terms of athletics. It's amazing to me sometimes how an event like this past weekend, as you said, gets hundreds there or 100 there, whatever the number was. But every time I've talked to you over the years, there's always this strong Cabrini alum network that always comes together. What's been the secret with that?
Well, I think from the beginning, I know from my perspective, both as athletic director and basketball coach, Cabrini has always been a family. I mean, that's thrown around a lot of times. You hear that story about schools or teams that they're a family. It's much like what Jay Wright, I think, did at Villanova. You know, when our players came, they stayed. We didn't have a lot of people transfer out. When students came to Cabrini, they stayed. And it was a small school where people got to know one another, and that family atmosphere was easy to build. So when you have a family, just because somebody leaves your family, like my son or whatever, you're still family over the years. And so I think that's been our tradition at Cabrini, that we have a strong group of dedicated alums. One of the things that, you know, disappoints me in this whole situation is that upper administration at the school really never gave the alumni a heads up about what was going on and gave them an opportunity to respond. I think had they done so, I'm not sure whether or not the alumni would have been able to come up with what was needed to save it financially, but I'm sure they would have tried.
Yeah. I mean, the short term versus the long term, right? You know, could the alumni be able to they maybe have been able to do something on the short term, whether they could have helped on the long term, who knows? But you're right. You know, you got to reach out and make that effort. And I agree with you.
They deserve the opportunity in my mind, and I don't think they were ever given that opportunity. And that's again very distant.
I don't think anyone was given the opportunity, to be fair, the way this entire process played out at Cabrini and trying to keep it under wraps for as long as they tried. The whole thing felt very connived. Hey, sir, appreciate your time and insight. We could dive into this topic and talk for hours about Cabrini history, but I appreciate the 10 minutes you gave me because it was enough that it gives us a sense of the rich history. And again, you have a rich history with me in the show, and I appreciate you and your time. We should point out, everybody, he is living the good life. He is, after his time at Piedmont, he is now a golf coach at a high school down in South Carolina. I don't feel bad for you in one bit, sir.
I'm making my tea time. I have a tea time in a half an hour, Dave.
You're right. We're going to let you go, but we always give the guests the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those tuned in?
I just want to thank Hoopsville for what you guys do and what you have continued to do to promote Division III basketball. It's been a wonderful thing for me to be involved in, but I think anyone who's involved in Division III basketball owes you a big vote of thanks.
John, that's awfully kind of you to say. It means a lot to me to hear it from you. Thank you. Enjoy your tea time. Enjoy your history. Thank you for your time. We will talk soon. Yep. We'll talk soon, John. Thank you very much. He is John Zeke joining us here on the Hoopsville Hotline. Great conversations with John there. We pivot now and hear from another former head coach who was at Cabrini during another run of heyday for them. Because as the Cabrini program moved on from John Zeke, they picked up Marcus Kahn, and they ended up having a tremendous opportunity with him, getting all the way to the Final Fours and getting a chance to almost win a national championship. They were on the doorstep, as it were, of getting that and nearly pulling it off. And thanks to our friends at Mary Washington, we got to hear from Marcus Kahn about his memories.
All right. So thinking back to my time at Cabrini, it was really a special time for me, personally, professionally. There's the obvious runs in the NCAA tournament that we had that made it a real special time. I think that the people that I got to work with day in and day out at Cabrini are really what I miss and who I miss the most, along with, of course, the former players. When I think back to first arriving there, I thought about the days of competing against Coach Zeke. When I was at Wesley and he was there running the show at Cabrini, and always every day I was there to see the banner with his name on it in the gym made me want to get better and work harder and get our program to that same level. And then of course that Final Four run we had in 2012 was just incredible with the feeling on campus, the whole student body and everybody, all the faculty and staff on campus really behind us made it a real special time, and one that I'll obviously never forget. And I hope that those guys that run that team as well, while Cabrini is shutting down, they know that our program will live on forever in our hearts, and we'll always have those memories together.
Thanks again to Mary Washington for providing that audio for us. So you get the sense of what it was like from the past and into the future, as it were, because there is no future for Cabrini. One of the coaches, so they made a coaching change at the end of last season, seemingly trying to spark their men's program to improve like its women's program had. And within weeks, the announcement came, thanks in part to our reporting, that Cabrini was closing its doors. The women's program ended up closing its doors as a result, as Kate Pearson left for Rowan on the women's side. But Ryan Van Zelst, who got hired from Penn State Abington, decided to stick it on. And we spoke to him yesterday about the reasons behind that decision and what they're doing at Cabrini now. Now joining us on the Hoopsville Hotline, it's the head coach of the Cabrini Cavaliers as it is now. Obviously heard from the past. We get to hear from the president. It's Ryan Van Zelst joining us. Coach, first and foremost, thanks for taking the time. I know this is a bittersweet season. It is not what you planned when you signed up, as they say. So I appreciate you taking the time to talk about it, because I know it's not an easy topic.
Yeah, no problem at all. And, bittersweet is the perfect word to describe the situation. It is a special place. And even in my limited amount of time here, I feel that, and I love the people I work with, and, the people that are still around campus. But at the same time, yeah, it is, there's sadness involved because of the what if piece, and trying to get this program back to where it should be in Division III, where it should have been in Division III, where it was not so long ago. So bittersweet is a great word to describe it.
Let's back up. You're running Penn State Abington. We had you on last year. It's bro versus bro. You're doing well at Abington. Things are well. Cabrini's job opens up, maybe a little surprisingly for some. Certainly they weren't having the success, but there's this attitude that I'm getting from behind the scenes. Cabrini wants to turn the corner. They want to get this story program back on track. So they've decided to make a coaching change moving forward, and the job opens. You're no dummy. Sure. Yeah, that's a good athletics department. Let's apply there, and you get the job. What was that process like? Like, it's not an easy decision to leave Abingdon, but you must have been pretty thrilled at the fact that you had a Cabrini job and an opportunity to go to a pretty impressive program in front of you.
Yeah, absolutely. Growing up in suburban Philadelphia, and obviously last year's interview was a lot more lighthearted with Adam. Unfortunately, he was on it with us, but yeah, just we had a great year at Abington, and we had great players at Abington. They obviously made great coaches, so I was blessed, and we had an awesome run. And I love the people there, but to be frank, this is Cabrini University men's basketball, and what Coach Zeke and Coach Kahn have done and built, and what they've achieved. I've seen that on the outside as a student athlete, as a fellow coach, and just knowing how successful the department's been across the board, and being in the Philly area and being able to stay and not even move to take this job. I was ecstatic. So when it first opened, and based on the success that we had at Abington, I felt it was an opportunity I'd try to take advantage of and get in the mix. And luckily enough, I was hired to try to reestablish the program and take it back to where it should be and where it should have been. So it was super positive, and I was super excited to get involved. And obviously within 6 weeks, news changes and you hear things, and yeah, I was sad. I was absolutely sad about what happened. But that's life, right? Things happen that you can't foresee.
About 6 weeks later, we break the news that Cabrini is scuttled. I'll be honest with you, Ryan. I was hearing that news prior to your hiring, or right around your hiring. I was starting to get scuttlebutt that something was up. Before we get into that, how did you start to find out? Were you starting to hear anything before our reporting, or was our reporting the first time you heard anything?
Well, when I was at Abington the year before, the article came out where they were actively searching partners, and you can take that for what it is, and there's a million opinions on that as well.
A lot of schools doing that too.
Yep, and throughout the process, the interview process, I asked those questions, and that being said, This is a job I would have took 10 out of 10 times. It's Cabrini University men's basketball, and I fully understand that. And yeah, was there risk involved? Absolutely. That's risk I accepted the minute I accepted the job. So yeah, you hear things, and when I was here with during those 6 weeks, you hear some things from some staff members that have been established on campus, but never in my wildest dreams would I have assumed it would have happened so quick. And obviously there's plans and rehabilitation plans within the department and the admissions department and the university and what we're going to do to try and fix these problems. But yeah, for me to tell you within 6 weeks I would have heard that, that was extremely surprising. There's no doubt.
It sensed to me that when you got hired, there were people in the right places who understood already that this was the end. That this was going to happen. It was a matter of when the announcement was going to take place, not necessarily a matter of if or when, or if or could it. Now, I think when they decided to let the previous coach go, maybe they weren't so sure. So that decision, I think, was maybe felt that they're trying to move forward. They want a coaching change. But when they hired you, I think maybe they knew the future was done. Again, we break the news. Is that kind of the first time it hit you that, no, this is happening? Or did you have anybody on campus who said, by the way, FYI, this will be our last year?
No, just like everybody else, when you guys broke that news, that's when I first found out. And being here for less than 6 months, I wasn't privy to any information like that, regardless. And the one thing I will say, Kate Corcoran hiring me, she's fantastic at her job, and I hold no ill will to her or anyone in this athletic department. Now, like we've mentioned and you previously mentioned here, maybe somebody knew, but for me in this department, I was completely unaware of it. And like I said, I love working here, and even the limited time here, I understand how special this place is. So for me to hold any ill will towards them in this process, that wouldn't be fair on my end. But no doubt there's sadness that comes involved with the decision and the turnaround, but that information I would have never been privy to anyway. So.
And just for the record, I'm not necessarily saying Kate Corcoran knew anything. I don't know who knew what.
No, I know.
But in the hiring process, people above Kate Corcoran are involved. That's where I'm kind of leaving that hint.
Yep.
All right, so then you find out the news, and you've got to talk to your team, and you got to talk to the athletic department, and you got to talk to everybody to find out what is happening going forward. Like, what are we doing? I assume you were going to know you were going to have a season, but there's a lot of what ifs. Students might say, forget it, I'm out of here. How did you guys balance whatever the next few days, few weeks, whatever were?
Yeah, so, the sad part was those 6 weeks, we worked really hard to rebuild the roster in terms of bringing in, we need to inject talent. So we had a Zoom with all the guys who told us they were coming. And I'm not the kind of person that's going to say, hey, you're staying. And every young man's journey in life is up to them. And if they want me to be their guy, their mentor, their coach, absolutely. So we sat down, had a Zoom, and I gave them as much information that I had at that time and said, hey, you want to stay? I'll give you everything I have in terms of being competitive as we possibly can and providing a great college experience for this 1 year that we have. That being said, we lost 3 to 4 guys that probably would have played a decent amount. And does that stink because it would have helped us be a little bit more successful and help in the rebuild overall? Absolutely. But no ill will towards them. They got to do what's best for them. And this is their career, their life, their journey. And I still root those guys on. I check box scores, try to stay in contact with them. So that's just part of the deal. But we had a Zoom, gave them a month to kind of make a decision and figure out what works best. And after that month, 6 weeks, we got together again and said, okay, this is what we're doing. And here's the plan. We're going to treat it just like it's a normal year and work really hard and try to be as competitive as possible. Now, personally, was there about 2 months of sadness for me? Absolutely. It took me a long time to, dig out of that hole and, get motivated and get going and realize, I'm still lucky enough I get to coach. Because as we know, there's other institutions where they just shut it down. They didn't even get to play or coach or compete. And so it could always be worse. As you know, every situation could always be worse. But we kind of went day by day, week by week, and then built, more and more towards the end of August. And once we settled in and knew who we had and who was committed to trying to do things this year, we went for the best we possibly could.
Well, the pivot on that, too, is that Kate Pearson leaves the women's program to take the job at Rowan after this news breaks. Whether she would have taken the job at Rowan or not, it's up for debate, certainly. We haven't talked to Kate about it. But then as a result of that, the women's program scuttles the season. I know there's other moving parts there. There's about putting an interim person in place. There's about having numbers and all that. Did that have any impact on you guys? Did that put a moment of pause on whether you would end up having a season yourselves?
Yeah, one, I gotta say I love Kate Pearson. I'm actually sad she didn't stay. She's a great coach, great person. Scranton ties there too, so so was really sad about that. But no, it didn't really directly impact us. Practice times are a little bit easier. That's about the only positive thing about it. But we did, obviously you get outside chatter and everyone starts asking. So we had to revisit that conversation with the guys and let them know, hey, we're moving forward. Everything's status quo. I mean, as normal as it possibly can be. Just because we don't have the women's program competing alongside us doesn't mean that we're not going to have a season. So besides outside chatter, it kept everything the same. And then, personally, I was sad I didn't get to learn more from Kate. But I know she landed on her feet, and Rowan's a great place.
It speaks volumes, by the way, that there is zero bio for you on the Cabrini website. I just point that out because, as I went to double check information, I was startled to just find a headshot. At least you got the headshot. You're playing the season out. And at this point in time, it's not an above 500 season, but that's not what's important here. Barring something kind of crazy, you will be in the ASC tournament. Anything's possible at that point. I know the guys are playing with heavy hearts and a little bit of an emotion and maybe some stoicism, but is this just about playing and enjoying the season? Is it about being competitive? What's the mentality inside the locker room?
Yeah, wins and losses are measured in so many different ways, right? But we've been competitive, and we're young and our bodies aren't great right now because of our the age of our roster, and we have returners that we're asking to do things that have never been asked before in their playing career. And you know what? I can be demanding. I'm extremely emotional. But the guys, I can't say enough great things about them and how they've handled themselves. And yeah, we've had some close losses to some really good teams. We played SWAT, Susquehanna really tight and had some awesome moments. But obviously with youth and newness comes lack of consistency. So there's been some really high highs and some really low lows, but we're still trying to be as competitive as we possibly can. And like you said, anything can happen. And we'll just keep battling it out. And like every coach will tell you, we strive to improve every single day, practice and games. And now there is some awkwardness and some sadness that comes with, the vibe on campus and the lack of energy. But we still have to come to work every day. And what we make of that defines our character and defines us who we are. So, I try to get that to them. And the one thing I will say about the young men in our program, 10 years from now, because we've gone through this, especially the student athletes, they will come out stronger. And whether that hits them a year from now, 2 years from now, 5 years now, from 10 years from now, they will be in a position of employment where they have more life experience than anyone else in that position. I can almost guarantee it, just because the raw emotion, whether they feel it or not right now, what we're going through. And what, we battle through the best we possibly can. And I couldn't be prouder enough for them, and them dealing with me, who can be a lot, and my expectations are high regardless of the situation. We want to win games and we want to get better, but I can't say enough positive about the young men that stuck it out with me. I'm forever indebted to them as well.
Tight games against Swarthmore and Susquehanna, a win over Scranton, which I know you probably smiled a little bit about, being where you were an assistant coach at one time. You mentioned Scranton earlier with Kate. Wins over Rosemont and who was the one? Salisbury. Listen, you've got some feathers to go in that Cabrini hat, to say the least. And listen, we heard from John Zeke. The community has rallied. The alumni came out in force last weekend to celebrate everything that is Cabrini and its history. And listen, we know it's a storied history. That had to have been a really good moment for you guys. The result may not have been there, but you had to have been happy with the experience.
Yeah, Coach Zeke, every time you meet someone around Cabrini University, they mention him, and you're like, yeah, okay. And then when you talk to him, you feel it. He's extremely genuine. He loves Cabrini, and he's just a good person, and he's done great things. And just having everyone back, and honestly, everyone coming back was an indictment on him. And just the older guys that came back and talked about how special the place was. I mean, there was 250 plus former players, friends, coaches, managers, and no one saying a bad word about Coach Zeke and everything he's done for the community and the campus and the athletic department and the program here. So it was really unique to be a part of. And obviously my involvement is to a lesser degree, but just being an outsider and watching the former players from Coach McDonald, Coach Kata, and Coach Zeke come together, talk about it, run up and down the court a little bit, and just enjoy each other's company was really special. And it speaks volumes to the program. But he is a very special person. I will admit that.
Yeah, what an amazing moment. Wish I could have been able to see some of that, even though I would have been an interloper to the larger degree. What's the future, Ryan? I know you got a conference tournament ahead that you guys maybe will try and spoil some parties and maybe make some miraculous run and knock off a Gwinnett or a Marymount or whoever you end up playing. But in reality, what's the future, especially for yourself, after this season comes to a close sometime in the next 4 some odd weeks?
Yeah, first and foremost, we got to work really hard to get our student athletes places, whether that's graduating or trying to get to new institutions to play or just to go to another institution to go to school. So my responsibility will be with them. Following the season, we'll enter everyone that wants to go into the portal, everyone that wants to go in, and then once that's over, as you know, in our profession, it's what opens up and what makes sense, what doesn't make sense. Obviously, the third year of trying to change the culture and change the program in a way for the better, I hope, is difficult for me. There's no doubt, but what's meant to be is meant to be. And I'll search and we'll see what happens. I love what I do. I love mentoring young people and coaching and being a mentor and helping them reach all their dreams and goals. And that's really why I do it. And level to me means nothing. It's basketball. It's mentorship, it's companionship, it's a brotherhood. But we'll see, and like I said, I love being here. I love my time here at Cabrini, and I would have taken this job 10 out of 10 times, and things happen and I'm sad about it, but we'll move forward and we'll look to try to build something special at the next place. So, but no, I appreciate you shedding the light on the community itself and the campus.
Well, I appreciate your time and being so forthright about it as well. I know it's a tough spot. I've been trying to stay out of your hair. People ask, have you talked to Ryan? I'm like, no, I'm leaving the man alone. He doesn't need me bugging him that much about nothing. I appreciate it. Seriously, great to reminisce. I appreciate you letting us understand the challenges that were this year and what you're continuing to do. Hats off to you, sir, for staying there and gutting it out and getting it done and looking after the student athletes the way you have. As always, we give the guests the final word. Any final thoughts you'd like to share with those tuned in?
No, thanks, Dave. I appreciate you. Like I said, I appreciate you shedding light to Cabrini men's basketball program. And you know what? We'll do the best we can. And I wish you the best of luck and the rest of the way. I know you'll be super busy here moving forward. But thanks again. It's always great catching up.
Yeah. Hey, next time, better terms. How's that sound?
Let's hope.
Exactly. I agree. Ryan, thanks so much for the time. Really appreciate it. Good luck to the whole team and everybody there at Cabrini. And we'll talk to you soon.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Ryan Van Zels joining us here from Cabrini on the Hoopsville Hotline. Appreciate Ryan joining us. Really insightful from him, talking about what they dealt with and why they're fighting through and what he meant in terms of loyalty to that organization. It's too bad what's happened in Cabrini. It's one of the toughest stories I've ever had to try and report on. Hats off to John Zeke, Marcus Kahn, especially those at Mary Washington, and especially Ryan Van Zels for coming on to talk about it. I really appreciate it, to say the least. Going to take a break. When we come back, I forgot we had one more live segment to go to. Farmingdale State's going to join us. Brendan Twomey will talk about his men's basketball team in the Skyline Conference. Lots of good stuff to talk about there. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com. The marathon continues after Brendan. We'll talk to the National Committee chairs as well.
For the love of the game. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that. A lot more.
Sure, the game is important. But as we work so hard to build both mind and body, it's more about team.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics. And in giving the gift of sport to those for whom it seemed an impossible dream, We are working to make this a better world.
Help us keep that dream alive.
You can make a difference.
We are the coaches of women's basketball. We are leaders and teachers, dreamers and winners. We are professionals who conduct ourselves ethically and with integrity. We place the education, safety, and well-being of the athletes we coach above all else and teach them the fundamental values they need to succeed in life. We are coaches united for the good of our game and those who play it. We are the WBCA.
Responsibility is being accountable for your words and actions, first and foremost. It also is an obligation to be a positive influence in the communities around you. Being in a D3 program, you're going to have lots of different opportunities. You're not just an athlete, you're also involved in student life. Your academics are extremely important. We give a lot of our student athletes responsibilities right from the start by giving them leadership opportunities, by having them engage in the community, be a positive influence. That's being a responsible person.
There are over 480,000 college athletes. Only 2% would go pro. That means over 470,000 will not get a shoe contract. No autographs. No private jets. No fan clubs. No Hall of Fame inductions. Instead, they will walk away with something much more valuable.
We've got more. Welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. As we continue along, a quick reminder that our conversation with the National Committee Chairs will be coming up here in just a moment, but we're going to have one more coaching segment on this 10th Annual Hoopsville Marathon, which was supposed to be wrapping up in 4 minutes. I promise you we'll be going a little bit past where we were going to end this show. It always happens on the marathon, as much as I schedule it as best as I can. Farmingdale State men's basketball is having a tremendous season once again in the Skyline Conference. They are, let's see here. Let's double check. Make sure I don't have it wrong. 19-1, that's right. 19-1 in the season. 11-0 in conference play. Their lone loss to Ramapo, 89-84 earlier this season. They got some significant wins to take a look at there, but maybe they're flying a little bit off the radar for a lot of teams. I know Ryan Scott has brought them up on a couple occasions when we talk top 25. What are they as a team? Well, joining us on the Hoopsville Hotline is Brendan Toomey, the head coach of the aforementioned Rams, sitting there in the Skyline Conference. Coach, thanks first and foremost for finding some time today. I know it's been busy as a coach at this time of year. What do we make? 19-1 on the season, undefeated in Skyline play, a conference that certainly doesn't always let its top dog go undefeated. You're sitting there now. How are things going from your perspective?
I mean, everything's going well so far this year. The Skyline, we've done a pretty good job. Just focusing on the next game, which has helped us out. But yeah, I mean, coming down the stretch here, everyone's going to try to pick us off, so we got to be ready every game we play. Yeah,
that's the key, right? Because the target gets bigger and bigger. As you go longer and longer without losing a game in conference. And you've still got a bit of a beast to go. You've actually got Yeshiva coming up here on the road at their place tomorrow, we should point out. They're the ones sitting about a game and a half behind you in the conference standings before there is a bit of a drop-off. So they're 10-2 in conference play. You're 11-0. SUNY Maritime 7-4. Manhattan is 6-4. And Sarah Lawrence, along with Mount St. Vincent, is 6-5, and can continue the rest. But this is a big game coming up on Saturday. You guys lock this one up. You're going to all but assure yourselves of being at home for the conference tournament. I know you don't want to put pressure on anybody, but that's an important part of this.
Yeah, I mean, they're all important at this point in the season. I mean, obviously, when we play Yeshiva, it's always a tough game. They're having a great year again. So hopefully we can, play well on the road tomorrow night.
This is a bit of a rivalry, if memory serves, too, between your two programs. There's been some interesting moments over the years between the two, but a lot of the players sometimes can't always appreciate that. How do you keep everybody kind of understanding it's about the game, long and short of it? It's about the game. It's about executing. It's not about any extracurriculars that others may bring up, and it's not about getting into the emotions of it because, more importantly, you got to play a solid 40 minutes.
Yeah, my senior captains have done a good job. Corey Powell, Nick Horowitz, and Javon Santos is a junior, but they've done a good job this year of just focusing on each game. Nick and Corey have been with me. This is their 5th year because of COVID, so they've been with me for a while. So they've been a part of the yeshiva rivalry, and they've done a good job. These last couple of days of just telling these guys we just got to focus on the game. Don't worry about the past, and just try to do what we've been doing, focus in each game, and go on the road and try to get a win.
You guys earlier this season got a win over Eastern Connecticut to get the season rolling. Then you went to Scranton and kind of rolled out of there with 2 victories over Marywood and Scranton. Lost to Brooklyn, as we mentioned, but rebounded off of that with a win over Wesleyan. You got a win over New Jersey City. Got into conference play and certainly started playing well. What's been the secret with this team? What has clicked so well this season? We're used to maybe almost 20-win or 21 seasons, but 19-1. I'll be hard to find last time we were talking about the program at this point in the season being at this stage. So what's worked so well?
We just have great leaders. We've got a lot of veterans on our team that have pretty much been in any situation you can think of. Last year we lost to Christopher Newport in the first round of the NCAA tournament. Lost by 1 point. We had a shot to win the game. And I only had 1 senior last year. So a lot of these guys are back. They've been battle tested, I guess you could say, but there's really nothing that we haven't seen, as a group. So those guys, my upperclassmen have been very good this year in practice and just being great leaders. So I think that's the number one thing that has us where we're at right now at 19-1.
I think the last time you guys got this far in terms of a season was when you played, and I know you weren't there at the time, but this was the 2008-2009 season, lost in the last regular season game against St. Joseph's Long Island, and then went into postseason play and won 3 and lost 1 at the end to Richard Stockton. Of course, it was just Stockton now. Again, you weren't there. So this is kind of uncharted territory a little bit for all of you. I know, obviously, we talk a lot about schools, about the experience that the players, both seniors and juniors, bring, but more importantly, our upperclassmen. What is it about this unit that are they taking it personal? Is it that game in the NCAA tournament they said, no, we're better than that? Is it something else that they're like, no, we know we can get this accomplished? What's that nuance, I guess, is what I'm driving at.
I guess I could agree with, our guys that were with us last year and saw how well we did in the NCAA tournament. Even though we didn't win, we played very tough. And they kind of have a little bit of a chip on their shoulder. They want to get back to the NCAA tournament and they want to compete at the highest level. So I think having so many returners that have been in tough games, I think that's really helping us out right now.
Not mute myself to the broadcast to everybody. It's making a difference, certainly. 17.5 points is how you're outscoring your opponents on average this season. You're putting up 88 points a game. I'm looking back at last year. You had a squad that put up 77 points per contest, and the year before that it was 76 points. So you obviously have an offense that's clicking while having a defense that I think is about the same, relatively speaking. So obviously figured things out on the offensive end.
Yeah, we're doing a good job of sharing the ball this year. Our assists are up. I think that's why our shooting percentage is up. I believe right now we're top 5 in 3-point percentage. Maybe 2. I don't remember exactly what we are, but we're doing a good job sharing the ball and taking good shots. And if you do that, and you have guys that can knock shots down, that helps. So I think that's why our offense is a little bit better this year.
You're averaging 18 assists per game, which makes me want to go dive in and see where that ranks in terms of the NCAA, because 18 assists a game is certainly not a low number by any stretch of the imagination. That's 16th best in the nation. Ironically, it's second best in the conference. You'd think you'd being number 16, you'd be number 1, but there's others who like to share the ball. But that's when you're top 20 in Division III in any category, that's significant.
Yeah, like I said, we have guys that have been with me for a long time, and they know the system. We have very unselfish players. We have guys scoring. Nick is scoring around 19. I think Aaron's 17. A couple guys in the high teens. So we have guys that could shoot and score. We just got to share the ball.
You also jump out the page when it looks at other national rankings too. 13th in fouls per game, meaning you don't foul a ton. You're number one in rebound margin at 13 plus going to you versus your opponent. 7th in the nation in defensive rebounds a game. 14th in offensive rebounds, which equates to 2nd in the nation in total rebounds a game at 46 contests. Your scoring margin is 10th best. Your scoring offense is 12th best in Division III. Your three-point defense. We were talking to B.J. Dunn and Nate Davis earlier from Gettysburg about that. Your three-point shooting is 2nd best. I was mislooking at the category. You're shooting 41.5% from beyond the arc. You're in the top 50 in three-pointers per game. There's a lot of things here that at this point in the season, if you're still ranked up that high, you got to be doing something right. And a lot of those stats, to your point, are unselfish stats. You got to do something for the greater good. You got to rebound. You got to pass the ball. You got to go get defensive boards to keep offensive chances. It speaks volumes.
Yeah, I hope you're not jinxing us. We got to hit some shots tomorrow night. Don't be jinxing us with all those stats, all right?
Yeah,
true. When I have guys who've been with me for a while, they kind of just know the system and know what we're trying to do. So that helps. Our leadership and the guys that they've just been playing well throughout the whole year. It's hard. When you get on a streak like this, it's hard. Everyone wants to knock you off. We've had some close games. We've had some overtime games, but we've always we've seemed to manage it and come out on top.
To your point, 8 seniors on this squad, 1 junior, 4 sophomores, 4 freshmen. So obviously it's very senior heavy. A little bit of a let's get it done this year mentality, I'm sure, that you've been speaking about is there. Nick Hurwitz, senior, is leading the way at 19 points a game, 8.5 rebounds a contest. Aaron Davis, also a senior, averaging 16 points a game. Both of them shoot better than 43%, with Hurwitz at 49%. Your third is Corey Powell, also a senior. He shoots 54% from the floor, 13 points a game, nearly 5 rebounds a contest. And I'll bring up 2 other guys because they're close to double figures as well. Michael Nodius, who is a sophomore, in fact, and Jevin Santos. My mouth is shutting down here. A senior. Santos 19.3, Nodius 8.3 a game. Obviously, it's senior driven. And they're getting their points, but they're also doing it really well with good shooting and good rebounding and all of that. That group, that trio of the first 3 I mentioned as seniors, you've mentioned already, really have taken it upon their own here.
Yeah, I've said, I don't know how many times I've said the word leadership, but those 3 guys are the leaders. And Javon too, Javon Santos, he's another one of our leaders. He's our captain, but they've been playing so long together. They just have a good chemistry going right now. And that helps with sharing the ball. They know where the good shot is at each possession. And I think when you take good shots, that's when your percentages go up.
What is it? You don't have a ton of underclassmen, but you do have a fair share. Again, we said the 1 junior, 4 sophomores, 4 freshmen. Yes, it's senior orientated, so they're going to have to take a step aside to let those seniors have their moment, as it were, in their final year, if they don't have another year to come back for graduate. What is it, the message, though, you think is being sent to those underclassmen? Do you think they're receiving the understanding that you got to be unselfish?
For sure. I think every day in practice, we have pretty competitive practices. And those 3 guys, Nick, Aaron, and Corey, they do a good job of, competing in all the drills that we do. And that trickles down to all the young kids, whether you're 1 year in the program, 2 years in the program. We're really going to miss those 3 guys. But they've done a great job this year of, letting the younger guys know, what the expectations are every day in practice.
We had you on 2 years ago. You guys were absolutely on a tear through the conference at that point. You had lost 8 games the entire season by the end, and 6 of them had come before mid-December. You only lost 2 more the rest of the way. Unfortunately, one of them was in the conference tournament against Manhattanville. You talk about the NCAA tournament last year, which certainly was significant, but is there any still drive there and understanding that, we still have to get the job done? There's nothing guaranteed about going to March and playing in the NCAA tournament or anything like that if we can't get it done in February.
100%. We talk about it every day. That's why we're trying not to think about the conference tournament right now. We're trying to just focus on Yeshiva, which is our next game, which is tomorrow. And I think having a veteran team, they've done a good job of reminding everyone every day, we got to focus on our next opponent, and then if we do that and we continue to do that and we take care of business, the rest will take care of itself.
Yeshiva is 13-8 this season, but they're 10-2 in conference play. So they're a game and a half behind you, as we mentioned earlier. I'm double checking because I can't remember anything at this point in time in the show. Earlier in the season, you guys played. It was back in. No, you didn't play. You haven't played. That's right. Off tilted schedule. I forgot about that.
Right. Yeah, they're not on our side of the conference.
Right.
So we only play them once.
I keep forgetting that nuance. You know them from their history. You've now seen them on video more times than you probably want to as you prep for this game. What are you expecting from them? What do you hope to take advantage? Understanding you're not going to give anything away ahead of the game. But what should we expect if we were to tune in to understand how you all are playing and if things are going your way?
Well, they're a good team. Obviously, they share the ball really well. They're probably number one in the conference in assists if we're number two. They shoot the ball very well. They run their system very well. They have some guys that could shoot it as well. So we've been working on some things in practice to try to take away some of the things that they like to do. It'll be a good game tomorrow. It always is against Yeshiva, especially on the road. I'm looking forward to it. Our guys, they're looking forward to it. So hopefully we play well and come out of there with a W.
Well, it's impressive. Ryan's brought you up on a couple occasions. I know you've been on my radar, as you know, for several weeks now. And I like getting these conversations because it helps us with a little bit of insight. I'm curious when you go out to recruit. Obviously, a year like this will be very helpful. Say, hey, look, one loss at this point in the season. We're in the conference battle. You're gonna hopefully win the regular season and conference title, et cetera. But with an institution like yours, what is the pitch? What do you guys go out there and sell yourselves as a program that hopefully moving forward can continue this success?
Yeah, this is my 11th season here, so I obviously try to sell them on myself and the program here. And over the last, I think we've won 5 of the last 6 regular season titles, and we've been to the NCAA tournament 3 of the last 6 years. So obviously we sell them on a winning program. You're going to have a chance to compete, and get an opportunity to get to the NCAA tournament every year. So that's kind of what we sell them on. Just our past and, how we work hard every day. I have 3 great assistant coaches that are always out recruiting, and that helps. And then just sell them on what we've been all about the last, 10 years since I've been here.
We should point out you played at Oneonta for a short period of time and then Mount St. Mary, right? I believe
Correct.
You played. Yep. Before you were then an assistant coach and associate coach at Stevens and then Centenary and now here. You've certainly seen you've seen the programs from a lot of different perspectives, really, to be blunt. And obviously it's working here. You found a home?
Yeah, I'm not looking to go anywhere. We're right where I want to be here as a program. We're competing for a championship every single year. We have great kids in our program right now. Our athletic directors, has great support. Our president has great support. He's at every one of our games, sitting at midcourt, supporting us every single game. So, yeah, I'm not going anywhere. I like it here. I'm in a good spot.
Hey, Brendan, I appreciate the time. Great to get your insight on this Rams program. Appreciate you bearing with us on this day, too. I know you were busy, but thanks very much. Great to talk to you about the program. I'm looking forward to how this turns out. I have a feeling we're going to maybe be talking about you come March, and you're one of on a longer and longer list of teams that maybe no one wants to see opening round of an NCAA tournament. As always, we give the coach the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those tuned in?
Just want to say thank you to you and everyone at D3 Hoops for all you guys do. You guys do a great job, covering all the teams and all the things that you do for Division III. So I want to say thank you for that, and then good luck to everyone coming up this last month and down the stretch.
Yeah, good luck all but Yeshiva though, right?
You said it, not me.
I know, but you got a game tomorrow. You don't want to wish them luck. I get it. It's a rivalry. I understand that, even if it has some moments in its recent history.
Yep.
Hey, Brendan, thanks again for your time. Take care of yourself. Good luck moving forward, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right. Take care.
Brendan Twomey joining us here on the Hoopsville Hotline. I really appreciate his time. We got a little delayed getting him on, and he stuck around, and I appreciate him doing so. When we take a break, we are taking a break. When we come back, finally, the National Committee chairs. Bethany Danley from Washington and Lee and Luke Fulkertsy from Rochester will talk to us about everything regarding the National Committee. We had a great long conversation with them. I think it's worth tuning into. You're listening to Hoopsville presented by D3 Hoops. That is coming up next. We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's nearly 850 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over 2 decades. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
Coach of the Year, Administrator of the Year, All-America Team, Wade Trophy. The WBCA doesn't just honor coaches, but players, administrators, and much more. The WBCA strives to honor those who have contributed to the advancement of women's basketball. Celebrate the present, honor the past, look to the future.
I used to never really talk. Ever. I was scared and shy. It was hard to look at people's faces. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. I made friends and won lots of gold medals. But I learned more than just playing golf. Special Olympics helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
Division III allows you to give yourself to other things.
Having that free time allows me to pursue the things that I want to pursue.
Division III athletics affords students the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport.
It allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
We are calling you, all of you. We are calling all Division III schools to join our cause.
It's on us to start the change. It's on us to be the change. It's on us. It's on Division III. It's on all of us to stop sexual assault.
Ad snuck up on me again. Welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody, on the 10th Annual Hoopsville Marathon. We get to the part now of an important conversation that we always have on this show. It's with the committee chairs in Division III basketball. We didn't get a chance to talk to him live. It gets harder and harder. Luke Fulkertsy is actually going to be tipping up the ball with his, well, he won't be tipping it up, but his team will be tipping it up in UAA play here shortly. Riley Zayas at the Palestra to take those games in. And Bethany Danley from Washington Lee obviously has a busy schedule as well. They were able to carve out some time with us to talk yesterday about many topics. To be honest, we didn't have enough time to dive into every single topic we should dive into. And ones like, for example, the alphabetical rankings that are coming out next week is one we didn't touch on because we've touched on it so many times. I think there's an easy solution there. They believe it too, but we haven't gone there. But we talked about a lot of other topics. It is a must-watch, must-listen-to conversation, a little bit lengthy, but worth the time. And I appreciated the time they took to join me as we get ready for the final season and next week's regional rankings. Joining us on the Hoopsville Hotline, it is the national chairs for both the men's and women's Division III basketball committees. It is Luke Flakertsy, who's the head coach at Rochester, and on the men's, or he's on the men's side. On the women's side, it's Bethany Danley, associate athletics director at Washington and Lee. Both of you, thanks for taking the time as always. I know this carves out what is already a busy day, busy week, et cetera, to join me, so I appreciate the time. Welcome to it all. It starts to ramp up after this, Luke.
Yeah, no, it certainly does. We're at the really exciting time of the year as we near the end of the regular season. Conference races are really heating up, and just looking forward to what's going to be an amazing championship.
And Bethany, from your perspective, at least you're not coaching anybody, but I know you have a lot of administrative work. You have to kind of squeeze this all around.
Yeah, this is the fun stuff, though. I think anytime you're having the opportunity to administer a championship, it's a unique opportunity to influence the student-athlete experience. And I know our committee as a collective whole is really excited about everything that's coming up in the next few weeks here.
And you have no lives now from now on. I know mine has disappeared. I guess you guys have none too, right?
Things stay busy. It's exciting.
It's true. It's true. All right, let's get down to it. First off, as always, we have new committee members as they rotate on and off every few years. Adjusting to 10, obviously there was a little bit of some lag in some of this rollover, but I've lost track of how it all goes. Bethany, just who's joined you all and who's on your committee now on the national level?
Sure. So we have 3 new committee members. Tom Emberly is with Region 3. He is at Farmingdale State College in an administrative capacity. Rebecca Mullen is with Region 5. She is in the Atlantic East Conference office. And then Kendra Whitehead is with Region 10. She is an administrator and a coach at Hardin-Simmons. And then we actually have a vacancy in Region 2. So I am right now the honorary Region 2 committee person until the nominating committee meets in February, at which point we hope to fill that vacancy. So
wow.
Yeah, we have a couple of new folks, but everybody's doing a great job, and a lot of people who have experience in various capacities. And after our first call, everybody is getting acclimated and doing really well.
Breaking news, because I'm literally looking at the roster that's in the pre-championship handbook, and I see a name for Region 2. So that you caught me there.
Yeah, I got you. Listen, that's why we're meeting, right? So we can give you the up-to-date information.
Well said. And by the way, if anybody recognizes Tom Emberly's name, he's the former, he was in the Skyline Conference for a little while, so he certainly has a lot of experience in that genre. But it's great also, you're getting some sports information people, you got coaches, you got other administrators. Luke, who's on your crew? And any vacancies?
No vacancies, fortunately, but we have 6 great returners, and we welcome 4 new committee members, all with significant experience. So Stephanie Dollar is the Deputy Athletic Director at UMass Boston. She also has a long experience with the WBCA, which gives us a nice perspective. In Region 5, Gary Stewart is the Assistant Athletic Director, head men's basketball coach, obviously a lot of NABC experience as well. So kind of some valuable outside input. In Region 6, the Deputy Director of Athletics at Averett is Danny Miller. And then in Region 9, Tim Groves joins us as the Associate Athletic Director and basketball coach at Northwestern. So,
yeah, Tim Groves has been known for a few upsets in the first round of tournaments. Wherever you get him, a big behemoth like even a St. Thomas back in the day has taken a loss to a Tim Groves squad. Of course, Gary Stewart, we just had him on earlier in the show talking coaches versus cancer and NABC and stuff like that. So Gary's a good friend of the show. Awesome. Appreciate that. So that's the easy stuff. Let's talk about just some quick stuff off season. Was there anything in particular you all worked on or focused on to get ahead of this season, or anything down the road that you guys focused on in the off season, Luke?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the championship wrap up is always great. You know, it gives us a chance to evaluate our process and what we've done, and think and brainstorm about any ways we can possibly improve it. One of the things that's been really exciting in this off season is just being able to build a relationship with Bethany, and us having communication about building more synergy between our 2 championships. And Obviously some joint committee meetings between men's and women's basketball committees, but also some meetings with champs committees about possible directions for criteria and stuff like that. So not as busy as during the selection process. I know Ryan Scott asked a question about kind of how we break up the work. I'd say probably 20% of what we do is in the off season. So the bulk of it is over these next 4 weeks.
Yeah, saw Ryan sneak that one in last night, tagging you. I'm like, oh, great, we'll just get this one out of the way. Bethany, same idea. Anything of significance?
Yeah, I think what Luke said is really similar to what we did on the women's side. You reflect on procedures, operations, ways you can continue to enhance the championship experience. He and I had a lot of really productive conversations about ways where the men and women can align and should align, and ways that we can continue to operate independently and do things that our respective sports really like and appreciate. And they might not be the same, but they provide unique experiences. One thing that did happen on the women's side is we have a new national coordinator of officials. So we had that search going on over the summer, which went really well. And Donnie Souders was named to that position, and we're excited about him filling that role for Division III women's basketball. So that was a big development. And beyond that, I think Luke really summarized spring and summer meetings really well.
Yeah, we'll look forward to talking to Donnie in the near future here on the show. We just talked to Jim Haney, the men's national coordinator, on a recent show. Saw him last night, or when we're recording, it was last night, Wednesday night, at Gettysburg. Great to see that work and how that has progressed. We'll talk more about that in future shows. All right, let's talk about the upcoming process. Just remind everybody, basically, we don't have to go too far in the nitty-gritty, as we will in a moment, but just the basics. What you all are looking at when it comes to primary criteria, starting, Bethany, we'll start with you on that one.
Sure. We have all of the standard primary criteria categories that, have been present for quite some time. I think that on our group, when we have, our national calls, we really talk a lot about having consistency in how we are assessing teams from one region to the next, which oftentimes can be really challenging because RACs do look at things a little bit differently because it is a regional assessment. And, our job is to have some consistency nationally. So it's very fruitful conversation. We had our mock rankings earlier this week and had a lot of really good discussion. Right now, it can be a little more challenging to assess teams when you just have fewer data points without regionally ranked wins and losses at this stage. But had some really productive conversation as we started assessing teams and figuring out exactly how we're going to look at things.
Luke, from your perspective, what this primary criteria is always a evolution. I know that much. What do you guys, what do we want to remind everybody about it?
I think the most important thing to keep in mind is it really is the totality of teams' resumes that we're comparing. And as much as possible, with as much data as we possibly can find within those primary criteria, we are comparing two teams. And so, there's a lot of conversation every year about winning games and strength of schedule and our results versus regionally ranked opponents, but it really is the totality of that resume that we're comparing to decide how to rank teams appropriately.
Let's dive into that a little bit, because I want to talk about balancing that criteria. That was kind of where I wanted to head with this. There's the primary criteria, the win-loss, the strength of schedule, the results versus regionally ranked, the head-to-head, comparable opponents. That takes up a bulk of that. But every year we discuss, and we discuss differently, we should point out, between the men and the women, because these do, as you said, Bethany, earlier, about each sport having its own kind of likes and dislikes. The women do things a little bit differently than the men, and there's nothing certainly wrong with that in any way, shape, or form. But still, it comes down to that 5 criteria, and it comes down to trying to balance it and the conversations of which, because sometimes it feels like some of the criteria does get weighed unconsciously or whatever more than the others. Luke, what is the battle with that and trying to balance the criteria while being fair at the same time?
Yeah, so let's just tackle this straight on. So everyone can picture an old school balance, right? And it's literally designed to weigh things, right? And so every committee member, every RAC member is trying to kind of calculate the difference between winning percentage and SOS. All right, so a 20-5 team that's played the worst schedule possible, and a 20-5 team that's played every tough team in the country cannot possibly have the same kind of weight. And so it's our job as committee members. There's no prescribed formula. We're just trying to balance out those two columns. Those two columns speak to each other. And so we're trying to assess, what a 20-5 record means based on who they've played and how they've challenged themselves. And so I think a lot of our conversations start with that. And it's not a perfect science, but it is then our job to try to consistently apply that across not only our individual regions, but on the national level as well, which is, where a lot of our time is spent.
Bethany, from your perspective, is it a difficult conversation to that balance? Are you always dealing with either racks and or individuals who want to prioritize one particular criteria over another?
I don't think that we have people who want to prioritize one over another. I think we are very intentional in looking at each team's resume in totality. I think some of the challenge comes into play. You have a team who has won every single game, but they have a low strength of schedule. And how are you looking at that? They've won every time they've stepped on the court, but they do have a low strength of schedule. That's challenging when you're weighing it against a team who has a very high strength of schedule. They've played very challenging opponents, and they have some losses. So those are the discussions where we have to come together. And as Luke said, you look at their resumes in totality. I think that the other data points are really important. The ranked opponents piece, the common opponents, and then your head-to-heads, obviously. And you find some ways to sift through things. It's not a perfect science, but those are the conversations we're having. And our group is very open to being open-minded when it comes to assessing all of these teams' resumes, regardless of winning percentage or strength of schedule, and looking at it at the full gamut of what their resume is.
I shared at least the general topics I was going to tackle. Bethany, did you get a snapshot of my notes when I held them up? Because you dove into one of the ones I wanted to get into. And Luke, I saw a little smirk on your face because it felt like she was talking about you. And I'm joking. But last year, obviously, Rochester getting in had a huge SOS number, balance against the win-loss. I'm not picking on that specifically, but I do want to ask the basic question that it seems to come up, especially on the men's side. We talk about a cutoff when it comes to the SOS, that if you are below essentially 500, I'm not going to say you're completely not considered, but that's the general sense. And there was a school last year, I think, on the men's side who basically said, yeah, you could win and then lose in your conference tournament and have 3 losses on your season, have a pretty good regionally ranked record. I think they were 2-1 and had some pretty good wins. But because your SOS is below 500, you're not going to get selected, or you're just not going to be in the regional rankings. Let me counter that. Okay, if we have this cutoff in the SOS, so be it. Why don't we have a cutoff on the win-loss then? Why is that number, which used to be understood to be about 667, 2/3 of wins, has slipped lower? Why are we willing to put a line in the sand on SOS, but not put a line in the sand on win-loss? And Bethany, I'll start with you because I'm going back and forth on whoever asked last gets the answer first. So I'll start with you. But I'm curious, the women don't seem to have that as strong, but is that a conversation?
Before we start with this, Luke just did whatever that thumbs up thing was. I'm not sure if it's showing up on the...
No, it didn't show up on our system, but I know exactly what you said.
Well, I'll say this. Luke is way more technologically inclined than me. I wouldn't know how to do the little thumbs up.
It's an automated system.
So anyway, that bought me a little time to come up with an answer for you, Dave. I think that it's funny because we had our mock rankings earlier this week, right? We have some new folks and we had very fruitful conversation. And as you get the new folks in the group, there's inherently questions about, let's talk through how we're looking at things, right? And let's make sure that we have some consistency in how, as national committee members, we are leading discussion with the various regions when we have our RAC calls. And, we didn't have a conversation where we said, is there a cutoff? But in concept, we talked about how we're looking at teams, say they have a strength of schedule less than 500, say they have a low winning percentage, and we actually had discussions, kind of conceptual discussions as a group about the fact that having this threshold that's a hard, fast line is not actually something we're doing. Sure, you have guidelines in general where it helps guide discussion, right? But there's no hard, fast rule. And again, we had some really, really productive discussions about the fact that there are some teams that are undefeated in Division III women's basketball right now who their strength of schedule is in that below 500 threshold. Similarly, we have some teams in Division III women's basketball right now who have a winning percentage that one would argue is fairly low, but their strength of schedule is through the roof. As we're looking at these teams, their strength of schedule is the highest strength of schedule we're talking about. And so globally, we're talking about, we can't just eliminate one or the other. They need to continue to be discussed. And again, as we get more data points, that helps us with those conversations. You have additional ways to assess them other than right now, some of the comparisons in these mock rankings, you have two teams you're comparing and all you have to go on is win percentage and strength of schedule. One's win percentage is really high, the other one's is low, and vice versa on the strength of schedule. That's challenging, right? You have limited data. So we had some productive conversation. And to your point, we don't have a hard, fast cutoff on either of those metrics. We try to be open-minded in considering these teams. And as we continue to get additional data, that really helps guide our conversation.
I appreciate that. And we should have mentioned earlier that you have gone through your mocks. Our first regional rankings will come out next week. So the mocks have been done. You've already had these kind of conversations to go further in depth and start getting processed. But as you know, and you'll have limited data next week too, because the results versus regionally ranked opponents is not a criteria that can be used still for another 2 weeks. We can maybe wade into that one. We have waded into it before. Luke, not to pick on you, bud, but I love you. But you guys were the one who had that outrageous data point last year where you had a huge SOS number. As a result of UAA play, you also had a pretty significant results versus regionally ranked, but your win-loss was probably lower than most people would have expected a team to be selected compared to, and I'm being extreme, a team that missed out that I was talking about. And I don't want to pick them out necessarily, but we've had a few. We can go all the way back to Lancaster Bible eons ago, who would have lost in their NCAA, in their conference tournament, had their first loss of the season, and probably would have missed out. How do you guys balance that? And I'll go back to the question. It feels like on the men's side, there's an SOS cutoff, but there isn't a win-loss. I've understood the premise, but sometimes I think others out there get confused, and sometimes even I get a little mystified as to a team who maybe only lost 1 or 2 games is being eliminated right away.
Yeah, I mean, this subject we could spend the whole hour on. I think that that's true. There's a lot of important things to iterate or reiterate here. One is there are no prescribed floors, right? There's nothing that says that a team below a certain winning percentage or a certain SOS can't be selected or ranked. When we were ranking way too many teams, we had a lot of examples of teams below those set quote unquote floors that were ranked. I think we talk about these in generalities a lot. And so it's important to kind of maybe quantify some of this. A team that has a resume that it has a really low SOS or a really low winning percentage typically means their overall resume isn't very strong. All right. And so when you are trying to use that balance analogy that I mentioned, and you're putting like chips on the balance as far as strong elements of a resume, whether it be, head-to-head wins or regionally ranked opponents, and that's going to tip the balance in the scale one direction or another. So whether or not to have prescribed floors is a completely different conversation. I think if we did, it would likely eliminate a team that has, significant resume in other categories in single cases. And so it's certainly a larger conversation to be had as far as those floors. But we talk about SOS all the time. We throw out SOS numbers, right? But what does 400 SOS really mean? It means roughly, and this isn't exact, but it means roughly your average opponent that you play is 10 and 15. All right. And if you have above a 600 SOS, that means the average opponent you've are playing is 16-9. I mean, we can all understand that those are drastically different quality of opponents that you're playing, and so that gets factored in, and it should. All right. So to what degree and what level and how much weight is the eternal question that everyone is debating. But I think very often we don't understand exactly what those numbers mean when we throw them out.
You're right that we could wade into this. I just want to bring up one because I finally found the data points I was looking for. There was one team in Region 6 that wasn't regionally ranked. They were 24-3 with a 498 SOS. They were 2-1 against regionally ranked opponents. I can't remember the two off the top of my head, but I do remember them being pretty solid twos. And they had a non-conference SOS. This is kind of my segue, by the way. A non-conference SOS of 547. They were not even regionally ranked in the final rankings against teams with 8-6, 8-6, and 8 losses. And as a result, they're the team who's told me that they were told because their SOS was so low, they just weren't going to get into this conversation. So I know you say there's no line, but they're being told there's essentially a line. And it feels like in that case, even though they were 24-3, pretty good win-loss percentage, pretty decent non-conference SOS, 2-1 against against regional opponents, but all of them out of their conference because their conference was the one dragging their SOS down. But they're not even in ranked. That's where I think a lot of us look at it and go, there's got to be a line in the SOS. We're not even considering a team who's sitting there right around 500. Yeah, I let that up without saying. Luke is what I meant to finish that with.
So, no, again, like that means their average opponent has a losing record, right? And so, to whatever degree.
Yeah, their conference. Yeah, their conference.
No, their average opponent, if they have a 498 SOS.
Right, but their conference is dragging that down. That's why I said the non-conference was a 547.
Yeah, and so we can talk about the non-conference SOS later.
Well, that was my segue, but I was going to get to that.
Yeah, so I mean, as part of this, Dave, is who we're comparing them to, right? And so Bethany and I just went through this exercise with our committees, and we're doing our mock rankings. And, you know, in one region, we have a lot of SOSs that are going to be ranked that are under 500, all right, because of the strength of that region as a whole. In another region, there's not a single team that's ranked that has below an 800 winning percentage and below a 530 SOS. I mean, all regions aren't equal. And so that's our job as a national committee, is try to apply the criteria in an equitable way across all 10 regions. And so honestly, sometimes RAC members get frustrated because they don't understand what we're doing on the national level. It's not that, we don't appreciate their work and that their work's not important. It's that, like, okay, we need to handle this circumstance in this region the same as we're doing it over here. Now, same does not mean equal, because the regions aren't equal. So who are we comparing that 24-3, 498 SOS team to? That team would have been ranked very high in a certain region, right? Region 6, they weren't. And so that was part of the individual comparisons that the RAC did and the national committee did, and applied it consistently across regions, that they weren't ranked. All right. And so that's the reality of the situation.
Yeah, I mean, we could dive into it. I agree with you. I understand what you're saying. I'm just pointing out that this is where we get this idea that there is a floor, especially when you hear back from those institutions who have conversations with the national committee saying, well, the floor is this. Maybe they're not saying it flat out, but they're telling that school.
Let's talk about teams at the table. Let's talk about teams at the table when selections happen, right?
Oh, sure. Well, but they weren't even regionally ranked, so they couldn't get to that conversation. But
well, they could have if the teams ahead of them got in.
No, fair point.
I think too, to that end, I think these comparison points, in Luke's point about who's on the table, oftentimes assumptions are made about who does or does not get in with those last couple of slots. And it's because you don't necessarily know who else is at the table at that point in time. And that inherently ends up impacting what some of those comparisons are, right? That's a little bit different than what you're talking about from a regional perspective. But even with that, you have other data points, right? And if you end up in some sort of triangle where you've got, I beat Luke, Luke beat you, and you beat me.
Yeah.
You have to break that somehow. And you're looking at all of this information together. And so if that was a situation where you end up with a triangle or a square with a bunch of these teams in that region, I could see how you could rationalize some of that stuff, because at some point you have to break a tie in terms of these teams where it gets really challenging. And it's not just one team being compared to another. you have 3 or 4 teams in a comparison just due to how that analysis is shaking out, right? And that ends up becoming challenging. And I think oftentimes people get frustrated at how decisions are made there. Even in our mock ranking, we had some racks where that situation was present. And, I think some people were already a little bit frustrated with how things shook out there. And again, right now we can explain it where we're eventually going to get additional data to help with those comparisons. But that's an inherent challenge too, is when it's a multiple team comparison and how you end up analyzing all of that information. Again,
this is where we get bogged down a lot of times because it's so fascinating to some degree, but it's also where we're trying to pull out as much information as we can. And the only thing I'll say, because I do want to pivot to a bunch of other things, but the only concern I think a lot of us have is that the schools that will schedule to beef up their SOS, be damned their win-loss. That schools who can't are handcuffed, can't do much better than what they're already doing, and have no recourse to make it better. And as a result, the haves benefit and the have-nots, and I'm being very generic, are punished despite maybe doing all they could. And I'll bring up Lancaster Bible from eons ago. 1 loss in their conference tournament, their first loss of the year, absolutely had the writing on the wall that they wouldn't be in the NCAA tournament. And it feels like at some point, it's almost got to be like a bell curve. At some point, the extreme data on either side, whether it be a really low SOS or a really off-the-chart low win-loss percentage, at some point just can't be compared. And you just got to leave it to the side. I'm not speaking that right, but that's kind of where I think a lot of us get a little bit frustrated is, great, go and schedule. Yes, some schools can't. And I feel like we hurt the schools who can't. You don't have to answer that. I think that's where a lot of our premise is coming from, I think, if that makes any sense.
This is a fascinating conversation. And honestly, it's part of a larger conversation that's going on right now in the Division III landscape.
Yes, agreed.
So, I always like to point out like equal access at our level, which is a pillar of Division III athletics, is guaranteed through the automatic qualifying process.
Correct.
Right.
Yep.
Right now, in my opinion, I'm not speaking for the committee. In my opinion, we do not have equal access to Pool Cs. And so, is that the intent of Division III leadership, or is that just a byproduct? And is that something worth changing? And that's part of the larger conversation that's going on right now.
Well, there's a conversation about merging Pool B and Pool C together and not having a Pool B.
There are inherent advantages and disadvantages, to the Division III landscape, and no one would disagree with that. And so, is the goal to make the Pool C process completely equitable? That is up for debate, and anyone can have their opinion on that. But that's kind of where we are with the conversation, and I think it's a fascinating one. And what direction it's going to go is kind of TBD right now.
I appreciate that thought. That's a great point, because it is a bigger conversation we're having on a micro level. Quickly, non-SOS. There are times I felt like maybe it's not understood, not considered. Do you guys dive into the non-SOS? Bethany, I'll start with you since we haven't heard from you.
Yeah, there are times that we utilize it. And in fact, again, Monday we had our call and it was very productive in a variety of capacities. And we talked about when to utilize that secondary criteria. And for us, the way that we typically utilize that is we have comparisons that are so tight, and it is like you literally could go either way. Then we'll go to the secondary criteria, which the way that we interpret this, that is the intention of how the secondary criteria should be used. And we can use that as a tiebreaker, more or less. So we do utilize it, even in our call on Monday. I think we went to non-conference strength of schedule on 3 or 4 occasions. So it's not a frequent usage in our discussions, but it definitely is a tool that we utilize when we have a hard time breaking a tie between 2 teams.
Luke?
Yeah, so non-conference SOS is, again, a topic that we could talk about for quite some time, especially in our mock rankings here when there's less data points. Very often we're just comparing winning percentage and SOS. And so I think this past week when we're practicing, we went to the secondary criteria more frequently than we normally would once we have a more robust resume to consider. So it is something that's considered, and certainly it's very similar to the way Bethany described it.
You guys brought up already kind of racks getting frustrated sometimes with what the national committee does. And I know we had a couple examples that got to my attention that there were racks who didn't understand why the national committee was making whatever changes they were making. Don't need to go in specifics because it's more of a general conversation. How do you make sure the racks understand what the national committee is trying to achieve and get them to be as consistent as they can when maybe some of them are pretty adamant that this is how their rack should be or their ranking should be, even if it drifts maybe outside of what the national committee is trying to do, Luke?
Yeah, no. So this cycle in particular, I was trying to be mindful of that. I tried to manage expectations of our rack members and just kind of articulate like why changes might come back to them and what the purpose is. And again, the national committee is trying to apply this criteria in an equitable way across all 10 regions. And so when you're just looking at the regional level, those rack members only have the perspective on, the strengths of their regions. So for example, in one region, we are going to rank multiple teams that are below a 500 SOS. And so, that feels different than another region where, there's not a single team below a 500 SOS ranked. And so that's up to us as a national committee to kind of make sure we're handling those comparisons equitably across the regions. And we have to go back and make some changes when they're not. And not that the RAC members should take those personally. And again, their work is really, really important. It streamlines our work. And so we try to give feedback to our RAC and just kind of, this is why these changes were made and why, and like, hopefully they can take that information and continue to do great work moving forward.
Bethany, similar, different?
Yeah, I think it's all the same. Whoever our national committee member is for that region communicates with the RAC why those changes happened. And in fact, I got to participate in multiple RAC calls. Again, my honorary duties in Region 2, and then I sat in with one of our new folks. And we had some candid conversations in there because we're having discussion about how to compare teams. And they have their opinion. And again, it's because it's regionally based. Everything that Luke just said is entirely accurate. And so in the context of being with these different groups, I made the point, the way the national committee looks at this might be different. And here's an example why. Because in another region, if we have scenario A and we have scenario B here, we have to find some consistency in how we are assessing these two different comparisons. And so we try to provide them with some context there of how we're getting there, because if they're just looking at their region in isolation, our logic for potentially changing something might not make a lot of sense, which is understandable. And so I think the transparency there in how we came to that decision is important, so they understand how we're looking at things more broadly, which I think it was reflected in what Luke says. I think our procedures are very similar.
Yeah, well said.
Appreciate that. Let's pivot. Let's talk about after selections are done. We'll probably dive into this a little bit more deeper at the end of the month, because at that point, some of these things will probably be a little bit more set for you all, and you kind of foresee what the challenges will be. But over the years, we've heard different perspectives. If a coach's, obviously we know during selections, if a coach's team is at the table and they're on the national committee, they're removed from the call, and the backup person from that region takes part. And we also have heard that backup person is usually on the call, listening, not participating, so that they are at least prepared when they step into the call to take over. Bethany will not, well, let me get back to that. And then when it got to bracketing, over the years, this has evolved. We were told at one point on the men's side, everyone was involved, but if their team was in the bracket, they were giving a task that had nothing to do with their team or their quadrant or whatever, so that they weren't involved in the process. On the women's side, we've told they were locked out, and we had the horrid year one year of basically two rookies having to bracket the entire thing before a lot of the pre-work was done. What I'm getting to is we're now hearing that even if you're an administrator and your team/school is involved, you're getting removed from the process. And it feels like to me that I'm talking about you all, but Division III is in general, we are shooting ourselves in the foot on trying to do what's best for the tournament by having as few people on the call as possible based on who's in the tournament. And with more and more, especially on the women's side, administrators also being coaches, you will remove more and more individuals. And if we're removing administrators because they're not because their team's involved, we're removing even more checks and balances. And ultimately, we're left with very few people doing the work and double checking the work and making sure it's all set. I know it's a long soliloquy on this. Why can't we just trust people? I can't tell you how many people I've talked to on committees who say, I'm in no mood, even though I know who we're going to play. Also knowing it might change the next morning when we look at it with fresh eyes. But I'm in no mood to go home and start scouting. And if we do have someone who starts doing that and cheats the system, let's punish them. Like, why are we going with the hard no and not trusting and having as many eyes in? Sorry for the long soliloquy. Bethany, we'll start with you.
Well, I don't know if I have a great answer on the state of trust in today's society. I don't have a great answer. I think that on our side, we're very fortunate that, at least in my time on the committee, we've had experienced people whose teams are not in it. And so even though we've had some people removed, I think that the process has worked out really well for us. And we put a lot of trust in those people who are going through that process and know that they're very capable. Also, we've been we started last year doing pre-work on bracketing, and that's not making final decisions by any stretch of the imagination, but there's work that can be done in advance because you have some idea about who your hosts might be and figuring out an infrastructure for what the bracket could look like. The way that we have done that is we have administrators participate in that exercise. And honestly, a lot of that is due to the fact that you've got the coaches on the call preparing for conference tournaments, and the administrators at that juncture in the season have a little bit more time. So that pre-work inherently helps with whoever is doing the bracketing. It simplifies the process a little bit. So honestly, I don't have a great answer for you on who is and is not involved in the rationale there and the trust factor, but we've been fortunate that at least in the recent past, things have worked out really well for us, and we have some very capable people who've handled those responsibilities.
We should point out that on the women's side, Megan Wilson's still there, last year's chair. So worst case, if you have to step out, you've got Megan and her experience right there helping out. So you guys have a little bit of an inherent built-in safe gap there.
Megan is tried and true, and we know we can always rely on her. And now with Rebecca on the committee, she's in the conference office, so she inherently will never have any sort of affiliation with an institution. So we'll always have her. I think there's different ways that this ends up working out. And again, we trust the folks who are doing it on our end. They've done a really nice job.
I'm waiting for the next twist to say that if you're in a conference office and your school's involved, you're not in it too. I'm just waiting for the next twist here. Luke, how are you guys balancing it? Because I think on the men's side, it's changed quite a bit. Maybe not during your time, but it has evolved.
Yeah, not during my time. I can say that, teams are involved. You're out of the conversation, not even on the call when it comes to selections and bracketing. And so, that's been very consistent, and we've never had an issue with numbers. We also have an, incredibly strong NCAA liaison who is helping, guide those people through that process. So I don't think it's anything to be overly concerned about, but I also don't want to make a statement on trusting people in today's society. So.
No, I get that. And I will say on the men's side, we tend to have less coaches who are also administrators. We tend to get that more on the women's side, who've got really good programs as well, we should say. Not that they aren't administrators, but they have good programs. It's very interesting on the women's side. Hosting challenges. I know this is always a conversation. First off, hosting bids, we should remind everybody are due in a couple of weeks. I think some people keep forgetting that. I think some people also forget, Luke, they should put in to host both weekends. You're not coming a calling to please host, right?
We work hard as a national committee to encourage people to bid, to make sure people know the deadlines, to encourage them to bid for multiple weeks. Very often, people don't bid for a variety of reasons, not because they don't know that they should have bid. And so those are obviously not rarely publicly disclosed. But I can guarantee you that every one of our RAC members will go through everyone in their region who has an outside shot of hosting and make sure they're well aware of the bid process and deadlines and timelines. So should not be an issue in 2024, and something we work hard to make sure that everyone knows.
Bethany, how's it on the women's side?
Yeah, I think it's the same, and I think you're going to get to the fact that it's a men's priority year for that first weekend, and so I think that inherently changes the landscape a little bit too, right? If you've got a team where their men and women are both capable of hosting, their women are going to have to be sent somewhere, and they might be sent to a team that isn't, the top team in that bracket. So I think that people putting their names in for those bidding opportunities is really important.
Yeah, there's a couple schools I know that didn't put in for the second weekend, and I've heard some of the excuses internally as to why that happened, and honestly, just put in for both weekends. Let the chips fall where they may after that. One of the challenges I know is the per diem. It went up, about a year or two ago? I think there's conversations about upping it again. For the traveling team, it's $125 a day. What people don't understand, first and foremost, that per diem is not just going to the students so they can have some spending money. That is what is basically the average per student of what the hotels and food for the school is budgeted for. The reality is, in this day and age, that money is tiddlywinks in most places, especially if you go to a major metropolis like Chicago or Boston or Atlanta or New York. That 125 gets chewed up fast. What are you guys doing with A, the per diem side of that, and B, working with schools who are trying to host on trying to at least get the most reasonable costs, especially with hotels and food associated, before they get those bid processes done, Bethany?
Yeah, so this is actually something that the Champs Committee, I know they are discussing on a regular basis. I've had some really productive conversations with some folks involved with that group. The per diem is sufficient for certain sites. For other sites, it is a major challenge. And through some different avenues, I've actually learned that at the Division I level, they have a high-cost city per diem. At 2 and 3, they do not have that same infrastructure. And I don't think that same infrastructure is coming to Division 2 or 3 based on some of the conversations that I've had, which is okay. And I know that the Champs Committee is in active discussion about ways to potentially account for some of those extra expenses when people do go to high-cost cities. I don't think they've landed on anything. There are different avenues to have discussions with the travel folks at the NCAA when you're in some of those high-cost cities about how many days of per diem you're getting. One thing that I think is going to continue to be a major challenge at our level, and I think this is a reason people sometimes don't put in bids to host, is securing hotels. And, you go to some sites and they're requiring 2 nights in the hotel, regardless of whether you win or lose. Now, this is a little less impactful with basketball because games inherently are later in the day. And so you're probably staying regardless of whether you win or lose, right? Some other sports where you're playing earlier in the day, I think it's more of a challenge, where you're potentially not staying that second night if you don't advance. But it's something that's hard. And even actually securing the hotel rooms with a hotel contract is a challenge. And now, which I think this is an important development, when you put in your bid to host, you actually have to include a hotel contract, which previously you did not have to. There were people who had put in bids to host, and they'd say that they had hotel rooms secured, and they were not actually working on securing hotel rooms till after they received the bid to host. So as you can imagine, that in itself created some inherent challenges. So people now have to submit hotel contracts with their bid. But to that end, there are certain states where if you're a state school, you are not allowed to have hotel contracts secured in that capacity due to state rules, which is interesting. I didn't know that until very recently. So those folks are having to figure some workarounds on submitting those hotel contracts so that they can bid. But more globally, in Lexington, we have the Virginia Horse Center, which nobody would ever anticipate as something as being a challenge. But that creates major hotel challenges when there's a big horse show. I know we've had teams go to Salisbury. They had, I think it was a dog show, and they have a massive dog show every year. Salisbury's in a little bit more of an isolated location. That makes it really challenging for them to secure hotel rooms, right? And so I think the hotel situation is going to continue to be a challenge. One, for people putting in bids. to just figuring out those logistics, and then costs. So it is a continuous challenge. And again, this is not quite as much a sport committee situation as it is a champs committee situation. And I know that they are continuing to have conversations on the topic.
Bethany, two quick thoughts. In Lexington, I say send them to Greenbrier. I think that'll work out very nicely for the teams involved. I think the Greenbrier will make the costs work. And at Salisbury, just send them to Ocean City. I think we can at least put them about 30 minutes away in Ocean City, and everybody would be happy.
That's solutions. The Greenbrier's an hour, so that's outside the
I'm saying it's within reason here, Bethany. It's faster downhill coming back.
I'll pursue that option in the future. Okay.
45 minutes coming back because it's downhill.
That's right. It's a good point.
Luke, anything to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, part of this is educational, right? And so we've actually earmarked this conversation because I don't think many coaches know that they don't have to accept the host hotel. Like if they don't like the accommodations that are offered, they can actually go somewhere else and stay somewhere else. Obviously, that's all factored into the per diem. And so a lot of coaches just take what they're given, and it's not even availability. It's the quality of the hotel that becomes an issue for those schools. And so understanding that they have the right to turn down that and go find their own accommodations is another option in that circumstance.
I know we got other things to talk about and we're running out of time, but I just want to quickly ask also on hosting, well, how do you guys balance any issues that have come up in the past, whether it's the size of a facility, whether it's the locker room availability, whether it's making sure everybody has a fair chance at the practicing times, even web streaming or whatever pops up ancillary of the direct experience. How do you guys balance that by saying, and it gets down to this, how do you balance an opportunity for a school to host versus the challenges that school may present, especially in its past history, of not wanting to say no to a school because they've earned it, but by also saying, yeah, but, Luke?
Yeah, I mean, it's incredibly hard to achieve at the level that you have the opportunity to host. So I would say that if we're erring on a side, it's rewarding a team for earning that opportunity, but obviously there's logistics that have to be accounted for, and in certain cases, it's that school is just not a realistic host school, and so that's kind of just the reality of how we run our championships, I think.
Bethany, anything to add?
Yeah, so the surveys that people fill out and give feedback at the end of the championships, I actually think is critical. When we have our annual meeting, we spend a good chunk of time reading those. Reading that feedback from student athletes, site reps, institutions who've hosted, administrators who have attended, all of that. And we've had a couple of institutions where we had some challenges. And we've actually asked this question, what can we do to be more proactive in communicating these challenges to these institutions so that student athletes have a more positive experience? And I think that element's critical, right? For any NCAA championship event, you want it to be a positive experience for the student athlete, regardless of whether they're winning or losing. And this is something that the Champs Committee has been more active in as well. They also review the feedback, and they actually provide, if there's an institution that receives negative feedback, they're communicating with that institution. And they're tracking on schools that might consistently get negative feedback. And so again, this is at the Champs Committee level, but we do weigh in with our input as we review the feedback, and it's something that we consider. That's not going to decide whether someone's going to host or not at this juncture, but there might be conversations in advance of things that are expectations if they are selected to host, because there have been things that may have fallen by the wayside historically, and it's really important to us that we are intentional in communicating expectations if institutions are hosting and there's been a history of some issues.
I appreciate the insight on all that. I know it's been an interesting conversation. We've known in several sports some schools that either haven't put into host because of some challenges or haven't been selected to host because of some challenges. And by the way, those challenges run the gamut. We kind of just talked about a lot of them here. Quickly, ESPN deal coming in for next year brings in a little bit of boost of money. Are you guys, and at the same time, the NCAA Division III has decided to not charge as much money to be a member of the division as an effort to pay down their reserve a little bit, get rid of it to some degree. Are you expecting a little bit more money to spend, Bethany, in terms of flights, in terms of trying to create as best a bracket as you can?
Yeah, I know that conversation is ongoing, and the Champs Committee came to us with, I think it was 4 different ideas they had of ways that additional funds could be used. And every sport committee had the opportunity to weigh in on things that they felt like would be worthwhile for their group. I know that our group is in favor of a variety of things. One thing we have talked about is having a little bit of flexibility with flights. I think having creative brackets is really important, and not asking to fly everybody all over the place, but when there's justification for an additional flight, having the ability to do that, I think is really important for our group and something that's been a topic of discussion. I think that those decisions are going to be made above our pay grade, but again, we've had the opportunity to weigh in, which we've appreciated, and I do think there will be some additional funding coming in different capacities, which will be worthwhile.
For the record, I don't think you're paid at all.
So it's above our pay grade.
There you go. Luke, similar thoughts? Any different?
Yeah, no, obviously all the sports committees went through the same process. So there's just, I think Bethany already touched on it earlier, but an increase to per diem seems one of the more likely outcomes. But nothing has been solidified yet.
Quickly, championship bids for the next cycle are due in a week from when we're talking here. And they will be announced next October. We're talking about they'll be announced during the penultimate year of the current championship bids. So we're obviously talking a few years out. 2 quick questions. First, I know we've heard some from rumblings about those bids, but you guys have all got to get prepared basically to do that work, because it's going to come down to you and a little bit of the next committee to make those choices on who gets the championships. Has there been any talk about joints, about bringing this together, just like soccer has, and having offsets, let's say Thursday, Saturday, one gender, Friday, Sunday, the other, and swapping them every year to make this event even bigger now and bring both men's and women's championships to one place, Luke?
Not to my knowledge, there hasn't been any formal conversation, but I think it's a fascinating idea. I think it would be really cool if it was something that we could pull off, and certainly something that is worth talking about.
Bethany?
Yeah, I have had the opportunity to be a part of some of those soccer championships back when I was in the conference office. And I personally, I love having the championships together. I think it's a really unique experience. There are some inherent scheduling logistics that need to be sorted through, right? And so I think you would need the appropriate facility and willing hosts to balance all of that. But with that said, I think it just provides a really unique environment to have the men and the women in the same place. I think it's even more unique when you've got a men's and women's team from the same institution, both competing. And from what I can recall, I think we had that once in soccer. I think it was Brandeis, maybe. I could be making that
Yeah,
up.
you're right. I don't remember who it was, but right.
In the late 2010s. But regardless, it presents a really unique opportunity to bring a couple of sports together. So I think it'd be an exciting thing to consider. Again, there's a lot of logistical pieces there that need to be sorted through. It is not something that we've talked about. It's not something that I've heard come up in the recent past. I know historically it comes up every now and then, but I think it could be a really exciting idea if the right host came around and put that on the table.
So it's been brought up. It's now on your table. I'm doing it. So there you go. I know I'm not official.
I would add as an interesting change for those who don't know, the bid process has changed to a 2-year cycle.
Thank you for that. I forgot about that. Yes.
Which is significant. And our next joint championship with Division I is coming up in 2026.
Yep. Thank you for that reminder. I had forgotten about that. And that is significant because I think A, it just allows maybe more to not have to commit as long, but B, it allows us to maybe just fine tune it instead of just blocking it down for 4 years and someone just sits on it for 4 years without really making an effort. And I am not pointing to anybody. I'm just saying I can see that certainly playing out. Listen, I wanted to dive into pairwise. We have gone over our allotted time. I do want to dedicate some time to it. At earliest, here's the trick. The Championships Committee is talking about it in the next week. They still have to, I know, put it through the financial side of things to see whether this is even going to be something D3 wants to pay for. And then it's got to get through more committees after that to even be utilized in 25, 26. But I quickly want to give you guys a chance. We'll dive into this topic at a later date. I do want to do that, but I want to give you guys a chance to talk about whether you feel pairwise, the way it's being addressed now into the division and the way it's being sold is maybe a better way of saying it, is something that is worth utilizing, or are there, from your perspective so far, flaws that don't make any sense at this time? Bethany, I'll start with you.
I think that I think it can be a worthwhile tool, yes. And I think that if the division decides to go that direction, you know, again, I don't know how much influence we have on that decision, but I think that it's an infrastructure that we can work with. You look to the hockeys and the fact that they've been using it for some period of time, and then all the rationale for why this is even being brought to the table. And yes, I think that it is a system that can be utilized effectively in creating selections for future championships.
Luke, any follow-up on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a ton of positives to moving to that type of system. Obviously, part of the rationale would be to make it even more objective than it currently is. I do think one of my concerns has been the cost of the professional experience for committee members. Having had the opportunity to serve on this committee for the last 4 years and just have such an exceptional experience as a professional, I think in large part that would go away. And obviously what we're doing is about the student athlete experience. I'm well aware of that, but to think that other coaches might not have this opportunity that I've had, it would be a kind of maybe a necessary evil to that move, but I think would be disappointing.
Yeah, again, I could dive into a bunch of topics here, and I think we're going to have to dedicate some time to it because I do want to get your perspective on it. But it might be a conversation on a bigger scale, and maybe we can do it as a non-hoops thing and bring in a lot of different voices and have that hashed out. But I appreciate at least the initial gut shot there here at the end. Again, you guys have spent a lot of my time, or your time, with me. You haven't spent any of my time. My time's happy to be shared. But I appreciate it, and I appreciate the insight. I know we'll dive more into these topics on coming segments with you all in the next month. We become really good friends or enemies or something like that. So I appreciate it. As always, though, any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be tuned in about anything about the process or whatever is coming up in the next month, Luke?
I mean, just that we have an exceptional championship coming up. From the level of competition that's going on right now in Division III basketball, I think we can all safely say that anybody can beat anybody, which makes for a very exciting kind of championship week and then a tournament to follow. I would also say that, Fort Wayne has been an exceptional host for us on the men's side. And if you have an opportunity to visit Fort Wayne and come out there and experience our championship, it's an amazing venue. They go above and beyond, and it's also been paired with a lot of fun NABC events. So the All-Star Game, and there are by the year more and more coaches and professionals attending the week as well. So just a plug to support the championship as much as you can, and if you have the ability to travel to Fort Wayne, it is a really fun week.
By the way, the coaches' side of a joint championship, I think, would be insanely awesome if you bring both coaching associations together. I think that'd be just absolutely bonkers fun. Bethany, any final thoughts?
Yeah, I think just going off of what Luke just said, we're pretty excited about going and hosting our championship at Capitol. They were actually slated to host in 2020. They had the logo down on the floor, and clearly that championship never happened. So we're really excited that they've got an opportunity to host again, and we're excited to be going there. They've been fantastic to work with. And I had the opportunity to go watch a doubleheader up there earlier this year. And it can be a great environment when you get some people in there who are excited about those teams playing. And again, they've been great to work with. We're very excited about Capitol. I think another piece of it that's super exciting this year on the women's side is the folks with the WBCA are working on bringing back the All-Star Game. It's only happened once. It happened down in Salem. I think it was 2019. And so we've reached a point where they've got the infrastructure to bring it back, and We're really, really excited about the fact that there will be an all-star game, that those folks will be present. We're excited about supporting them in conjunction with our championship. And hopefully we get a lot of people coming. It's a nice central location, so hopefully it's easier proximity to a lot of people. And we're excited about everything that's going to come in the middle of March.
Another reason a joint championship could be bonkers awesome. I digress. Hey, guys. Again, really appreciate the time. I know we'll be talking quite a bit off air and on air in the coming month. So I appreciate you at least giving us the insight on topics, as Luke said, we could dive into even longer segments on. So I appreciate you giving what you've given. Take care. Enjoy the process. We'll look forward to it. We'll look forward to talking to you also on the top 16s coming up in a couple of weeks. And in the meantime, at least try and get some sleep.
You as well, Dave.
Thank you. Bethany Danley from Washington and Lee, the women's national chair. Luke Flakurtzy from Rochester, the men's national committee chair, joining us here on the Hoopsville Marathon, Hoopsville Hotline. Appreciate both of them taking the time to talk to us. Great segment. Lots to dive into there. Lots to unpack. Lots of stuff we just ask in general on this conversation. We could literally go an hour on each and learn more. Or not learn more, I guess is another way of looking at that. Again, they'll be on in a couple of weeks with us as we debut once again the top 16s in Division 3. It'll happen after the second regional rankings, a Hoopsville exclusive. Top 16 seeds in Division 3 men's and women's will be live February 15th at 7 p.m. right here on Hoopsville. We're actually turning down some work that night to make sure to do that show. I debated about seeing if we could do that show in another way. And still be able to get some work in. But the reality is that that wasn't going to come together. But looking forward to having Luke Flakurtzy and Danley on the show. Sorry, my Bethany Danley. There we go. On the show then. And we'll talk to him ahead of selections. And then we'll also talk to him right after the brackets have been released, all ahead in the future. So look forward to that, and thank you for their time. Also, thanks to you who've donated. We've made a little dent. We're getting up to about 10% of our goal, which I appreciate everybody making that effort. If you want to donate to the cause, Venmo is at Dave McHugh. Look for that one right now. I know some have asked about PayPal. We're going to see if we can fix some major issues with a PayPal account and see if we can figure that out. There's also Give Butter. By the way, I was going to take a break and wrap the show, but we're just going to wrap the show. So this is going to be a monster long last segment, especially if any of you listen to the podcast. No breaks here at all. If you do want to advertise and sponsor, we would throw in breaks in the middle of that. I promise you, to get you your advertising dollar worth it. So anyway, appreciate all of you who've helped us out and donated to the cause today. That money already helping to pay some of the significant bills that we have. But more importantly, we have got big plans with this show that we feel like we're on the precipice of taking to the next level. I've had ideas of adding a third show a week, not every week. Not to go into further detail, but adding a third show essentially to kind of help us prognosticate and talk about teams in a different perspective. We've also talked, you heard a couple of coaches, Gary Stewart, talking about other things I do in Division 3. He mentioned football. I mean, I'm a little bit involved in football, but there's also soccer and lacrosse and some other sports that I certainly love being a part of. But the larger division, we have ideas of covering the larger division in multiple capabilities. Many of you may remember the YD3 show we had for a year. Thought about bringing that back, but it takes financing and funding to do a lot of that work, and because there's a lot that goes behind the scenes. But that's where our ultimate goal is. So if we can get advertisers and sponsors, which I believe live out there, we can certainly head in that direction. And we'll see if there's ways others of you can give back as we expand our programming as well. So here's what we got going ahead. So on Monday's show, we'll be on the air at 7 o'clock Eastern time. Then next Thursday, we'll be back to our 1 o'clock regularly scheduled programming, just the way it's worked out this year, right? It's not really a regularly scheduled program, but Thursdays are at 1 o'clock except for that top 16 show the rest of the season. And then the 12th, We will have to move up Hoopsville on Monday the 12th to 1 o'clock because I've got a late night game there to be a part of. So we'll have a 1 o'clock show on that day, followed by the 15th at 7. So we're kind of doing this weird alternation. 7 o'clock on Monday this week, 1 o'clock on Thursday next week, then 1 o'clock on the following Monday, followed by 7 o'clock the 15th. And then on the 19th, we're actually going to move that show to the 20th. Because I will not be back from meetings I have with my Major League Baseball responsibilities until that evening. I did the red eye last year to get back to do a Monday evening show, and it didn't go as well as it should have gone. So we'll be moving that to Tuesday, and then we'll be on Thursday, the 22nd at 1 o'clock as well. That's, of course, Conference Championship Week. So those are going to be big shows, to say the least. To discuss and deal with, and we'll get as many guests on as possible on those programs. Then the 25th of February will be our Hoopsville selection show. I think I'm going to talk to everybody who's involved in that. I think we're going to try and start a little bit earlier than we normally have in the past on that. And then Monday the 26th, not only will there be NCAA tournament bracket shows, but we'll have our Hoopsville bracket special at 7 o'clock that evening. And then we head into tournament play after that. So that's kind of a brief rundown of our shows ahead. When I say it that way, there's not that many shows left, which means there's not much season left either. So get out to a game. Go and enjoy it. There's going to be a lot of great basketball still ahead of us in these closing weeks. Regional rankings, again, will come out on Tuesday in both men's and women's. If you're familiar with last year, it was men on Tuesday, women on Wednesday. That has changed. Both will be on Tuesday. Reminder, they will be alphabetical because there isn't data for results versus regionally ranked opponents. And as a result of that, they put them in alphabetical. That was something that got put in ahead of last season for all sports. It's something we're still kind of fighting back against because I think if you do mock rankings and they take those mock rankings seriously as if they're real rankings, I think you can use that data, in my opinion, as Bob Quillman's QCast show today point out. They're ranked before they flip them into alphabetical order. You can probably use that data on the mock rankings to at least say, not ranked in what position, but you can at least say they were ranked, we were discussing them, and fill in that data hole to allow week one to be a fully ranked regional ranking. So I think waiting until week 2 to do that is just a bit of a detriment. I don't think it allows, I think it puts some teams in a position thinking they're going to be regionally ranked and they'll be surprised at week 2 that they're not because that data hole. And I think some teams who are not ranked get confused because that data hole is missing. And I think that in all sports, folks, that's not just a hoops thing. I think that in soccer as well, and lacrosse and the rest. I think it's just, I got the premise. I just don't think it's the right execution. And then the third regional rankings will come. So the first ones come out this Tuesday. That is, reminder to myself, the 6th of February. Then the 13th will be week 2's regional rankings with the top 16s released on the 15th. And then the 20th will be the third regional rankings, the final public rankings before the selections are made. A reminder, there is a final ranking that is done on the 25th for the national committees to use. Those rankings are adjusted. So they make their normal adjustments. Then they run the results versus regionally ranked data one more time and come up with their final rankings as a national committee. Then they make their selections and they bracket, and those final rankings are released on the 26th, supposedly, after the brackets have been announced as well. So that's just a reminder of that premise and that process and all that jazz. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. I really appreciate it. Great to have you all with us throughout the marathon. Let's see here. I want to thank Chris Martin from Loris, Lou Robinson Gibbs from MIT, Justin Olafson from Webster, Gary Stevenson from Stevenson in the NABC. Gary Stevenson, Gary Stewart. I got it on our sheet as Gary Stevenson. I'll have to fix that on the website. Bill Broderick from Christopher Newport, Nate Davis and BJ Dunn from Gettysburg, Bill Saul from Calvin, James Cosgrove from Trinity, Don Friday from Penn State Harrisburg, Peg Swadener from Willamette, John Zeke, Marcus Kahn, former Cabrini, and Marcus now from Mary Washington, and Ryan Van Zelst from Cabrini now. Brendan Toomey from Farmingdale State, Bethany Danley and Luke Flakertzy from Washington Lee and Rochester, respectfully. And of course, Bob Quillman, Ryan Scott, Matt Snyder, and Scott Peterson for coming on the show today. I want to thank all the sports information staffs at Loras, MIT, Webster, Stevenson, Christopher Newport, Gettysburg, Calvin, Trinity, Penn State, Harrisburg, Willamette, Mary Washington, and Farmingdale State for their assistance with us. Also, shout out to the WNL and Rochester crews as well for their assistance with getting this show on the air and for their support of our work. We'll be putting Monday's show together relatively soon. If you're a podcast member and you're tuned in live and you're a fan of our podcast, we'll get those turned around here maybe quickly. We'll see how it all goes. If not, we'll get them turned around overnight so that they're available by Saturday so that you can be listening to the ever-popular podcasts. In the meantime, thanks for tuning in, everybody. A great night of basketball already underway in Division III. UAA basketball, of course, being played as well. I'm trying to see. There were a couple of tweets that popped up. NYU women are up 51-16 on Rochester as the Violets continue to absolutely dominate anything and everything. Emory is playing. Who are they playing? I forgot who Emory is playing because I just don't have the schedule in front of me. I'm looking at the Twitter sphere, as it were, right now. Unfortunately, Emory's tweets are great, but they have absolutely no information as to who they're playing, which is a little bit frustrating. As Stephen Johnson said this an hour ago, Trinity's run this year has been jaw-dropping. I'm excited to see if they can hold off Williams tonight. Williams likely needs to win to keep their chances of a bid to the NCAAs. Trinity wants to solidify their historic year. He's right. I think the NESCAC's turning in closely to a one-bid league. And Trinity-Williams tonight is going to be a huge game that tips off in about 30 minutes from the time I'm speaking as it is, so make sure you tune into that. Jim Haney had tweeted earlier that he drove 300 miles across Pennsylvania to Pittsburgh for tonight's matchup for Carnegie Mellon and WashU. Then he's heading to the PAC first place game between Geneva and St. Vincent tomorrow afternoon. Then on Sunday, he's back at Carnegie Mellon for their game against Chicago. He takes that job seriously, and I love the fact that he lets us know where he is. Again, he was at Gettysburg on Wednesday, and it was awesome to see him there and appreciate him taking the time to check that game out. I think it was worth his time as well. That's it, folks. We're signing off. I want to thank my family for letting me dive into this. Includes my wife, my daughter, and my son. Of course, if you tuned into Twitter, you would have seen a picture of our mascot, Tucker, the pup, who had entered at the beginning of the show and slept in here for most of the marathon. Thanks for everybody tuning in. Thank you to those of you who have donated so far. We'll look forward to seeing how it continues, and we look forward to seeing if we can hit our goal once again by the end of February. Those of you who like T-shirts and stuff from us, we're still trying to figure that one out. I've not been in touch with our vendor for the last few years, seeing if maybe there's another vendor out there we can dive onto and use. We'll figure that out hopefully in the next week or two. So stay tuned with us on social medias. You can find us at D3Hoopsville, at hashtag Hoopsville. Facebook is just Hoopsville, and YouTube is D3Hoopsville. Thanks for those who tuned into the simulcasts on YouTube and Facebook, which is still going. I'm pretty impressed. And thank you also to those of you who joined us via email. Not a lot of emails, but a couple of them came in at D3Hoopsville, or Hoopsville at D3Sports.com. With that in mind, our 10th annual Hoopsville Marathon, closing out 7.5 hours of broadcast time today, is signing off. You've been listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com. Thank you to everybody who contributes to this program. Thank you for joining us on what has always been a fun annual marathon event. And we will be back with you on Monday, 7 o'clock Eastern, as we continue our coverage of Division III basketball. Get out and catch that game this weekend, and in the weeks ahead, you won't be disappointed. Take care, everybody, because if you want to talk Division III basketball, we'll look forward to seeing you back here on Monday to listen to Hoopsville. Good night.